end of this phase of the tournament, but there's still a lot to fight for.
Yeah, let's talk about Sylvan and 𝘼𝐽𝐽 actually, because 𝘼𝐽𝐽 is another player that gets switched in and out. And I mean, I remember 𝘼𝐽𝐽 tends to have a lot of opinions about this. Well, Pipper, then I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
We probably have pretty similar opinions on this. That as good as TS is on controllers or had been, he is starting to slide in that role, and you know it's a lot of pressure on a shot caller to be both an initiator and the IGL, because you're more in the middle of the pack instead of in the back of the pack, right? So, you know, a lot of IGLs like to watch from the back of the lines, not the front of the lines, other than Angel on Na'Vi. He's the weird exception to this rule. But I think maybe now might be the time to try Sylvan on the controllers again. Just give it a go. Look, you got nothing to lose here, most likely. You need to win a game. You need to do something different. You need to start showing teams different looks.
Hello,
so, to me, that either has to come from extremely diverse play calling, like they talked about earlier, or a change in roles, and putting Sylvan on those controllers, because he is absolutely phenomenal on those agents.
Yeah, yeah. Now, another player, 𝑔odddead. In fact, we picked two key players to have a look at today, and that would be Forsaken and 𝑔odddead. You mentioned a bit about Forsaken earlier. It was really interesting when he already, first of all, switched to a Sentinel role a couple weeks ago when something came onto the roster, and then last week on Initiator, and he was brilliant at Skye, and then brought out a Fade, which was the first time we saw a Fade on that map, and it was Forsaken.
Guys, just
so why did you guys choose these two key players?
I mean, for me, looking at Forsaken, especially last week,
Sayak
sorry, this guy is there were so many moments where he would just win every duel or get a double kill before being picked off and basically make it easy for the team. You know, Forsaken, not that he looked bad earlier on in the event, but he's really kind of leveled up. And if he can play today like he was last week, I think that GenG could be in some trouble. And we've seen a little bit of a reversal here of that with 𝑔odddead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 𝑔odddead came into GenG, played out of his mind on the KO, you know, was doing a great job of everything, setting up his teammates, especially Meteor. The secondary kind of fragging behind Meteor was phenomenal as well. So he was doing everything you wanted. The assist numbers were outrageous. So, but now my concern, I should say, with 𝑔odddead is that the assist numbers are still kind of there, but the frag numbers have gone way down. So he needs to be picking it up behind this. I don't know, you know, if he needs to start shoving something else up his nose that isn't tissues. But it just like, he has been shocking me with just his lack of consistency in that secondary fragging role that he used to be so good at. So that's, which is the opposite of Forsaken, where Forsaken steps into this role instantly and has impact, and can do everything. Like he's setting up GenG or something so well. He is incredible in that secondary fragger, like Taste was just talking about, with his ability to multi-frag, even after the fact, even after your entry died. This is, to me, like, this is kind of, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about 𝑔odddead, but this happened with On Slayers as well, where he can kind of have these hot runs and then he can dive off a cliff.
Yeah, he seems to be very hot or cold, so, I mean, if he's hot today, good for him. I mean, let's not forget that, you know, whenever you get an aggressive team like Paper Rex, I mean, their goal is always to eliminate one or two players right at the start and basically make the round easier. It's not exactly the approach that GenG has. GenG kind of moves more like in a coordinated fashion, where I think that you look at Paper Rex, they pop out, they try to immediately take a fight, shave off an agent or two, and then decide, okay, how are we going to play this out from here? So I think if GenG can prep for that and be ready to react, it could be a better game. And maybe 𝑔odddead does come back and deliver today. Honestly, if it had been, let's say, 2 weeks ago, I probably would have picked GenG for this. But Paper Rex is looking so strong that I feel like I can't possibly vote for GenG here.
Yeah. Yeah. For those of you who are unsure, by the way, whenever we reference the tissue up 𝑔odddead's nose, because not everyone watches every single game, it's a good luck thing that he does. He sticks a tissue up his nose.
Little toilet paper hanging out of his nose.
He literally
What is the origin of this meme?
He just did it on stream randomly, I think. Okay. I don't know, and he played better when he put the tissue in his nose.
5 madmen.
Yeah.
It's not that interesting. That's just what he does.
But it's become his signature. People draw a picture, like fans. I see them in the audience. You definitely see GenG in the.
He's probably gonna come out today with the tissue in his nose.
Yeah.
Or maybe
he takes it out.
Notification नहीं गए क्या लोग आ नहीं रहे. The luck.
Or maybe he moves it to the other nostril.
No, he's done both nostrils, I think. I think I've seen
that. At the same time?
Or maybe
I'm wrong. I don't know.
We go, oh, he doesn't have a tissue, and then he goes like this, and he shows his ear, and it's in his ear. We go, there it is. You made the right adjustments.
Yeah, that could be it. I mean, for those of you who want a little bit of 𝑔odddead tissue, GenG does sell tissue packs with his picture on it, so...
Oh, do they really?
Yeah, they do. They actually,
Oh.
I think I saw some of the fans holding it while you guys were casting
Well, that's
in
hilarious.
the
Oh my
audience. So
God.
I assumed that was on sale. Either that or a fan made it, which is great business.
That's
Which
even
you
better.
wanted to do. You wanted to do God Dead tissues inside restaurants. All right, let's talk about predictions.
बंगालियों को गाली दे
Are the
पापा
tissues
क्यों
gonna
भाई?
bring them forward? What were your
Did
predictions?
G qualify? G
I
can
think
still
we all went
qualify.
for paper. Did everybody go for Paper X?
I think we
Not
all
yet,
did.
but they are not
Yeah.
qualified, obviously.
Did
Uh,
Twitter vote for Paper X as well?
Yes,
They did. Okay.
Twitter also voted
All
for
right.
Paper X.
So now I can't be
So
mad
it's
at
going
us.
to be
if
safe to look at my
Genji
phone
wins.
during the show? Is that what you're saying?
It's somehow still our fault.
Yeah, it's always our
It's
fault.
always our
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're the ones
Whatever
pulling
way.
the string. We're the
Yeah.
puppet masters
Yeah.
here. No, you guys are right. We're in control here. Look, I mean, Paper X, I said it earlier, but I will say it again. Like, if it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, I would have picked GenG. But you look at how they're playing now, and it's kind of hard to ever think that Paper X can't be touched. Maybe DRX, if it was...
Behind the madness, behind the chaos,
Yeah.
right? And part of that is going to be that they get those opening kills. We saw earlier that they have tremendous success when they get that first blood. Like, it's disgusting how good they are once they get there, once they get the plant down, right? That first blood often leads to a plant on their attacker side. It's why their attacker side win percentage is so darn
आप
high.
कोलकाता आ
So,
रहे हो?
The
हाँ.
thing you have to be aware of here as GenG, again, is to play like reactive a little bit. Like, bend but don't break. Give them a little bit of space so you don't lose that first blood. Watch for their counters, because one thing that Paper X really likes to do is when they get space, the reason they're so good at, another reason why they're so good at post plants is they're watching the flanks, they're watching their angles, and they set up crunches for those angles when people are coming in. So they're really good. They're really prepared once they're given space. So GenG's got to be aware of that. They've got to be using their utility properly. So again, why I wanted to highlight God Dead, another big reason is he's going to be a big part of that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, GenG is no pushover either. I think they're still going to put a really good fight. I think it could easily go into 3 games today. Obviously, I do think Paper X is going to win. They're like this team. They're like, if they were, their whole team represented an agent, it would be Reyna. It's like they get a little taste of that bloodlust, and then it's over. Like that first kill, it's like, boom, sucking souls up. You look like you're doing something else, right? Okay, let Cameron didn't see it. All right. Anyway, guys, we're going to go on a quick commercial break, and then when we come back, we are going to go into the very first matchup for Super.
आज लेट
So
चालू हो
don't
रहा है
go
ना
away.
guys? ऐसे
We'll
1:30
be
बजे हो
back
जाता
in
है
a minute
चालू.
or 2.
ओ भाई 10 मिनट का ब्रेक है. ये क्या हो गया? Good evening, bro. Good afternoon, Obed bhai. फाइव मैडमैन करके जगह है राजू. हेड टू हेड पहले आएगा, राउंड डिफरेंस में डिपेंड करता है. 2 वे 3 वे टाई है. आ जाओ स्क्रिबल खेलते. कोई और क्या ही करे. सीधा ऋषि भाई के स्ट्रीम से यहाँ पर. बात तो सही है, बात तो सही है. एक सेकंड. कौन जीतेगा? ये बाबा पेपर एक्स जॉनजी. और अभी आ जाओ स्क्रिबल के लिए. या जेनजी दोनों हार गया तो अपने लिए बहुत अच्छा है गाइस. चलो let's go. ओ भाई
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
क्या है ये क्या है भाई ये
Red Bull gives you wings.
रीटो Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ब्रो लिखना मना है वो तो है ही जल्दी जल्दी तक तो टाइम है क्या है ये नहीं इस पे तो थम्स डाउन मिलेगा ही इसको अगर GenG talent and G will be 4-5 then G goes through. That is what I want to happen. भाई वापस 7 मिनट डाल दिया इन लोगों ने। आई थिंक कुछ तो टेक्निकल इशू है गाइस। बाय द वे ये लेक नहीं है, ये रिवर है। सायक भाई क्या हो गया है आपको? Did you hear about Asia Games? I'm not sure exactly what happened. I heard that it was a joint gold medal with the controversy. कोलकाता आ रहे हो? हाँ Nice drawing, bro. Nice drawing. Nice drawing. मेरा है ये तीनों ही नहीं मालूम गाइस। तीनों ही नहीं मालूम। I don't know how to draw this, but वो अपने mind से tricks का है। सॉरी गाइस, तीनों वर्ड ये बहुत डिफिकल्ट थे। वेट भाई ड्रॉ भी कर लो। सॉरी उबैद भाई, ड्रॉ नहीं कर रहे तो किक कर दिया। अरे वो गलती से बन गया रे थर्ड लेग। ये क्या है? बीन बैग. लेडी बग लिख रहा है वो. क्या यार? साया क्या? चलो चलो. नाइस ड्राइंग. जल्दी आजा, फूड भी ट्राई करना. आज का वॉच पार्टी था ना, आज तो फ्लाई नहीं कर सकता था. Fastest fingers first, baby. इंदौर से कुछ नहीं नहीं मृदुल, ऑल गुड. तू आजा इंदौर से कलकत्ता कल. कोलकाता के इसलिए आ रहे हो? वॉच पार्टी के लिए आ रहा हूँ.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये क्या है? ओ भाई, हेयर
Red Bull
ब्रश.
gives you wings.
टेक्नो लैंड कब है? वैलोरेंट का है क्या लैंड टेक्नो का? गाइस देखो, मेरी फ्लाइट है सुबह 6 बजे की यहाँ से और रिटर्न है रात की 1:45. तो मैं हूँ पूरा दिन कोलकाता में. अभी क्या करना है वो देखना पड़ेगा. ये क्या?
Red Bull gives you wings.
अरे शर्म कर ले. ब्राउन कलर का होता है क्या? ऑरेंज कलर का जो भी है. बंदा ऑरेंज कलर का बना देता, सर पे ब्लैक कलर का डाल देता भाई. अच्छा था मृदुल. ये देखो, आदित्य से सवाल पूछना पड़ेगा. भाई why game is lit कोई tech issue होगा bro? I am not sure. ट्राई करते बनाने को। वो शेप कैसा था मैं भूल गया फक। Not even close. क्या बोलते गाइस? चलो अभी देखते हैं 50 सेकंड में गेम चालू हो रहा है कि नहीं। क्या लगता है तुम्हें? मुंबई वॉच पार्टी होगा ना? कभी होगा पता नहीं। आज पेपर एक्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं अपन। पेपर एक्स 2-0 होना चाहिए। हमको भी खेलना है। फर्स्ट मैप क्या खेलेंगे? आज हमारे सारे लौंडे कहाँ हैं? आज नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आया है क्या तुम लोग को? यहाँ गेम्स आज देखने का मन नहीं है क्या है?
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are live in Seoul, South Korea for day one of Super Week. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we got Paper Thin and Tasteless. So we haven't started the game at the time that we normally start the game at, but that's because there is a tech problem going on right now, and they're doing the best they can to fix it. And frankly speaking, I'm kind of glad this is happening now and not in the middle of the match when the players are there on stage.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
like, you know, this is, in a way, if we're going to have problems, it's better that it happens now.
And it's better for everybody because, like, as a caster, when you're up there and it's like...
Yeah, you had to do that.
Yeah, I was actually going to disagree with Victoria. I would love to see our casters trapped up
just-
there. Just like, I don't know, it's like with the pistol round's done, we're just here, we're getting these camera shots of the stage, and I'm just back in the green room laughing. Like,
Get wrecked, Will and
हाय
Valdez.
क्विक भैया, हेलो आदित्य। भाई आपने अपना नया पोस्ट देखा कि
look,
नहीं?
this happens.
Instagram पे।
Truly, though, you are correct. It's good it's happening now, and I'm sure they're going to get it resolved. As soon as it gets resolved, we're going to hop into the game, but what are you going to do, man?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are just going to see more of us instead of the casters.
These games are played on computers, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes
like-
computers get weird.
Yeah,
You
apparently
know?
it's a client issue. For those of you who are wondering at home and want to know like a little bit more, it's a client issue. I don't know what that means. I have an inkling of what that means. I think it's happened to me before in game, but whatever. They're sorting it out now. They're like switching out entire like setups. to make
हिंदी
sure
में
it's
स्ट्रीम
gonna
नहीं
work
हो
out
रहा
for,
क्या? नहीं
Paper X
bro।
and GenG are the first team of today, by the way. The first match of today.
It's going to be fun. Yeah, usually
हिंदी में
what
होता
they do
रहता
in
तो अपन
events like
हिंदी
this
में
is they'll
शायद
have
चालू कर
entire
देते।
backup PCs that are ready. So they'll unplug that, swap that in, and you know, because if they can't get the issue resolved initially, like, okay, we tried this, we tried that. All right, just get the whole PC out.
Yeah.
We'll plug a new one in and try from there.
Yeah.
So yeah, fingers crossed they get it sorted out. It's got to be a little bit, I don't know, anxiety-inducing if you're the team. You're ready to go. You want to get in
Yeah.
your match. There's some delay. You got this adrenaline. You want to kind of channel that,
लोगों में है
focus that
शायद
in,
कौन
and get the
देखेगा
game
वीडियो
going.
को?
But
और हिंदी स्ट्रीम क्यों
alas,
देखेंगे?
I mean,
देख
do it
सकते हैं
till
अगर
the,
अच्छे से कास्ट हो रहा हो तो.
We have
till
no
the
choice.
PC is ready to go.
I know. So guys at home, please thank you for bearing with us, and I'm glad you're here to hang out with us for a little bit. Now I did this little thing with Paper X the other day where I asked them what their agent spirit animal is.
Oh,
And you look like Brimstone.
Yeah.
And you look like Breach. Do you also? I think that's like your sort of like
Oh,
your spirit.
yeah. Brimstone's my guy.
Yeah.
Like, for sure. Not only is, like, I often get stuck playing, like, the controller or Sentinel roles. I prefer to play KO out of, like, all of them. I'd say, like, KO is, like, my secondary.
क्या करे,
spirit
कुछ
animal,
खेलेगा
which
तब
is, like,
तक?
a scientist and, like, you know, those kind of things. But Brimstone's also voiced by Steve Bloom in
Yeah.
the English version, which is one of my favorite voice actors. You
He's
know,
amazing.
Spike from Cowboy Bebop. So, like,
Oh, I
for
didn't
me-
realize
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same voice actor, yeah.
Cool.
That's
so
right.
I'm a big Brimstone fan.
Yeah, that's right. It's the same voice actor. So cool. Actually, Viper is voiced by one of my favorite voice actresses, and she also voices.
जी 5
Aloy
गेम आ रहा है पर
from
राउंड
another
डिफरेंस
game,
-2 है.
Horizon.
वही
But,
सेम
yeah,
टैलेंट
she
5 गेम
actually
आ रहा है
works.
राउंड डिफरेंस
She's super cool, too.
-39.
She also does Tiny Tina. She
It's
does
good
so
for
cool things.
GE.
Anyway,
Tina.
yeah, Tiny Tina's like crazy. But anyway,
जियो कैसे?
who's your?
My spirit animal, maybe Sky's dog. I don't know.
By the way, Sky's dog is a
name
Tasmanian
it?
ये
tiger.
खेले जियो कैसे खेले?
I heard you guys talking about this when I was you and Valdez.
Yeah,
like,
G
the
can
bird and the
qualify.
dog don't
Yeah.
have a name.
Yeah, they're nameless. They have no identity.
I
as
feel like
far
we
as
have an
I know.
opportunity to name them.
Rover.
Yeah.
That's actually not bad
It's not bad.
because it actually
It roves.
roves.
It does rove.
I
Yeah.
feel
I
like
like
the
that.
owl drone should be Rover, but
No,
okay.
that's
No.
an owl.
All right, we're gonna think about this name.
That's Hoover.
We're gonna go. All right, to save you guys, spare you guys this conversation, we're gonna go another commercial break, and we'll keep you posted. Hang tight, maybe grab a snack. It's gonna be a long night ahead. All right, and when we come back, hopefully we can then jump into our first game with GenG and Paper X.
ओ भाई अच्छा ऐसे गैस पे ये करना है क्या? मतलब इतने पॉइंट्स मैंने कमाए कि ओ भाई देखो ब्रिज है सामने ओ स्टैचू ऑफ लिबर्टी किधर है अपन लोग तो है ही स्टैचू ऑफ लिबर्टी किधर है तो ये गेस करेंगे अपन अरे हाँ पानी के बीच में ये भी ठीक है अच्छा ये ट्यूटोरियल है ओ ये किधर है भगवान जानता है guys. किधर लग रहा है तुम लोग को क्या लगता है किधर है अपन अर्जेंटीना गैस करना है क्या ये किधर तो देखा हुआ लग रहा है क्या कहाँ के लोग लग रहे हैं कोई तो गोरा देश है आई थिंक ऑस्ट्रेलिया है आई थिंक ऑस्ट्रेलिया है गाइस सिडनी किधर आता है अभी लेट्स गो। ये क्या है? मैं सिडनी पे ही तो क्लिक रखा था। स्विट्जरलैंड में है। स्विट्जरलैंड में एग्जैक्टली कहाँ है वो देखते हैं। दिख रहा है क्या कुछ? कोई गैस है स्विट्जरलैंड में किधर है ये? ये क्रोएशिया है? नहीं रे। लग तो स्विट्जरलैंड रहा है भाई। स्विट्जरलैंड कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट में है? भूल गया हूँ क्या मैं? यूरोप में ही है ना स्विट्जरलैंड? भाई 10 सेकंड है भाई। तो जो क्रोएशिया बोल रहा था उसके लिए क्रोएशिया कर लिया मैंने।
Hey, you're watching VCT Pacific, and we are kicking off Super Week today. Thank you guys so much for your patience. The problems have been solved, and I think we're going to be really ready to go into the first matchup of today. We've got GenG and PaperX. I wonder if we're going to see Bind today. All of us have predicted PaperX's win, all of the talents, and you guys, Twitter, also predicted PaperX. I just want to make that clear.
This is your fault.
Yeah.
Your fault.
Your fault. You
That's
could have.
right.
Listen, if they lose, we're all going down. Okay? No way around it.
We're in it
all in
together.
this together, all right? It's do or die. We're either all going to look like, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's
or we're all going to look like fools for having predicted this. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, any last statements about why? Let's sum it up really quickly. Why we were predicting PaperX.
कोई गूगल करो भाई ये किधर है? एना 440 प्लास्टर।
Surprisingly, I can't believe I'm going to say this, more coordinated right now than GenG. I think GenG needs to get a little bit more adaptive and reactive, and you know, there's also opportunities to look for space off of the aggressive play of PaperX, those kind of things. But we'll see. I don't know. I mean, really, if like GenG's at their best, they can beat PaperX, no doubt about it in my mind. But GenG hasn't been at their best, and I'm super concerned that they can turn it around.
चीटिंग? अरे बेशर्मो, जीवन में एग्जाम में कभी कॉपी नहीं किया है ये तो फिर भी नॉर्मल गेम है।
But right now, PaperX looks so good. Everything they're doing is working so nicely. Like I've said before, they've leaned into their style, and it seems to be paying off. And they are looking to be maybe, you know, I mean, I know DRX is probably strongest, but PaperX maybe the second strongest team in the region right now.
Yeah, they are. Currently, they are. And their aggressive W Gaming playstyle is very deliberate, and it's so confident. And to execute a lot of these strats that they have been pulling off.
तुम लोग गूगल किए भी नहीं भाई, शर्म नहीं आ रही
To recap on some of the things that we talked about earlier,
Denmark
we saw a lot of change in the roster. With the addition of something taking over the jet role, Jing is freed up to continue playing Raze or Phoenix, occasionally Sage. But Forsaken, on his first showing as a Sentinel was amazing. It was that same showing on, I think, Pearl, when something showed up, and Forsaken was on Killjoy, and that combo was very cool. Then last week we saw him as an initiator with Sky and Fade. Also, again, first time we saw Fade on that particular map, I think was Ascent. Did great.
Yeah, I mean, basically, right now, at least in recent history, Paper X is drifting away from Sentinels. We haven't seen the Killjoy that has been really
ये कैलिफोर्निया तो
ever
नहीं
present
है
in a lot of teams' compositions on a lot of different maps. They're willing to move a little bit away from that. Yes, they use a Sage. I don't really count Sage as a Sentinel. Like, Sage is in her own category of, like, agent because she's so different than every
ये
other agent. But
कोई तो
Forsaken,
साउथ
he can
अमेरिका का
slot into
देश
anything
लग
and
रहा
play
है
well. I
guys.
mean, he's just that talented. He's just that good. The Initiator seemed to maybe even suit him better than the Sentinels and Killjoy.
टाकोस
Yeah.
I've been excited about.
बोलो ना कोई तो साउथ अमेरिका का
So,
देश है. I think
on
Mexico
point.
है.
In fact, they unleashed
Let's
this
see.
guy, and from like round one, he's looking completely stellar. I love that he do these aggro pushes with the operator.
Let's go.
Very good at reconfiguring his
Let's
position
go.
If he does miss a shot and kind of going to the next line of defense and so on. So. Something's definitely somebody that I'm watching out for, but it does feel like overall here for PRX,
जो भी है
everybody's so in the zone, or at least they were the
तो
last
ठीक है ये
couple
गेम भी
weeks,
चालू
so
हो रहा है.
let's see what they've got this time.
No, you're absolutely right. Every single player on this team, including their subs, the other options are CGRS and Benkai, who made a showing.
ये
They still had
डिस्कॉर्ड
a
पे
strong
आकर
showing after that.
कप्पा को लिख
Dubai
दो ना कोई
as
जाके
well
एक
has
दिन
also been
डिस्कॉर्ड पे
doing
आने.
great in Mindfreak, so every single one of them have been solid. Now GenG,
Players
they
वाले
had a
Discord पे
solid
आने.
initial couple of games. They still have, we pulled it up earlier, it was like an 80%, over 80% probability they'll make it into playoffs, but they lost the last 3 matchups.
And everybody on this team is going to need to perform at a high level today to beat Paper X. And, I talked about Sylvan and TS and GodDead a lot earlier, but the two kind of superstars on this team, King and Meteor, Meteor's been pretty consistently decent with, his stats and his performances and those kind of things. King has been mostly good. He's had a few struggles here and there. But, Meteor's going to have to really pop off today. To be frank, I expected Meteor to be better than he is right now, even though he's been quite good. His ACS, but his KD is significantly lower than a lot of the superstar duelists right now. So yes, he's good for the first bloods. He's good on his entries and those kind of things, but beyond that, he isn't having those explosive moments. He isn't having those, 5K rounds with a Marshall versus a full buy like we saw last year at the LCQ. You were casting that on that Breeze, and look,
Let's go.
He's got to be better. If you want my honest opinion, I know a lot
चालू
of people
करो
are very
भाई.
high on Meteor. I think he's better than what we've seen.
I'm curious, Paper Thin, your opinion on this, because what it sounds like, what GenG needs is individually, they have their ups and downs, but as a team, they really need to come together. They need to update their playbook as well. This is down to the IGL, the coach.
Twitch में यार स्ट्रीम
Both.
करता नहीं क्या करूँ
Both.
पिन
It comes
करके.
down to the coaching staff and the IGL.
तुम
So
लोगों ने
really
इंस्टाग्राम
start
पे
to
नया पोस्ट देखा कि
diversify
नहीं
the
अपना?
playbook.
यार
Start to open
स्माइल है
things up.
तुम्हारे
TS
भाई
needs
की.
to be a little bit
नकली वाली
more
है पर ठीक है.
adaptive, more creative on the fly, because that's been one of the weaknesses I've seen for GenG previously.
पापा
before
जी
they
मेरी
started
मौसी
fly,
की
is
शादी
that
है और मेरे
sometimes it would
कुर्ते
take a
पर
time out
खाना
before
गिर
they
गया.
were
अरे
able
अरे
to
अरे.
figure themselves out and readjust and come up
काम
with new
करो
game
पूरे
plans.
कुर्ते पे खाना
Yeah,
गिरा
I
दो
mean, it's
उसको
one thing
वॉश
that we've
करके
also
प्रेस
seen,
करवा दो
in
बोल दो
BCG
टाई डाई कुर्ता है.
across the regions and over the last 3 years is that when you sort of doubt one of the teams because they've been having a slump, they usually come back at some point too. So this, despite all our predictions, who knows? GenG could come back. Now, I have just been informed that the tech issues haven't completely been solved yet. I think there's still a client issue. I'm so sorry,
Wah,
ladies
wah.
and gentlemen, but hey, you get more time with us.
This
Is
was
that
actually
okay?
our idea. This was. We're telling you guys that we're sorry, but actually this is all planned.
This is
We're all paid
fun.
actors here.
Underneath my,
yeah.
I'm pulling the cord.
There's
out
a
of Jing's
button.
desk.
There's
I'm
a
like,
little.
"Ah."
You guys can't see. There's a button right under the desk that says "Start the game," and I could fix it right now, but I'm not going to do it. So you got to wait. And when I feel like it, we're going to start the game. So.
All right, well, there's another button for the commercial break. Could you hit that button,
yeah, we hit
Tasteless?
that button now, right?
We're going to go to the commercial break. We'll be right back. Press the button.
I'm hitting it.
हिक्का चल रे. आज किसके साइड? आज अपने को चाहिए गाइस पेपर एक्स जीते. अभी क्या खेले? हेलो भाई, बेस्ट चाइनीज इन थाने. डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन. साइमास का अच्छा है खाना. ओवरऑल दे हैव गुड फूड. एक चॉपस्टिक्स करके वो भी अच्छा था. लास्ट टाइम आई हैड बट बहुत साल हो गए. वर्डल. चलो चेस खेलते गाइस. देखो चेस मेरे को आता नहीं है तो तुम लोग सिखा देना, ठीक है? बॉट्स के साथ खेलने गए कि ऑनलाइन खेलने गए? चलो ऑनलाइन खेलते हैं। न्यू टू चेस, प्ले एज अ गेस्ट, प्ले। उसका है ना? हाँ उसका है पहला मूव भाई। क्यों किया पता नहीं मैंने। ये भाई ये चेकमेट कर देगा क्या? नहीं नहीं नहीं, चेकमेट। 1 2 2.5। हट। आजा घोड़े। गाइस कुछ पता नहीं है, ओपोनेंट बहुत ही गंदा है, हमको कहाँ गेम आता है इतना। इसको मार दूं तो अच्छा है क्या गाइस? इसको मार दूं तो अच्छा है कि नहीं है? ये B8 क्या है अभी? बी घोड़ा निकाल दो। अरे गलत एडवाइस देते हो भाई बेशर्मो। ये राजा है ना? ये राजा है। कुछ कर क्यों नहीं पा रहा हूँ? हाँ चेक था क्या मैं?
Call me the champion. Welcome to my kingdom. Survival is my instinct. Caught up in the system.
ये 50.6% क्या है? ए लेट्स गो, जीत गया मैं। गाइस थोड़ा सिखाओ मेरे को, क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग? ये सब चालू करना। ये वाला लुक है, कौन सा वाला लुक से चालू करने का? अब बताओ, थोड़ा ओपनिंग मूव व्यू बताओ मेरे को। E5 E5 Knight C6. इसकी फट गई है गाइस, फट गई उसके अपना नाम पढ़ के ही फट गई है। गेस 05588544735। डर गया वो, अभी नहीं खेलेगा वो। अपन सिसिलियन डिफेंस खेल लिया गाइस। एफ के ना रिफ्रेश करूँ क्या?
Hey, it's us again! Hey, everybody! It's VCT Pacific! I don't want to deja vu this,
What
but
is
it's
it?
Victoria, Paper Thin, and Tasteless, and we're here to hang out with you all day. Just kidding. We're actually ready to go into
Acha,
the
we're ready
game.
to go.
I'm
Chalo,
sure there are
chalo.
people like, no!
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 It's
What do you
that
mean?
show where they talk at a desk and sometimes there's Valorant games. I hate this show.
They play emoji games. They don't play Valorant here. Well, we are ready to go in a few minutes, for real, unless something else crazy happens. But I think it should be okay. The casters are going to explain a little bit more what the workaround was, and you guys will see that in a couple of minutes. And the players, the teams for today are PaperX and GenG, in case at this point in time you don't know who's playing. These are the two teams. We're really excited about this matchup because they're both vying for that second spot on the standings. And why is it so important to be on the first two of the standings?
Yeah, to reiterate, like if you get into those first two spots, not only do you get a bye, right? So you get to miss the entire first four teams got to square off against each other. Then the winners of those face the first and second place team. But the first two teams, the teams that I've talked to that aren't necessarily first or second right now that want to be, have said you just need to win 2 matches and then you're into Tokyo Masters. So that's what's so important about beyond just getting that bye, but also getting to the next level of the event.
रोशी
Yeah, that's
रहता
right. You
तो
basically
जीत
get
जाते।
a shoe-in. You want to be up there on the top 2.
अरे बस
A
हम लोग-
reminder again, so playoffs is next week. So we're on Super Week right now. It's going to go on from today until Tuesday. Every team gets to play twice. Only 6 teams can make it to playoffs, and from there it's going to be whittled down to 3 teams that get to go to Masters Tokyo.
It's an exciting time.
Yeah.
We've gotten very comfortable with seeing all these teams and learning about these players and unpacking their stories, but pretty soon here, we're going to be eliminating these teams. We're going to start cutting them off. We're going to start killing them off. And that's
Nick
kind
has
of exciting.
buttons for that
I got a
too.
button there. When they
जी
lose
अभी
the
भी
match,
qualify
hit
कर
this
सकते
button,
हैं
they go, ah, and fall to the floor. You look down there, there's just an alligator's tail that moves by.
You're like an Inspector Gadget
That's
villain.
right.
You're like, get out of here.
Yeah, that's how we do it here in Pacific. No, but I mean,
Stakes are high.
we've gotten to really explore, all these the different play styles and watch them fight it out amongst each other. But we're getting close to the end here, and we're gonna get to find out who goes on to Tokyo.
Yeah, that's right. So this is not the only matchup for today. Later, we also have Zeta versus T1. And of course, we're going to break that down later, but that should be exciting too. We got, the top Japanese team versus one of the Korean teams, like a well-known brand here in Korea.
I feel like it should be close, I think, but I thought that maybe about Zeta last week, and then it wasn't. Zeta's so up and down. I have a really hard time gauging what power level this team actually has. Like, sometimes they look like they can beat anybody in the world, and other times they look like they can get beaten by anybody in the world. So I'm curious about them. T1, on the other hand, I think has really been on the upswing. They've been really playing a lot better. So I'm pretty curious about, if that's going to be able to maintain. Because, again, T1 had a similar start to the season, very up and down. But now looking much better, so we'll see.
Yeah. What do you think of T1? Guys, we're laughing because
I just read what's on the prompter. And I just
कौन push करूंगा तो ये मार
I don't
देगा.
know
और
what
भी
you
push
guys.
कर
I don't know what you guys were talking about. I looked at that and I went, "Oh my god." Sorry. You want to take this one?
Ah.
Why do you take this?
आ
one?
शाने आ.
So I think
Tasteless.
इधर
What's
आ.
happening?
we're gonna have to go to commercial again.
चल रहे
Crystal.
चने.
So that's why I was laughing, and then I don't know what you guys are talking
You're
about.
gonna
That doesn't matter.
You're gonna have to hit the blue button again.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know. Sorry, you're gonna have to hang out with us a little bit longer. But you know what? Today is an important matchup, and we all want to see the players do well. And again, it's better that's happening now and not like later
Mar.
in like mid game. Yeah.
तू मार.
Good. This is great.
Yeah, this is the best. This is the
glass
best day
half
ever.
full. Yeah, I mean, what are we going to do, man? They're going to try to get the issue resolved. We'll try to keep you guys updated as best we can, but I guess for now we're going to be thrown to a commercial.
Yeah.
Again.
See you guys in a little bit.
अभी
Hopefully with
तक
good news.
commercial है. गाइस अभी थोड़ा सीखा हुआ अपन ब्लिट्स में फटाफट करते जा रहे. ये रानी आगे लेके आया है क्या? F2 से चेक हो जाएगा क्या? अरे हाँ रे. अरे थैंक यू राजा, गेम बना के दिया क्या इसने? अरे 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 सॉरी, क्वीन मारना था. हक दिया गाइस लग रहा है मैंने. अरे क्वीन मार सकता था. अरे क्या किया रे हेल बाबा. अरे भाई ये सामने वाला भी इक्वली खराब है. कोई बात नहीं. मार डाला. चूतिया है. क्या कर रहा हूं मैं? ये क्या कर रहा हूं मैं? मैं जीत गया ना. हाँ दोनों हाथी अंदर ही बैठे हैं मेरे। देखो ये अब तक चालू नहीं हो रहा है, एक और गेम खेल लेते हैं, ब्लिट्स ही खेलते हैं, चलो ठीक है। क्या ओपनिंग क्या रखने का? क्वीन पॉन ओपन करो, क्वीन पॉन ओपन। अभी E3 क्या कर रहे हैं इन लोग? ये बहुत गंदा खेल लिया मैं, ऐसा फीलिंग आ रहा है। आजा रानी से, मार इसको, मार इसको। अभी क्या करूं, अभी क्या करूं, जल्दी बोलो, 2 मिनट 20 सेकंड ही है। सोच रहा हूं इसको इधर निकालो, फिर इसको इधर लेके जाओ। E4 छूते हो तुम लोग भी। रानी को रानी से मारूंगा तो 1 2 अढ़ाई करके मार देगा। क्या करूं, रानी को मारूं? पता नहीं क्या कर रहा हूँ। अभी क्या कर रहा हूँ, अभी क्या करूँ? आगे बढ़ते जाएंगे हम। बहुत ही गंदा मूव। कोई प्लेयर अरे आता ही नहीं है तो कैसा खेलेगा असली जैसा नया जैसा। रुको 3 मिनट बहुत कम है अपने लिए, 5 मिनट का खेलते गाइस, 6D नहीं है ये तो चालू ही नहीं हो रहा है। ठीक है अभी थोड़ा सिखाओ गाइस कोई। कौन सा ओपनिंग? किंग का ही ओपन करता हूँ, ठीक है चलो। क्वीन पॉन 1 स्टेप लो। अरे तुम सब अलग अलग बोल रहे हो यार। अभी इसके बाद क्या मूव खेलने का? या अबॉर्ट किए जा रहे हैं भाई लोग, खेलो ना गेम। E4 और D4 आर द बेस्ट ओपनिंग्स। अकाउंट बना लो, पहले एक आधा बार खेलने दो, अभी क्या करने का? Q F3, Q किधर है? F3 इसको बाहर निकालो क्या? नाइट्स आउट, नाइट्स आउट चलो। इससे घोड़े को घोड़े से लूंगा तो वो इससे मार देगा ना, क्या करूं? D4 D4 नहीं ले सकता राजा। अच्छा इसका अभी क्या करूं? इसको लेके आऊंगा इधर। अरे बोलो क्या करूं, टाइम कम है गाइस। बिशप E3 अभी क्या करूं? इसको उड़ाया तो ये उड़ा देगा। अभी क्या करूं? इसको बाहर निकालू क्या? एच वाले को पुश करूंगा तो ये
Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Sex is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, soak it out the way. What you know about that hunger?
लोड लग गया लग रहा है.
What you know about that hunger? What you know about that hunger? What you know about that hunger? What you know about that hunger?
वो चेक नहीं है ना.
Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate.
Resign this. This game is done.
Dinner time, soak it out the way. What you know
मैंने
about that?
सीखा ही नहीं रिजाइन करना अभी तक तो.
What you know about that hunger? What you know about that hunger? What you know about that hunger? What you know about that hunger?
Bishop D5.
Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a
ये
bigger
खेल क्यों नहीं रहा है?
Sex is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, soak it out the way. What you know about that hunger? What you know about that hunger? What you know about that hunger?
डर गया है बेचारा.
About that hunger? What you know about that hunger?
हेलो मिथिक राघव. वो खेला वो. इसको इधर लिया. ये पागल है क्या? ये क्या किया इसने? इधर लुक इधर लुक इधर लुक गाइस. अभी इसके बाद अपन इसको चेक देंगे. अच्छा नहीं दे पाए. थोड़ा बाहर निकालते हैं अपने पीसेस को. पुश पॉन H4. ये आगे पुश करूंगा तो कुछ होएगा थोड़ी. अरे गलत प्ले किया. अरे ठीक है. इसको मार. चूतिया हेल. चूतिया हेल. गाइस 10 मिनट वाला ही खेलते हैं क्या? 5 मिनट अपने स्टडी से बाहर है अभी गेम. E4 ओपनिंग. चलो जो तुमने बोला. नाइट को लाया, बाहर लाया। पता नहीं क्यों लगा सही मूव है, कर दिया। अगर इसको मैं इधर लेके जाता हूँ तो इससे उड़ा देगा। पीछे आ जा भाई तू। बोर हो रहा है, आ जाओ, आजा अपने डिस्कॉर्ड पे आजा। टीएस डाउन है ना, वो टीसी वाला डाउन है।
हेलो भाई।
हेलो बोलो।
चलो भाई चेस खेलते हैं।
चेस, आजा आजा। रुक जा। कैसे लॉबी बना सकते हैं क्या? प्ले ऑनलाइन।
ठीक है chess.com।
चल साइन अप ही कर लेता हूँ। साइन अप विद गूगल।
प्ले ऑनलाइन। As a guest. Play a friend. Or sign up. Sign up with Google. Up today. Play a friend. Create challenge link. Standard 10 minutes. Copy.
क्या करूँ क्या? स्टार्ट फ्री ट्रायल।
अरे जाने दो, लिंक भेजाओ, ज्वाइन करो।
किधर भेजा लिंक? डिस्कॉर्ड पे?
यस। टीएम। ओह माय गॉड। चलो भाई।
देखो भाई, चड्डी तो है नहीं गोलू मेरी खेलने की।
मेरे को भी नहीं।
The face off you guys never expected. Abhirup Paul Chaudhary versus HellrangeR in a chess match. Okay, ये हो गया।
जल्दी चलो भाई।
चल रहा हूँ भाई, चल रहा हूँ। क्या हो गया भाई?
मेरे को नहीं।
तेरे को नहीं? तू सोचा इसको उड़ा देगा ना मेरे पॉन को और फिर वहां से आगे जाएगा। चल चल चालू कर, खेल आगे।
हाँ सोच रहा हूँ। Yeah, baby.
चूतिया।
क्या हो भाई, आपको लगता है मुझे खेलना आता है?
मेरे को भी नहीं आता है ना, पॉइंट वो है। इसको उड़ाओ नहीं ना भाई, इसको आगे लेके जाओ ना।
आगे क्यों ले आया भाई? फक, अब नहीं पता क्या करना है। जल्दी चलो भाई
रुक
क्या
रुक
सोच रहे हो अरे fuck नगद आओ बहुत गदा हुआ है
अरे माता रानी गोलू दोनों इतने खराब प्लेयर है
अवेयरनेस प्रॉब्लम है और कुछ नहीं अरे आपको पीछे वालों को निकालो भाई बोरिंग हो रहा है भाई फक हार जाऊंगा तो
सॉरी कैसे पढ़ा नहीं मैंने
जल्दी चलो भाई बोर हो रहा है
रुक गांडू
ओह ओह Move that bitch. Yo. Popa, move that bitch. Good.
यार तुम लोग गलत एडवाइस दे रहे हो भाई चैट वाले नहीं पढ़ना है मेरे को तुम्हारी बातें भाई चेक कर दिया भाई इसने तो
नहीं आता खेलना बहुत प्रॉब्लम है भाई सेफ हो जाओ भाई राजा को लेकर
अभी
अरे
अपन
तो
अटैक
रानी
करेगा
तो रानी है भाई
तू सेफ हो गांडू
हम सेफ है डोंट वरी ओ फक
क्या सोचा था ट्रेड करेगा मेरी रानी को हैं ट्रेड करेगा
ओ फक
अरे फक ये ब्लंडर हो गया है गाइस check baby.
तो देखा ही नहीं। Oh fuck.
ये इधर आया तो क्रॉस हो गया है कि नहीं हुआ है क्रॉस?
नहीं एक और।
चल चल।
ओह
झाट।
फक, वो तो उल्टा भी जाता है ये तो यार। ये तो रानी बन जाएगा अभी।
पॉन पुश करो। नहीं, ये अच्छा ही मूव किया मैंने। घोड़ा
खा लो भाई, क्या वेट कर रहे हो?
ये आगे क्यों नहीं जा रहा है?
चेक करना इसके लिए।
क्या हो? ओ चेक है ना। ये क्या है? मेरे को लगा वो वापस स्टार्ट पे आता है भाई। बचपन के गेम में तो वापस स्टार्ट में आता था।
नहीं भाई, क्या भाई?
अरे सच्ची भाई।
मेरे को पता था, इसके लिए वेट कर रहा था। कोई नहीं पोपा, इट्स ओके। चलो चलो, आपके पास ओह ये भी होता है। या आप जीत जाओगे तो टाइम खत्म हो जाएगा तो। इश
बिशप कौन सा होता है भाई? घोड़ा घोड़ा हाथी, ये बोलो। घोड़ा हाथी।
अरे गलत गलत मूव चल दिया। अरे अरे पोपा,
हाँ
गलती से बैक बटन दबा दिया भाई। ओ नहीं नहीं, चालू हो गया। ओ वापस आ गया मैं, सॉरी। ओ फक, मैं गलत मूव चल दिया, गलत क्लिक हो गया मेरा
उठ।
यार।
हाँ ये ना, ये ना।
क्या ये ना? ओह स्ट्रीम को बोल रहे हो?
हाँ वजीर वजीर।
कुछ प्लान वैन कर रहे हो क्या यार? इतना सारा बाकी है। कहीं नहीं जा सकता भाई। ओह फक। है खाया कि नहीं भाई?
अरे हाँ खा सकता था मैं, फक। वो तो देखा ही नहीं मैं कि मेरा भी घोड़ा हाथी इधर है। सॉरी सॉरी गाइस। अरे मारना था,
तूने हार
मालूम है
गया
मालूम है,
भाई।
माई बैड।
हट। ये नहीं होगा भाई।
तो तूने
वन मोर
सीधा गिव
रीमैच।
अप कर दिया।
रीमैच। अरे
रिमैच
नहीं होगा
रिमैच
भाई ये।
रिमैच, हाँ
एक आती है। अभी मैं वाइट हूँ ना।
खेल अभिरू पॉल चौधरी।
पीछे वाले निकालो भाई, आप तो खाली आगे वाले निकालते हो।
चलेगा भाई, तू मेरा घोड़ा ले ले, मैं तेरी रानी खा गया। ले ले घोड़ा। गुल्लू कैसा लग
क्या
रहा
है
है?
ये क्या है? कुछ सेंस नहीं बना भाई मेरे को।
क्या सेंस नहीं बना? श्रुति तूने क्या किया? रानी आगे लेके आया, मैं बोला ले ले घोड़ा, रानी खा लेता हूँ तेरी। गाइस सही किया कि नहीं मैंने? तुम लोग बताओ चैट में, घोड़े की जगह रानी लेके सही किया कि नहीं?
जल्दी चलो भाई।
रुक गया रुक गया। स्कॉलरमेट लगाने की कोशिश नाकाम।
दस घंटा लगाता है ट्राई हार्ड। थोड़ा सोचना पड़ेगा अभी।
क्या किया तू ये चूतिए?
क्यों? I mean, हाँ ठीक है, मेरा तो पॉन गया नहीं।
तेरा पॉन गया, तेरा वजीर गया।
वजीर क्या होता है?
कैमल कैमल, अरे क्या बोले, जिसमें बीच में लाइन है जो अक्रॉस जाता है भाई।
वो हाथी था क्या उधर?
हाथी नहीं रे, कैम हाथी सीधा जाता है, जो क्रॉस में जाता है वो डायगनली।
अरे नहीं नहीं, हाथी हाथी टेढ़ा जाता है और बोट जाता है सीधा।
भाई सुन रहे हो तुम लोग इसकी बातें? तू खेल भाई, तू खेल।
दफा उतना रूल्स मेरे को 100% पता है भाई। I mean,
हाँ तू खेल ना, अभी आगे तेरा टाइमर चालू है।
fuck, क्या खेलूं भाई?
क्या कर रहा है बोले?
समझ नहीं आ रहा था। इश, चलो भाई,
रुक ना, रुक
आपका
ना।
टाइमर तो मेरे से ज्यादा चल रहा है। 6 मिनट हो गया आपका टाइमर में। Fuck.
अरे गलत, नहीं नहीं सही है।
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for VCT Pacific, and we're kicking off Super Week with an awesome matchup for today, PaperX versus GenG.
I am so excited to finally be going into the game. Going into the game.
We actually pre-recorded this like
This
2
is-
hours ago.
This isn't live, guys. This already happened. Welcome.
भाई फाइनली
thank you
गेम
for
लाइव
being
जा रही है
everybody.
भाई। एक सेकंड, अभी ये गेम
I
खेल
guess
के ही
the
करते
issue's
हैं।
been resolved, so we're gonna hop into this game. Thank God.
TS is like, yeah, what's going on here? Like,
Yeah, what a relief. We're finally going into this.
हटाओ भाई राजा को।
And what should be a pretty exciting series. I think this is probably going to go to game 3. I think that PRX still can take this, but look, anybody who thinks it's going to be easy, I think is crazy. GenG's look very strong. Yes, they've had some weak weeks before, but who's to say they can't recover like we've seen some of these other weaker teams already do before?
yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I think here for me, it's just if we could see the
यार,
best version of GenG, the GenG that we saw at the beginning of this year, they definitely have a chance here. But this new PaperX, upgraded with the firepower, upgraded with their ability to flex between roles, it's a dangerous team.
Yeah, that's right. We got our 2 coaches here.
We just woke up 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻𝐿, like he's,
Yeah, yeah.
like he's,
Guys.
He clearly just woke up for the tech boss. And on PaperX's side, we got Alex. I mean, yeah, good thing again that all this was sorted before the match started, and you guys are absolutely right. If GenG, puts out their best performance, this is going to be a really long
झमेला हो गया
3
भाई
games, I
इधर तो
think.
बहुत ज़्यादा।
PaperX as well, they need a lot of confidence to execute the strategies that they output, and if they're having an off day or something is wrong, I don't know if they can do that.
Certainly stamina's
Kora,
going to play a
yaar.
role here.
Loaded
We had a
Kora.
long wait. I'm so glad we're getting back into this. Let's see how the players perform.
Kora
And if, you know, it's always weird right before you have that match, right? You've
क्या
got a
खाया
little
भाई
bit of
अभी?
adrenaline, a little bit of that anxiety going, and
पता
eventually
नहीं।
that
पूरा खा
tends
लिया
to
क्या?
taper off
हाँ।
as you get into the game and you kind of
अरे माँ कसम
zero
कसम
in
देखता
on
हूँ
just
सब।
doing what you need to do and what you practice. But we had this downtime. Now they got to get ramped back up. Anyways, glad to just be back.
Yeah, going straight into map picks here. I wonder if we're going to see any bind.
Bind.
Even being banned
Bind.
immediately.
Bind.
Bind.
Bind. No!
Oh, it's a split.
We tried. I mean, this makes a lot of sense. It's been a very good map for PaperX recently. Ascent going to come in here, so I think we're going to see the same two maps that
Oh, hold
PaperX
on.
played last time.
Hold
right?
on.
Wait.
Coin flip. Could it be bind? Could it be bind to be our map? Oh.
Ah, boo.
Boo. Go back to the tech pause.
Yeah, tech pause.
All right, Lotus is going to be the final map. Cool. Let's do this.
I'm excited. I mean, I think this is pretty interesting here for GenG. At least they have something to look at because these are literally the same two maps that were just
ए
played
भाई
for
माँ कसम
Zeta
उन
recently. So there's tape there. Can they use it? Can they, you know, find a victory here? I'm sure the funny thing to me is
अरे?
I'm like watching the coaches and I'm like,
ये
I'm
नहीं
in
होता
the huddle,
क्या?
I'm like, guys, you better 2-0 this.
Both coaches are probably saying
अरे?
the same thing at this
Listen,
point.
guys, we're trying to catch a 10 o'clock movie here. You better 2-0 this. Those tickets are not refundable. All right, let's look at the aging comps.
All right, so this is the first time we're seeing GenG on Split, by the way. I should also mention this. We haven't seen it yet, so it's kind of interesting here. I mean, the Sage in there, like we've been seeing a lot of double duelist, double controller, but it's going to be with the Sage, so it's
ये हार गया
a
मैं
lot of
वापस आके।
control on the map here that GenG is opting for.
अब क्या करूँ मेरे को कुछ आइडिया नहीं है भाई।
Specialty of PaperX happening with Jet and Raze.
And of course, we've got, something on that Jet. I'm going to be eyeballing him, seeing, looking for those operator shots that he does so well. Again, we're predicting
अब तो डम हो
Rex,
चुका हूँ।
to take this, but look, GenG is a solid team. They're no joke. And, you know,
Fuck,
if
I'm
it's
dead.
an upset, so be it. You know, GenG's got room to improve here. Maybe they can take this.
Yeah. Forsaken is playing Initiator again on Sky. And, maybe that's...
इधर ले जाऊंगा तो चेक हो जाएगा ना।
He, like,
He's already got it in.
twizzled it into his nose.
It needs to
ले
touch
जाओ ना
my
जल्दी ले
brain.
जाओ। इसलिए
It's
चेस नहीं खेलता हूँ
it's like a pharaoh. He's
Boring
like
game.
trying to rip the brains out before they embalm him.
It's like, I'm a
Pata nahi hai
mummified
first of
human,
all.
the first living person.
I'm dying. Stop! Alright!
अरे।
Alright, look, we all want to watch the game. We're going to go to the game and discuss this in
देखा
the
कैसे
back
नहीं
मारते
जाती
तो
हो?
जा रहा
Alright,
हूँ।
at casting today, we've got Will and Valdez who are going to be talking over this match and shouting things. So over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Deskers. Wonderful job today,
Into a corner.
especially dealing with all the downtime and giving our fans something to think about and listen to. Not sure about the mummy part. That was a little bit weird. We're gonna forget that happened. But William, what do you think about this match?
So I'll be very honest, I don't quite remember what the Desk talked about in their pre-match analysis, but one thing that stuck with me that the Desk had mentioned was obviously on the side of GenG, Meteor is one of those players that a lot of us thought that might be the player that the team revolves around. He just has so much star power, and yet he hasn't had as much explosiveness as he has had in the past on teams like Northampton. So curious to see how that changes. Now, of course, going on that Raze now as a single duelist on Split. Curious to see what GenG's interpretation is, because so far, especially in Pacific, double duelist seems to be the way to go here.
Yeah, I mean, especially for PRX, I would not be surprised. They start out here on attack. This is their map choice, so GenG choosing to start off on the defender's side. They would have had to have known that, okay, we're going to be playing as a double duelist. They have a lot of control with the Sage coming in. And, you know, you and I, we were talking about this, not too convinced by the Sage on Split nowadays.
खेल गोलू खेल जल्दी लाइव जाने वाले
GenG's first time playing on this map here for VCT Pacific. They're really going to have to show us, you know, that what they have prepared with this kind of composition, having not shown it before, can work out.
Yeah, so just going to go for an early wall. On the pistol round, that's fine. It's still going to take so long to break through that anyway. So that does give you a lot of good passive info. Just also as a note, as you might have seen on the screen as we hop around, the player currently
Oh,
playing
ये
this
तो टेढ़ा
account
भी
right
जाती
here,
है,
PRX,
लौड़ी।
that's Jing. so he will be playing on that for at least this map, so just keep that in mind. But he's the Raze. That shouldn't be too surprising here for Paper Rex.
हार गया तो
Yeah, and honestly,
तो give up
I
कर
think
दे.
at this point, probably don't
हार
touch
तो गया ही
anything. You
है.
know, it's like you finally, like the stars
ये
aligned.
checkmate नहीं है
and
क्या ये?
finally fixed whatever this
नहीं अब तक तो नहीं है.
weird problem was. So hopefully he just stays on that account and.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, just
क्या
you don't have
टफर
any
हुआ
other
है?
issues.
Yeah, just get through the match itself, right? That's what matters. Now, a bit of this toxic screen, but it's not going to be enough to stop a double duelist entry here. And it looks like GenG, they were quite well aware of that, right? They just wanted to buy time with that toxic screen. It's just really
इतना
used
सारा-
for the retake. They're in fact going to lower that, just try to save up whatever toxic
Almost
they
right.
can
हो ही
with the
गया.
Poison Cloud buying time. And now they know they've got the enemy trapped here
ये क्या
in
खाया
B side,
अभी?
which is why Paper Rex considering
कुछ
doing
खाया
a push
नहीं.
out of Alley, because we don't have
Check
any
दिया
control
तेरे
over
को.
Heaven right now.
Yeah, Snakebite delays the plan for a bit, but the plant is down, and now you see that we have a 4-stack from the side of PRX in the alley back here, as Devi is over here, says, okay, nobody is in the back here, as
अरे
TS
डब्बा डाल
not
दिया
going to be
इसने.
able to win that fight.
Well, that actually really breaks everything apart here for GenG, because now they've lost control of Heaven.
गेम
in
चालू है
return.
क्या?
हाँ.
And okay, some right
Pistol
clicks
on
come
to
through,
resign कर दो.
finally,
रुक
Jing
तो
and
resign करो.
Forsaken gonna take out the
नहीं.
last 2 members, and that will be the pistol
आपका
round
टाइम जा रहा है
going the
तो
way of PRX.
रिजाइन कर दो.
चलेगा.
Yeah, you
Sorry
can
बोल
tell
के
that
resign कर
GenG
दो.
was somewhat aware of the possibility that they, some members might have pushed out of Alley. However, probably what they didn't consider is the entire force of Paper Rex pushing out of Alley. GenG still left someone on the lurk to try to just catch 1 or 2 members.
भूल ही
but
जाता हूँ भाई.
alas, it's too many,
इतना
and
खुद
you
के
even
गेम में
lose that
फोकस
initial
करता कि
duel.
आप क्या
Now
कर
you're the
रहे
one
हो?
stuck in the site in reverse, and Meteor doing what he can, but it's
Yeah.
not going to be enough.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Meteor the only one to pick up a kill, let alone 2. Nobody else able to do much of anything. So good start here for Paper X on the attack. This is exactly what they wanted
Anti
to go
को है guys,
for.
रुको.
The retake
अपन ये
strategy
game अभी जीत के ही
does not
जाएंगे.
work, and now TS picking up the Sheriff, not going to be
पासा
able to get
पलट
that first
देंगे हम
kill.
अभी.
As Mindfreak makes his way in, Goddead actually going to kill him with a classic on the B site.
Yeah, Goddead, if he can get a second one, oh my God, that would be miraculous, is what I was
अरे
going to
भाई.
say, and he makes it happen.
That certainly looked miraculous. Not only that he was able to hit
पासा
those shots,
पलट
but that the 2 members of
देंगे.
PRX were not as well. So a little bit of a slip up there.
चल, चल जा
Goddead
भाई.
will absolutely take that. And now PRX, very quick rotation though, over here to A.
जल्दी करो भाई भाई. इतना
See
सोच
that
रहा
GenG
है.
has left this open, pretty similar to what happened in the first round.
अरे वो
in terms of
पीछे
looking to
वाला
go for the retake.
बोर्ड
Yeah,
को
so 2
निकालो तो
members
गेम
with the
खत्म हो
Spectres
गया.
here for Paper Rex. They're the ones charged with trying to take over Heaven once again. Now they know that they're coming
आपको
in
बेस
from
वाला को
defender
निकालो.
spawn, but the Paint Shields
उसको
will
लेफ्ट
push them
साइड ले
out,
जाओ.
and this is set up for Jing perfectly right now.
Yeah, and the flash is huge as well, as everybody's trying to just pile through
No.
the back, and it
No,
does
left
not work for GenG.
मेरे लिए लेफ्ट साइड.
And you throw enough
आपके लिए
stuff
राइट होगा.
into the mix, and stuff will blow up.
Ah.
As Jing was able to do a great job there. So 2-0 for Paper X, even though there was a little bit of a scare there in the beginning of this round.
Yeah, I mean, this was very scary just because we had a weapon go over to GenG as well. But an excellent flash on top of the paint shells, and just the timing of it was so good from Paper X, right? Perfectly timed to the point where they would have to pass the door, and Jing has free reign to get that pinch before he turns around for the
ऐसे ही
last
करते
kill.
रहना है क्या?
So good defense, and they went with mostly Spectres, and not everyone had bought on the side of Paper Rex, so they're okay with the damages they took.
Yeah. Forsaken gonna send Rover up here into the A-top, just trying to see what he can see. That's still a name that we haven't totally decided on.
I was gonna say, you're really trying to make it work here.
For now, give Tasteless a chance, see how it feels. As, they're not going to commit to pushing in here. Actually, the majority of the team of Paper X is going towards B, where TS is on the back of the site here.
All right, he's going to try to survive a bit longer with the
Chalo,
gravity well.
check
Goddead
my
is here for support. Nice pitch from Goddead.
Nice
It's
fight.
just doing so much for this team, and the crossfire is there. Meteor and Goddead.
चलो guys अभी गेम
able to
पे
pick
ध्यान
up
भाई
दो.
4
मतलब
kills
इससे
already
समझ
as
सकते हो
Devi,
कि
once
आप
again
मेरे से
looking
चेस
by
से
himself,
इतना अच्छा
pushing
नहीं हुआ.
through
हाँ
the
नहीं
top.
अरे मैं खुद
as
भी पहली बार दूसरी बार खेल रहा हूँ तो कैसा अच्छा रहेगा.
We've got to be quite well aware of this possibility. Now, Devi's going to do what he can to check every corner, but this should come down to a duel here. Oh, he tries to check the
एक
close
घंटा चेस
corner,
खेला
and
आपने.
King's waiting on the wide
एक
range.
घंटा तो नहीं यहाँ पर
Very
खेले.
nice position for him. Pretty easy cleanup for
Got
GenG
that
after they
Meteor.
wiped them on the B site. So bonus round does not go the way of Paper X. And we'll take another look here.
Yeah, I mean, just excellent timing here from Goddead, right? TS calling for that support, and because Goddead is able to peek out first and be stationed there on rafters, TS doesn't even quite get spotted there during that entire battle.
Yeah, very well handled, and you can see that Goddead and Meteor, a couple of guys were looking to step up on the side of GenG, especially Meteor, pulling their weight so far, as in comes Jing, and he's, oh no, he sucked in, but it didn't matter, still able to win the fight.
Twitch में देख रहे हो?
Nice spray though, that allows him to get 1 kill, and that buys him time to escape. I mean, otherwise TS, he was dropping from the box as well, looked dangerous. Now, the toxic screen for Paper Rex is set up so that they could always rotate over to B, so TS is now just tasked with holding mid. They can let them get into ramps as long as they don't give up A Heaven, but now the duel goes in favor of Jing.
Yeah, Jing was just so aggressive, just pushing through all of that utility. Did not care one bit, is able to pick up the very nice opportunistic kill, but we do have a
अच्छा इन लोग आईडीज अलग लेके खेल रहे हैं भाई क्योंकि रायट के आईडीज लॉगिन नहीं हो रहे थे इनके.
Jing extremely low right now. Looks like might be able to get a little heal at this point as this guy comes over, and now King on the site by himself has to hold it down.
Yeah, gets full flashed as well, so he just hides around the corner. King looking to just lower the numbers here. He gets 1.
Oh, not able to get Jing though. As he rotates around, they're going to hand that over to him as he will plan it.
Yeah, just go for that shot.
720 आता है.
क्या 720 आता है?
He very well could use it to secure the round if they get an inkling, but we'll see.
Well, TS has got some good information, but
कैसा?
against 2 people, there's the showstopper you mentioned. Just going to hold on to that.
Yeah, I like it, right? This is just to buy time. I mean, this makes it so difficult for TS to push through and pretty much gives the timing in favor of Paper Rex to guarantee this round.
Yeah.
Nice positioning, Jung Bhai.
1 kill, actually 3 kills.
ये आज के यूए को क्या हुआ? पता नहीं गया, ज़्यादा लग रहा है थोड़ा टेक्निकल इश्यूज उनको हो रहा है.
And was able to secure it at the end as well.
All right, now so far we're not really seeing GenG prove that they have an answer for these explosive pushes that the double duelist brings, right? I mean, that time they had a nice setup on ramp. At the end of the day, of course, Paper Rex still takes the round, but here's the thing, that kind of setup is so, it requires such a heavy investment, right? And at that point,
Jung Bhai.
Rolling the dice on whether you're guessing correctly or not on the initial push. So I don't expect GenG to rely on that.
क्या लग रहा है? 2-0 होएगा मेरे को तो लग
They
रहा
have to do what they're doing right now is to push out of one side or the other side of the map so they can start to reposition their agents and their utility.
2-0 लग रहा है ना?
Absolutely. We do have Goddead here with the Sheriff just looking to pick someone off before the fight begins. And he is actually able to get that as he puts down the slow orb. And gets the second one! Goddead popping off here in Garage.
And he puts up the wall as well. They can now recover the weapons. I mean, Goddead is doing what he can on these rounds to bring it back for them. Now, the initial kill, he was on an off angle. Credit to that. But then the recovery as well for the double.
This massive stuff, this is kind of what you need. This is what we saw 𝘼𝐼𝐼 from RRQ doing actually recently. Even if they go into an eco, Tasteless and I were just joking that he's better with the Sheriff. You know, just keep him on the Sheriff. He's going to pick people off, and Goddead was able to do that and make a massive difference in this round.
They get the tag over on A Heaven as well, so they can start really rotating everyone over on the side of GenG.
30 seconds left.
It's not going to hit anyone, but he's getting some decent answers.
Oh! The Blast assisting that kill as well.
Oh, bhai.
A nice recovery round here for GenG.
Eco round jeet gaye re baba.
Huge. I mean, they're able to upgrade a bunch of weapons as well. I mean, this is how you stay in these games. You need to sometimes take those eco rounds.
GenG दोनों गेम हारता है और G दोनों गेम जीतता है तो
the momentum away from your
qualifies over GenG.
But it also, again, comes down to the fact that, of course, amazing shots from Goddead. But because he was holding on to that forward position, they can recover the weapons. Then they just have to stall over on B Heaven. And
TS बंदा ही दिखते crouch कर देता है रे.
Right, they have the front foot forward to say
कैसे बाद में नमो और मैं
ahead of
ठीक
you guys by gaining the rest of the information around the map. Guiding Light checks him on A Heaven, and that's a nice rotate to prepare for the eventual site entry.
Yeah. Guiding Light, of course, referring to Bird.
Yes.
Just in case you guys weren't
Our
aware.
beloved Bird.
Yes, the Hawk. I was curious, you know, this is a pretty early timeout.
भाई पहली बार Alex timeout लेके हंस रहा है.
Obviously, Alex always
नहीं तो हमेशा एकदम भड़का हुआ रहता है.
and he is not happy with the way that one went. So he will have a chat with his team early on.
Is that Alex in his current state right now in the
Yes.
timeout? I think that's supposed to be Coach Bile. That's on a GenG card here. But anyway, I agree. It does seem a little bit early. Now, I think part of it is that they want to just get as much of an advantage as they can here on the attacking
अच्छा जी को
side.
दोनों
Alex
गेम जीतना
perhaps,
है हाँ
identifying that the weaknesses here generally more so on the A side. If we can just get up to ramp, we can always rotate to B later if we can hold on to ramp and vents. And that looks like it's going to be the game plan once again here with the toxic screen.
Well, we'll see how it goes this time. Paper X, a lot of not great guns here. Something, the only one with a Vandal. Everybody else is Sheriffs and a Stinger for Jane.
Yeah, now Sylvan spotted them. They have not quite spotted Sylvan, and they don't expect there to be two people here.
Not close.
Defiant mind freak through the wall. Able to enter there into heaven and make some space now for Paper X.
खत्म round
Not able to reposition.
खत्म
He
भाई,
saw
इतना
him
close
up in
क्यों
heaven,
खेल
but
रहा
didn't realize that the drop had happened as he gets partially half blinded there by the bird. And now, you know, that momentum they just regained in the previous round starting to fall apart.
Partially half blinded, is that like a quarter blinded or?
Oh, I didn't even realize I
What
said
level
that.
of blinded is it exactly? I'm just just curious.
Yeah, about 40% blinded,
Yeah,
I would
okay.
say. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
भाई
As we
रेस
did have a
करके
res
क्या
come in
फायदा
here.
है
Looks like GenG do want to hold on to the round. Meanwhile, Sylvan just going to go down for the
भाई
fourth
आप लेट
time.
देख रहे हो भाई
TS at least
Reload
able to
करो
trade it back.
अरे रेस कब का हो गया मेरे में अभी गॉडेड ने 2 को मारा 4 सेकंड में इसको
Play
ट्रेड
here
कर
in
दिया
heaven.
Goddard is
सही है
doing like
मैं बोल रहा
whatever
हूँ
he
बस क्या
can
फायदा
right
है
now
रेस
to
करके
keep
मैं ऐसा
GenG
बोल रहा हूँ
alive. And
उसको लगा
quite
ट्राई
frankly,
करेंगे
even if they lose split, if Goddard
Okay.
keeps this up, this could very well go to a third map, and then it's anybody's game at that point.
Pretty
Thrifty पे
nice stuff
thrifty
here. Thrifty is going to be picked up by Paper X at least. And
अरे
it's
वो
going
वापस
to
टैग
get the
पॉज
momentum
भाई
back in their favor here. As we'll take another look at how they entered. That was through a tox screen and the wall.
Yeah, I mean, they were just kind of expecting people to be there, especially after the dog had come out, and they just are able to get the shots they need here on the side of Paper X. So teams kind of trading back and forth. Looks like
एक्चुअल
it's
में
going to
ए
be
टाइम आउट है
answer
रे
right back from GenG now. Coach Bile often
हाँ
does
वही
this
ओह अच्छा
anyway, but I think also just trying to adjust
कितना
here.
सेकंड चालू है
As
काउंट
a
टाइमर
side
तेरे पे
note,
टाइम
as we're
आउट का
waiting for the timeout, of course, we
27,
apologize that there
26,
is no UI
25.
right now on the observer.
2 सेकंड आगे चल
You know, if you were here from the beginning of the broadcast, we had to go through a couple tech pauses here, and since the match can be, they're still in good condition.
Yeah.
And then on top of that,
15,
Jing is of
14,
course playing on that
13
optional account
सही है
here
भाई
with a different account on the tournament client.
Yeah.
So he is the
गोलू
raise
चान
on
है
the
क्या हाँ
attacking
गोलू
side.
चान है मेरे साथ
As long as he can play the game, I don't care what they name him.
गोलू चान है गोलू
As
मैन है
long
ठीक
as,
है
of course, the same player.
Well, yes.
Which it is.
गोलू मैन है गाइस
Important.
And
There's a
Thank you.
mini Goddard out in the crowd.
there you go.
old G
made a
1 to
poem with the
RRQ
acronyms
right
of
yeah it
Goddard,
was
but it didn't
different
actually
lineup
Didn't work,
for
yeah.
both teams
But you know what? The heart was there.
Good effort, good
That's
effort,
what
yeah.
counts.
Nice try. Interesting to note, you see some of the scores
Something
already
ने
here.
एक मारा है भाई
You see that
मेरे
Sylvan,
को गजेट खिला
who
दो
has, you know, come in here
ज़्यादा
and
मार
are
दूंगा
not really up to par so far.
तेरे को
Something
जेट
also
तो
only
नहीं
one
खिलाऊंगा
kill
मैं
on the
कभी
jet. Hasn't really been the main deciding
बाकी
factor.
कोई भी एजेंट तो खिला दूंगा
Jing
जेट
just
नहीं
trying to stay
खिलाऊंगा
alive, and yeah, I mean,
Jing का satchel
something
मस्त
needs
है
to start
भाई
popping off because Jing, there is a limit to
इतना
how much he
fast
can do on
जाता
his
है
own, and here he goes.
Oh, there he is, right
क्या है
into
भाई
the
ये
back
राउंड
of heaven. They
चालू
did
होते ही
not see
खत्म
him coming.
बॉडी
Uh-oh,
शॉट
got
मारता
dead.
है
Solid as always. See if
भाई
they heal up.
Double
समथिंग
is
का
तो
हाथ
body
में शायद
shot.
कुछ और था
Has,
भाई
something here in the back now of
मतलब
the
मतलब
sides
वो
looking to
मार नहीं मतलब जब उसने पीक किया
rotate
गॉडेड
out
को वो
here as
बुलेट
they do
नहीं
have to
चलाया
hit
कुछ तो
onto
था
the
नाइफ
A
वाइफ
site.
था
All right, so looks like the idea here just to double check A Heaven since that's where something last was. Now something with a great reposition. He's trying to get a different angle here, and I don't think GenG quite expects it. I think they
अच्छा खेल
expect
रहा है
both
something
people to be within the site. And look at where he's hiding. Surely GenG checks for this. They're trying.
Oh, I don't know. It's rough. They're going to see him
Oh,
now down
God!
to Spy.
बट बहुत हार्ड है राउंड
It's not a lot
जीतना
of time, though, and they don't know where something is. And he can just, okay.
Now they know. Ooh!
And he's able to deny. He's able to hold on. Even if he goes down, there is not nearly
Boom,
enough
boom,
time for
boom,
this to
boom,
fuse
boom,
as the clutch
boom.
comes through, and something will barely hold on.
Oh, it looks like there might have just been, maybe not enough communication there at the end from GenG, right? You either have to stick it with someone covering you and just hope that you don't die, or you have to really just commit to
पापा ये 5
design
player
half a
कौन
second
है मतलब
earlier. And alas, while God Dead, miraculous kills and miraculous
5 player
duels,
जो है वो लोग guard
it's not
guard.
in time. You gotta feel for God Dead. He's 11-5 right now, and a lot of these on their eco rounds.
Yeah. I mean, what can you say? He's keeping it in it. He's keeping them in it for the team, but also they only have 2 rounds. So
yeah,
what can you say? I mean, it's rough to play against PRX, W Gaming, the double duelist. They're so good at this style of play, and not a lot of teams have had success against it. And so far, based on what we've seen from
एक्स्ट्रा
GenG,
जिंग
it
है
hasn't
ब्रो
been
उसका
too
आईडी का
different.
इशू था
Although, of course, it's still early on in map 1.
चलो बीराश खत्म अभी
Let's see how it continues from here.
Yes, just trying to buy as much time as possible here with his smokes. He's activating everything just to hide as long as possible, but this time Paper Rex is well aware that GodDead's going to come to support.
Oh, man. And Jing is just popping off in his own right as well.
बोलू जंग भाई जैसे सैचल मारो ना
Have to do the hard carry if Jing's
नहीं
already
खेलता भाई
doing it.
रेज अभी.
Well, that's also the strength of this roster, right? I mean, even when it used to be Jing and Forsaken, it was like if one of them had a bad day, the other would make sure to shore up that weakness.
Oh, he got him with the paint shells as he was trying to jump away from
4 ऑर्ब मिल गए भाई जंग भाई को
Fortunate
इको
for
में
Jing, but already
एक आधा राउंड में अल्ट आ जाएगी अभी
what can you do?
Yeah, now King ideally,
Big
I
win,
would
but
say, trying to get into a duel. He's only 1 point away from his Viper's pit. Yeah, if he had gotten the kill, of course, that's the best case scenario, but either way, he's
अभी
able
4
to
सेकंड को दो भाई
fulfill
लास्ट
his
की
ultimate. Now, Sylvan wants to just die to the spike, but he's not going to be given... Oh, he's going to try to run away! He's finished!
भाई दवाई भाई फ्रैग की हवस कंट्रोल करो
They just come in and yeah, a lot of sheriffs picked up there.
बाल स्पाइक से मरने से और पता है यार.
नहीं आता है.
So take a look.
Deaths भी नहीं count होता ना.
So clean, Jing gets in.
डेथ का श्योर नहीं काउंट होता है कि नहीं पर और आता नहीं है ना सामने वाले टीम को जाता है.
Kind of maybe, this is just because of the sense of relativity here, but Jing just seems to be playing actually quite calmer than we've seen him in the past, right? A lot of times when they really come into the W gaming, he's just swinging everyone and still getting shots. But Jing just seems to be much more disciplined about the corners.
Forsaken के पास अल्टी होता तो अल्टी करके रश कर सकता था.
And it's paying off.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ.
पर दवाई ने तो फ्रैग ले लिया.
Cosmic Divide
है ना?
is in. They are looking to commit
फ्रैग
to the
चोर
A site.
चाइला
Still,
Frag
two
chor
people
chala.
of GenG on the B side at the moment. Not 100% believing this, but
शॉट
he
भाई
can make quick
Bro.
work of Meteor.
And they check that people are still left here from Paper Rex, so GenG not able to rotate off of that movement here, but they can't follow through either. The guiding light had to fly out so far ahead, and Device still gets one more as well.
Yeah, Divide just hanging out, hanging around, lurking while this team is rotating, able to get
पर
one.
दो लोग तो है बी पे.
Get really good information for the team as well. And they say, oh, well, that was scary. We're just not going to...
भाई
Oh,
मर गया.
he died?
There had to have been a gravity well. I'm not quite sure, or maybe it lands right in the smoke. TS not aware and gets caught as he enters. I guess he dies right outside of it. I mean, he gets stuck either way, and now Jing says something, don't worry. I'll open up the site for you.
Yeah, and PRX are really bringing the pain now. There were a
UI
couple of rounds that
किधर है?
GodDead was able to sneak away from them, but this looks so one-sided at this point. I mean, it's looking like a
गॉडेड
7-2.
नोज में
We
टिश्यू
got a
पेपर
save
डालता
here
है क्योंकि
from
उसको लगता है उससे उसको बफ मिलता है वो बेटर खेलता है.
Yeah, that was a buy round as well for GenG.
नहीं
so
नहीं
they
नहीं
are
एक बार
in despair
उसका
right now.
गेम के बीच में नोज ब्लीड हो गया था.
Not looking good
तो
for them.
और उसके बाद वो टिश्यू पेपर लगा के आया था वापस और उसमें वो कुछ तो 30 के ऊपर मारा था. बहुत मारा था. तब से वो हर मैच में लगा था.
तो मैंने और क्या बोला.
तो
लगता है वो बहुत मारेगा. हाँ पर तेरा स्टोरी ज्यादा डेप्थ में था.
डिटेल स्टोरी दिया.
हाँ तो नई क्यों बोलता है बोलना. हाँ वही है पर उसका रीजन ये है.
Sorry भाई स्पीच प्रॉब्लम sorry.
Here's the thing is that let's be very honest, a big part of it is they're losing a lot of their opening duels, right?
क्या पता गाइस साइनस प्रॉब्लम भी हो सकता है.
नहीं पागल है क्या. फिर तो जिंदगी भर टिश्यू पहन के बैठेगा वो.
If you don't have a true sentinel,
पहनता ही होगा. क्या पता आपको.
just utility to buy
बरोबर.
time against the attack.
Yeah. It's not really working
लाइफ
out.
में और कोई
Also,
सोल्यूशन नहीं है कि
remember
बस
some
डॉक्टर
things
ने बोल
with
दिया टिश्यू डाल दो
gets
नाक में.
a clean
हम
pick
तुम्हारा प्रॉब्लम ठीक नहीं कर
bounce
सकते है ना.
away.
careful.
While the team is rotating.
Sorry भाई
Okay.
तो गांव से है हमारे इधर डॉक्टर नहीं है
Yeah, so just a
अरे
very
तेरे
forward
दूसरे
toss
गांव जा
screen
रहा हूँ
this
मैं अभी
time from
कोलकाता
GenG, just to set up an angle here
गांव
from
नहीं है
here
भाई
with
वो
his
लेकिन
I mean तेरे
marshal.
दूसरे होम टाउन
Even that, PaperX is trying to combat
होम
against
टाउन भी नहीं है
anyway.
पसंद ही नहीं है मेरे को कोलकाता
Just throw a
नहीं
smoke
पसंद
on
है
it, it'll work.
गाइस बंगाली आर्मी जमा हो जाओ कोलू को भरने
Surely
अभी
you don't push this. I mean, you know that they're on an eco. It's
नहीं
absolutely
guys
not worth it.
बुरी
Now, the only
यादें
reason
मेरे को
जुड़ी हुई है
सरप्राइजिंगली
consider it
पसंद
is
है
because
बहुत
they don't have control of
कोलकाता
heaven yet either, so
गया
they don't
क्या
have great
दो
post
तीन
plan
बार गया
position
हूँ
for
एज
PaperX,
खेलने
but they have to trust in the
दो
fact
बार
that
गया
they're
हूँ
हाँ,
दोनों
on
बार
heaven
जीता
right.
हूँ
And
एज
now they're going to push together to get control of heaven.
Yeah, definitely a good idea. That's kind of the angle for this plant. As you can see, we do have one guy on it at the moment. Mind Freak able to spray them both down. As Forsaken and Jing able to get one apiece. Only TS is able to get the headshot with the Seraph in the back here. He's running through the sewers as he has picked up a Vandal.
Oh, they are coming. Oh! And it's not even gets the kill. Device steals it right at the end. Oh, PaperX
में, हाँ.
looks like they've regained their confidence and their whimsy that they were so famous for. Just really, you know, I think just they realize we are running away with this map. We can have a little bit of fun.
गोलू खुद भी आधा बंगाली है
Mind
गाइस
Freak has all the time in the world.
है ना गोलू आधा है
आधा
ना
बंगाली क्या पूरा ही बंगाली हो गए
See
नहीं
Device
भाई
steals that
क्रिश्चियन
kill.
बंगाली हाफ हाफ
Something just floating down.
आधा क्रिश्चियन हो
You got to start to wonder on the side of GenG, right? They banned Pearl first, and I get it, right?
एज इज गोइंग राइट नाउ
They
व्हाट डू यू
haven't
मीन
quite
अभी
figured out a
इवेंट चल
better
रहा है क्या
answer.
एज
Pearl
का
also is one of those maps that started to kind of slip away.
Hey!
Hey, look, it's our good old friend.
Welcome back,
T-Paws.
Tech Paws.
But yeah, and
कल
then,
भी है
you know,
क्या
of
एज
course, we have PaperX who's
देन
been playing that
अगर है
Phoenix
तो
on
मैं ट्राई
Pearl.
करता हूँ टेक्नो
And
जाने का
while
कल
it may look like they're really just running, you know, into
जाके
duels
क्या
on
करोगे
Pearl,
भाई कोई
clearly GenG did not feel comfortable in having a
कोई जाला
strategic
बेचना
answer
नहीं
to
रहेगा
that.
उधर
So they say, let's try our chances on split.
वही
And
बात
so
सही
far,
है
it's not good. They even chose the defensive side with the Sage, mind you.
पर
So
दिख
they
क्या
were
आएंगे
really relying on getting a lead here in the first half, and that's already way out the window.
Yeah, I mean, not much else you can say, right? As guys, by the way, this shouldn't take too long. Should only be about a minute, so don't freak out and say we're going
5 मिनट में से पास ही
15-5 or anything like that. We
वैलोरेंट का
should,
इवेंट है क्या उधर
be getting back into the game in just a moment. As
Shipping God Dead and Coach Bile. Very, very passionately.
yes, let's go.
All right, well, you know what? I mean, God Dead and Bile. See if they can make a miracle happen. God Dead's definitely doing his part in this game on Split.
Yeah, he did pick up the Sage, so although we weren't sure, you know, what the Sage offers compared to, I mean, we know what it offers, but comparatively, we're not too convinced by the pick.
Recommended.
And, yeah, I mean, at least he's been able to get, I
He's
think,
the
a couple of
sexiest Valorant
assists
player
already
ever.
just because of his performance, but
किसकी
This
बात
is
कर
Mind
रहा
Freak's
है
girlfriend.
too much. So now, once again, PaperX gonna hang around a main
Scout destroyed.
to potentially push this.
All right, so PaperX is, here's the thing. This is, I think, what we're starting to see from PaperX is that they're actually, in some crazy way, they're actually getting much better about overall tempo management. Ever since they've really tried out all these different roster and role shuffles, they wait for the aggression. Now they're sending out the Seekers and the Trailblazers. If this doesn't work out, they're not going to commit to it. They're already sending their forces over to B.
अरे भाई
And GenG just hold their ground. They are able to take Jing out of the air, but as you mentioned, everybody is rotating over towards B. Goddead is here, alongside of someone back in the site.
All right, so Jing not surviving as long as PaperX would have wanted. I think Goddead spotted something there for a brief second. However, mid is taken over. Now they're going to have to break the wall. GenG very well aware of this. They're just trying to bunker down in the site.
And Goddead once again just holding it down for the team as that
भाई
is
Goddead भाई तो मार रहे हैं
flawless
बोलो
for the side of GenG. They pick off Jing entering the site alone on A. The rotation is read perfectly, and they did not miss their shots.
I like the idea from PaperX though, right? You're so far ahead, might as well
तो
try
बबल
this
जन
here
का
in
भाई
the
दो ही
last
लोग
two
तो है
rounds.
मैं और गोलू अभी
See if
कौन
it
बात
works out.
कर रहा है दो
Really
लोग में
make
हो
sure
तो
you
मैं नहीं समझ
run
रहा
it all the way to the 10-2 scoreline is probably the goal there. Unfortunately, Jing just gets shot down before he can even fire off his showstopper, and that kind of ruins the entire plan. Of course, Sage Wall also buying enough time.
Hey, Boba!
बोलो गोलू
In mid now, a little bit of a reposition here.
क्या कर रहे हो
हेलो
भाई?
GenG
मैच देख रहा हूँ भाई
on the B backside. But
यार झूठ मत बोलो भाई.
yeah, so again, I mean, at any point, if PaperX wants to just blast through, GenG's defense does look
पागल
relatively
पागल हो गए क्या?
Look at this angle that something is holding. He's got the smoke on ramps right now, so hoping to pick someone off. Sylvan was peeking there from heaven.
थोड़ा थोड़ा सटिया गया कोरिया में बैठ के.
Trying to slowly move in, making no
Guys,
sound.
इधर
hide the operator.
Guys, गोलू को मैंने
पागल
सजेशन दिया
साल हो गया
टिंडर
guys.
बम्बल डाउनलोड करने.
Viper now. Because
Guys,
of that, GenG
सर
does
पे
not
बाल ही नहीं है,
know
Tinder
if the
download कैसे
entire
download
force is here or not. They didn't push
Tinder
out of B
बम्बल.
garage, out of B main. So they're
कोरियन
just
सीख
like,
रहा है कि
there's
नहीं?
someone still here in A,
कोरियन
but
सीख रहा
we're
होगा
not
भाई.
really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, really nice slow push comes in. It does look like GenG are kind
Time
of
to
left
Bhavin,
uncertain.
time to
God
learn
Dead is
Chinese,
the perfect
brother.
person to take out first. As King on the back of the side, just gonna get Shorty to the face.
वो meme
Something so good at doing
real
this
है
on
भाई.
the attack. And he once again lines it up.
Real है.
Well, showstopper, I mean, yeah, you're trying to make sure they... Okay, Meteor picks up a kill. Does look...
दवाई भाई उड़ गए.
difficult.
Jing's trying to hold the angle.
जंग
ओ
भाई.
जिंग भाई आज फॉर्म में है भाई.
जंग भाई और गॉड डेड.
Yeah, not much he can do. I mean, again, the idea being that you can try to buy more time. TS went for the very far flank, but the teammates are all gone by
When
that
can
point.
we see Chamber?
And now, your
I
GenG,
don't
you
know,
have to
bro.
swap over to attack. You have just the race.
I know.
Sage's
One
not gonna
team
help
who
out
will
too
play
much
Chamber.
when it comes to the attack. Maybe some setups if you can get onto a site,
In
but
one particular
that's
map.
going to be difficult
Yeah.
in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, you're really just going to have to make sure that your toxic screens and your nebulas are placed very well. I mean, you're going to have to, for GenG, you have to kind of invest everything on the first entry you do, right? You have a single duelist. You cannot afford for him to get caught. So you got to invest your gravity wells, maybe both nebulas at the same time, a toxic screen, a snake bite, and then the guiding light. And then you got to hope that he's able to
Get
get a
ready
kill.
to learn
Meteor
Chinese,
gets a
brother.
kill.
Yeah, Golu, yeah.
Well,
Golu, go to
that's
China,
nice,
bro. Lots of
There's a lot of
teams
play
waiting
on
for you.
words here going on, but it's actually
जाऊंगा
pretty
खाना
clever, but
खाऊंगा
just cheering for Meteor at the
उसके बाद जिम
end
जाऊंगा.
of the day.
yeah.
क्या टाइम हुआ है अभी इधर? 7.
Meteor's been doing pretty well. I mean,
सात
as
हुआ है
well
ना?
as you can if you
हाँ.
only get 3 rounds. He, I believe, is
इतना
in the
जल्दी
second
खाएगा?
जाऊंगा जिम.
spot behind God.
अरे इधर प्रैक्टिस
on
के
the
बाद सब
scoreboard at
मिलके
least.
खाने जाते हैं ना.
Yeah,
अच्छा
I don't
अच्छा.
think you can really.
7:30 बजे तक.
I don't think you can really blame any single individual this time too much in the
Huh?
first half of
फिर
GenG.
हाँ
7:30 तक खा
there
लेते
were
क्या
a couple
सब?
of early rounds where TS was getting
मतलब
caught a bit more
7:30
than
8
he would have liked.
7:30 बजे निकलेंगे
But
8
at the
बजे
end of the
तक
day, it's really
खाना
just the fact
मतलब
that they didn't
रेस्टोरेंट.
really
आएगा,
sort
order
out
order
any
करके.
answer for the
हाँ,
double
सही.
duelist
हाँ.
until the
आज
last
किधर जा
round,
रहे हो
even
खाने?
then, they weren't able to
वही
win the
डिसाइड हो रहा है
duels
एक दूसरे में
that
सब.
they set up for
अच्छा, अच्छा.
themselves. So PaperX with a 9-3
अभी
score
जाता हूँ
line.
बाद में.
Of course, just as a
मेरा
reminder
छूट
before
गया
we
तो.
go into the second half,
क्या तेरा?
we
मतलब
are
जा नहीं रहा हूँ.
currently going
आ
through
रहा
this
हूँ.
match without
हाँ.
the observer UI,
आजा,
so we
आजा.
apologize for that. Because we had to go through some tech delays earlier, and since the match can be played, we want the players to be able to play it as soon as possible. And with that, Jing also playing not under his own name right now.
भाई अच्छा बनाया
Set
रेस
up.
भाई बंदे
Yeah.
ने.
We got some nice drawings over there. Looks like Jing and potentially some Pokemon. Although, actually, I think it was just the Boombot and Blast Pack. So it just kind of looks like an oyster of some kind. But, good stuff. You see Jing.
Hey Pratham,
is up
welcome to
top
Mini
there for
Legends,
the
bro.
team,
Thank you for
16
becoming a
and 6.
member.
Doing very well, actually. He's been kind of middle of the pack overall recently, since something's been stealing a lot of his thunder, and then Forsaken on some of these lurks, Divide with some of the clutches. But on this split, he's back with his raise. I mean, this is definitely where he shines.
All right, this round, always, we mentioned, will be critical. See if GenG can slowly catch up, or will PaperX be able to take this pistol round and potentially put them out of their misery earlier rather than later.
Yeah, so with all these smokes coming out, okay, well, if Meteor wins that does change what I was about to say. I was going to say, maybe you just accept that the utility's been used, but now you have 2 people in backside, but the spike still has not entered. You have to recharge your toxins, and now there's a consideration here. So GenG chooses, let's just use this as a bait.
Yeah, I mean, it can potentially work, especially Meteor. I mean, he's got 10 health, right? So trying to just get out, but Sylvan's going to be stunned up on his way
भाई
out.
मस्त फेक हो गए भाई. Paper
Right, so Sylvan's stuck. He doesn't have a way out, so he's just looking for picks here. Finds one. He gets a kill.
All right, and look at the entirety of the team here from PaperX. They're all on B.
Oh my gosh, the bait works perfectly, and this works because Meteor even with the second one, but it works because Sylvan had sent the Trailblazer into Alley, and that before that PaperX was like, we still don't know. And then they heard the Trailblazers come out, they're like, they want to get that extra space because they don't have heaven
टीम वाले
control.
डिस्कॉर्ड पे आने को
PaperX
मैसेज करो ना
fights the
जाके
bait
कप्पा को
fully, and GenG just a free plant on A.
There's no way 𝘼𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐒 gets in here. I don't even think he's going to get a chance to die to the spike. Let's see what he can do. He's just trying to run in.
Well, they're setting up for, the healthy members to pick up this kill. And Meteor actually gets a third.
Yeah, he was on 10 health when he got that second one. Looks like he got healed up a bit from GodDead and then was able to finish off a third kill. So good stuff on the pistol round here for GenG. Gives them a chance in this map.
Yeah, a great start. And again, making no noise, just walking through the smoke. I would have considered it a bit risky, but Meteor wins the first duel, and that changes everything. So now, because of that, they can continue to work off of this B site toxic screen just a bit longer, right? It can continue to apply this pressure. So King just being given for lurking duty, and to combat that, PaperX now pushes out of it. They say, okay, we don't want to play any mind games with this toxic screen. Let's just make sure that they're not setting up for anything crafty here.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, you have a Jet and a Raze also that can get a bit aggressive, even from the defensive side. As a Snakebite trying to pick up something, but he skirts out of there.
Yeah, very low health, though. And one interesting thing, of course, King was standing on that smaller box there right next to
UAI का क्या हुआ पता नहीं bro.
so he just
think tech issue था आज तो उसमें थोड़ा problem हो रहा है.
King's just gonna really whittle him down. Now with that means they had to PaperX had to give up B main once again. So now GenG has a bit more freedom to do whatever they so choose. As soon as King makes the call, they will probably go for a two-pronged attack onto B. They've already taken control of mid as well.
Yep. Might as well. Entering right now into tower. Should be able to just run on into this one, as we know.
Yeah, but they're still not taking any chances, right? You put the slow over an alley, you put the wall over by stairs, and then King only starts to peek out once his team is in the site, because otherwise you don't know if someone's maybe waiting right in that little entry point into the site. GenG understanding that they cannot take any hits here if they want to catch up, right? They got to really roll the snowball as much as possible to carry over all their weapons.
Forsaken here is looking to see what he can see, but he's about to come face to face with the
हम लोग को दोनों गेम तो जीतने ही है guys. Then we have a good chance of qualifying.
Waiting to see if he can get some kills and then die to the spike at the last second as well.
हाँ गोलू.
आज जा रहा हूँ sushi खाने.
Sushi खाने. तेरे को पसंद है क्या?
हाँ. नहीं, try करता हूँ. इंडिया का sushi तो बहुत बेकार है भाई.
हाँ वो है.
इधर कैसे होता है देखता हूँ.
मेरे को in general ही नहीं पसंद है.
Stuck here with low health, not able to keep the weapon.
Anyways, जा रहा हूँ.
So
अभी निकल रहा है.
हाँ.
Enjoy. बता कैसा लगता है.
ठीक है.
It's a good stuff for GenG, able to pick up 2 in a row. As you know, even from the attacking side, it's been going well for them. I'm not sure, Astra. Let's see what they do pick up here. We do have just, you know, another Spectre picked up. We have a Ghost held on to for TS. Not really overcommitting onto any buys. They're holding on to a lot of credits here.
And they're going to just roll it in. With the shorter weapons, they're just going to wait to see if anyone peeks out initially. And then once they're able to just inch forward bit by bit, they'll probably continue, manage the toxins like that, continue to check each corner at a time. And they're not hoping for everyone to survive. They're just trying to get into the site and get the plant.
Oh, boy.
The perfect line
खत्म कर दिया भाई, खत्म.
What can you say? They gave it a shot, but something was in perfect position to pick up 3. And now TS is alone. Something will take him down. PaperX are back on the board.
Yeah, and PaperX, I mean, again, a nice adjustment 2 rounds in a row to that toxic screen. This time they have a over-under double angle setup, and so something's able to get the spot first on the shoulder 𝘼𝐿𝐻. Then they just all fire.
क्या हाल है कप्पा?
बढ़िया. ये क्या गोलू क्या देख रहा है?
Something a little bit.
गोलू देख रहा था पहले साथ में. अभी वो गया है sushi खाने.
Trying to spray through even after he got that initial burst onto the 2 of them, but
TS 3 स्विच डाउन है ना एक तो
clean it up
अपना
in the end.
वो वाला
Ooh, okay, so now finally a toxic
देखा ही नहीं था
change
मैंने।
from GenG, and looks like their idea here is
हम
let's
याद
fish for
कर रहे हैं
info
गप्पा।
while we fish for info
बहुत
on
patience
how
से खेल रहा है
PaperX
GenG।
adapts to this new toxic screen.
पर
right?
पेपर
King
एक्स
is
भी
just
अच्छा ही
waiting
खेल
to
रहा है
see
रे
if
मतलब
anyone pushes out.
थोड़ा
They're not actually
उनके हिसाब
trying
से थोड़ा
proactively
आराम
use
से
the
खेल रहा है
screen just yet.
हाँ
Something still peeking out of there as King is waiting. He's going to come face to face with the dog as here's Forsaken, pops out and takes him down.
Oh, King had the idea that he was going to get the debuff onto them with the snake bite, and he just has to choose to fight. Otherwise, they lose entire control of that area. But now Forsaken's already gone forward on the minimap and taken out TS on the lurk as well. 3 members of GenG now stuck in the middle of the map.
Yeah, definitely an issue if essentially one guy, I mean, he was joined by one of his
ऐसा
teammates
कैसे रे
initially,
उधर
but
मार के
essentially one guy is just popping out
ठीक
and
करता है
winning
रुका ही
duel
नहीं
after
ना
duel.
Yeah.
You're not going to win a lot of rounds that way.
And this is all expected here from PaperX. 𝘼𝐼 has no reason to greet this. They have main control as well. Mindfreak making sure that he doesn't get caught off guard. They still have a crossfire now with 𝘼𝐼 relocating over to Ali and something on the site.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Mindfreak just waits for the perfect moment. They totally shut
One,
this down.
two,
The flawless
three.
comes through
खत्म
for the side of PaperX. It's 2 rounds in a row.
तीन लोग खड़े
Only
एंगल
need 2
लेके
more to take
तीनों ने
down
एक-एक मार दिया
Split for the first map.
Yeah, and Mindfreak has some really good smoke setups there right at the
किसको
end
2-0 जीतना
of
है
that round.
पेपर
So
एक्स
despite
को
having the numbers advantage, despite having full information of where
पेपर
GenG
एक्स 2-0
was,
जीतेगा
again, not taking any
और
chances.
फिर
And,
जेंजी अगर
I mean,
जेटा से
once
भी
they
हार गया
spotted
तो अपने
there
लिए
with
बहुत
the
अच्छा है
trailblazer, I think King made the best choice, right? Put down the debuff
30
and
seconds left.
try to get an unfair fight in your
GenG
advantage.
Zeta का भी है
Forsaken
मैच
just powers through it.
not sure
Now we're going to have second timeout here called by GenG. Not too surprising.
देखते हैं।
One last
लास्ट डे
burst
पे होगा शायद
to try
या
to
कल है
catch up on this map.
कल तो
but
नहीं
to be
होएगा
honest,
बैक
you
टू
know,
बैक
I
तो नहीं
think there's a
रखेंगे
reason why all of us did predict PaperX to take this match today, and it's because their aggressive play style has got them such a huge lead. They keep on winning these 1v1s, these 2v1s, and they're just dominating so far here against GenG to start us off.
14 तारीख
Yeah,
को है
I would agree. And as they talked about on the desk briefly as well, it's not just mindless aggression, right? I mean, we're kind of seeing
कल DRX जीतना है
the
और
top
अपन
peak
जीतने हैं और
potential
फिर
of
14
PaperX
को
once again. We're
जो
starting to
रिजल्ट
see
होएगा
hints
उससे
of
भी अपने
that
को
where
बहुत कुछ मालूम
you
पड़ेगा
really see them having these micro adjustments in their movement, their utility.
भाई अपना कल वाला तो डेडली फ्लाइट है यार
for these double
हाँ भाई
angles,
गप्पा
these double peaks, and these
उसके
crossfires,
बाद आके
even on
नेक्स्ट
the
डे स्ट्रीम
attack
भी
side
करना
in the
है
first half,
क्या
of
फ्लाइट
course,
बुक
surely
किया मेरे को भी नहीं
now on
मालूम
the defensive side. Sheriff
सुबह का
round
ठीक
coming in for GenG, and if
फिर
you lose this one, it's match point.
रात का भी 145 का है गप्पा
Well, just pray to God dead and hope
जाने का
something goes right, and maybe GenG have a chance. It's not looking too good, William.
Yeah, but if God dead, then who will hear your prayers?
Oh no.
Blinded.
That's a question for another time.
Well, just hoping that someone walks into their crosshairs, and PaperX, I think, giving respect to especially GodDead, who's been on point with his sheriffs today.
तोड़ नहीं तोड़ा
Oh, he
नहीं
doesn't
तोड़ा।
get bitten by it.
पर कटा भी नहीं
Yeah, there he is again!
Yeah. Not before Jing is able to pick off one, though.
Oh.
And now trying to push in here. They do not see 𝘼𝐼, who is always holding these weird angles. That one not the weirdest we've seen, but that's going to be 2 kills to him. And now Sylvan says, well, give it a good try and see what I can do. He might be able to upgrade here.
Yeah, but he's not aware of something already behind him. Yeah, he has no idea. Too many
ये गेम
angles to
ये
check.
मैप तो जीजी होने वाला है
Something has Blade Storm.
if it's a tie if it's a 3-way tiebreaker and
It
let's
would
say
take a miracle at
A
this point.
टीम ने दोनों B और
It
C
would
को
take a
हराया तो
miracle,
A टीम क्वालीफाई हो
actually,
जाएगी
for, GenG to
अगर
come back
तीनों
from this
टीम में
one.
से 1-1-1-1 है तो फिर मैप डिफरेंस है या तो राउंड डिफरेंस है आई एम नॉट श्योर आई थिंक मैप डिफरेंस है पहले वो भी इक्वल है तो राउंड डिफरेंस
GenG to come out swinging on split, even though that they left it open, even though we've never seen it. This has just never been the type of map that these players would
दवाई ने ओवर एक्सटेंड
absolutely
किया ना
excel at.
हाँ
Meanwhile, obviously, it's one of PaperX's favorites, so
क्या ओवर एक्सटेंड
not surprising. But
ठीक
God
किया
Dead
ना वो
Saint's not
मिट्टू
over just
आपस
yet.
दो को मार के
Yeah, they got Seekers, they got Meteor already on the site. This will
भाई,
be
ये
a
तो
strong
sharp है रे
entry
भाई।
for the side of GenG. Up a member already.
कौन मीटियोर
नहीं गॉडेड
हाँ गॉडेड तो बहुत मार रहा
Yeah, just making sure God Dead not only does he block off Ali, but he
सीकर्स क्या
creates
कर रहा है
this
भाई
nice second angle
यूटर्न
for
मार ले
Heaven.
सीकर ने
going to be an extra kill that they absolutely want. Now, GenG had waited to plan as well, just trying to draw out utility, see if they can whittle down the numbers on Paper X. Also, since most
मेरे आगे की पीछे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है
Yeah, they are just really forcing this one. They have a pretty insane economy at this point, but now that it's 2v5, I guess they're just going to save from here.
Yeah.
Not the most Paper X.
Overlay, guys.
Might as well in this.
वही action नहीं है.
Basically no chance. Something.
हम लोग के हाथ में नहीं है वो off करना.
And again, their economy is great, so.
And especially for something as you had noted earlier, Valdez, he has that Blade Storm, so I think probably just trying to see if he can take away the weapons on the side of GenG. Meanwhile,
Chess खेल रहा था गप्पा में बीच में
break
में गोलू के अगेंस्ट
जीता क्या?
मैं दोनों गेम जीता. दोनों ही खराब प्लेयर है काफी, पर उसमें मैं जीत गया थोड़ा.
So just don't want to give them that potential option for free. So it ends up being a save. But what I wanted to mention was we saw yet another different toxic screen here from GenG, right? It was clearly just to get the plant safely off the back of the Seekers. I don't expect them to use that again unless they have another ult
कप्पा ने हटाया ओवरले में तो बोल रहा हूँ इस कप्पा को बोलो.
Now without
those
options available to them, they do have
जल्दी आके 25 के कर दो ओवरले ऑन करता हूँ.
ये बात भी सही है.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Raze and Raze being Jing, getting some good information at this point. Boombot also going to be shot down.
All right, they've planted Meteor, right? The Boombot gets spotted on the other side of the toxic screen towards Sylvan.
ये राउंड खत्म है लग रहा है मेरे को तो.
Paper X to push out
किसका
of
result
someone.
connect होता है वो देखना है.
He's aware that people have pushed out of mid, but he's now stuck. He has to check both angles. He's doing whatever he can. He calls that they have to entry now, otherwise he's going to get spotted.
And there's the entry. TS will also get 2 kills. Meanwhile, in mid, I thought they knew he was there. He's going to get a third one as everybody's pushing into him and just dying.
ओइला मिड वालों को ही मार दिया. तीसरा भी मार दिया.
But clearly the main dish was on TS because he just holds his ground, knowing that he's about to get pinched.
Yeah, they sent a dog into Ramen. I was 99% sure they saw him, but just not able to win the duels as down goes Jing as well. Another flawless side of GenG, and maybe the miracle is actually happening.
I mean, quite frankly, if we weren't at match point, I would say it's starting to look a little dangerous for Paper X. The only saving grace is you literally just have to win that one round, but just hiding right under. And he actually gets the first kill right before the Seeker really spots his location, so something caught off guard there. But TS, great setup there. And the real impressive part is, again, he calls to say, we have to go now. I'm going to set up my smokes because otherwise I might die. Because even if I get 1 kill, I might get traded. So he sets up all the nebulas. And then, of course, the cherry is he gets a triple kill.
That certainly helps. As now Alex is going to be going to town.
Coffee पाहिजे कप्पा मला.
The voice comms, no doubt. Not going to be happy with the way this one has gone, but I think it's okay. You know, I think that GenG have had some pretty good setups on the attack, so props to them to making this possible.
यार ये तो किल तब भी बता रहा है, तभी नहीं बता रहे हैं.
And this is for Jing.
कुछ इशू रहेगा आज. बोल रहे kills भी नहीं बता रहे कहाँ पे हो रहे.
Seal my heart, Jing is the last line. That's the most important one. Wow. Where was I? Alex. I think the thing you have to consider is you can't really tell your team not to push out of any side, right? That's the only way you're going to get surefire info. But probably the biggest part of that timeout was to just kind of calm them down, right? Cool off a little bit. You just lost this triple duel against TS.
मजा नहीं आ रहा है यार.
And then kind of reconsider how else.
कुछ तो करना चाहिए लोग को. क्या है? आराम से चल रहा है. शी. मारामारी नहीं कर रहे.
Well, we got operator versus operator now. We have
W दबाना है क्या?
Also picking up one. So we'll see how it works. He's just going to hold down A by himself. He's got the Viper and top screen over there as well. But this push from GenG is looking like B at the moment.
Okay, so GenG purposely hides the operator. Only King trying to be shown to the Trailblazer. And meanwhile, they've also checked the close corners. However, because of the further smokes coming out from Master, they're just going to give up on it, right? Especially with the operator in hand. They don't have too many options. The other reason they're now fishing for info in mid is because no one has pushed out of A.
तो उल्टा अच्छा है ना कप्पा.
Now has to
अच्छा तो है.
पर दिखने को बोर हो रहा है.
Accepts the fate that if we don't whittle down the numbers, take control of one part of the map, eventually we're just going to have to go in blind. And it's up to Meteor.
Okay.
पहली बार ऑप लाया है, लग रहा है कि पिक मिलेगा.
And we are biding our time here on the side of GenG. 35 seconds. They're going to have to make a move soon. And it looks like the spike is run over towards A. So this is going to be up to something for this first pick as they enter into A main.
Now, they have Resurrection, right? So GenG, their optimal thing is for someone else to peek out and take the hit. They're actually just going to rely on the Cosmic Divide, but they have to stick the plant at this point, and they have so many corners to clear.
You got to go in. Something is trying, and here we go. Just trying to deny the plants as Jing gets into the back of the site, and they can't get the spike down. They cannot plant it, and it doesn't matter who kills who. That will be the end of it. 13-7.
बहुत लेट नहीं गए.
PaperX with a very nice defense.
35-40 सेकंड बाद है, फिर भी ठीक है.
और बेचारा चल के जा रहा है, उसके पास स्पाइक है.
Time they spent to get there from GenG. I mean, again, just too much they have to handle.
Shayan Banerjee.
कप्पा को बोल दो पैसे काट ले इस मैच के. कप्पा पैसे काट ले इस मैच. What's up, Angel? All good, Sohana. आप बताओ. GG, yes.
आ रहे कल. मिलेंगे, मजे करेंगे.
मजे.
आना मिलने जरूर.
बस उम्मीद करता थोड़ी नींद मिल जाए कोलकाता पहुंचने के पहले.
और अपना टीम
Yeah, I mean, 9-3,
one side perform
no
करे.
curse today. Feels like that curse doesn't exist
हाँ मतलब वो तो है ही.
I've seen a lot of 9-3 reverse.
नींद भी मिल जाए थोड़ी.
नींद का तो मेरे को लग रहा है doubt.
It was just a great start for Double Duelist, the W Gaming. They took too many rounds on the attacker side. GenG.
Guys, मैं 2 मिनट आया कॉफी बना के तब तक लगा के जाता हूँ.
Every single time I see split, it's like, oh, this is supposed to be defender sided. The attacker side is always getting a lot of wins in the rounds, and our stats are telling the same story overall. Just seems like our
मुझे नहीं पता कोरियन टीम्स को सब लोग ओवरएस्टिमेट करते हैं DRX को छोड़ के बाकी लोग.
Yeah, I think that's especially even more true in Pacific. I think at least up to last week. I think Pacific had the highest attacking win rate on split, and I think part of that is also a lot of Pacific teams just don't like this map, so even their
हम मजा में गुज्जू कॉम्स विन. गुज्जू कॉम्स.
Here's the thing, I mean, Jing.
मैं गुजराती नहीं हूँ, मैं सिंधी हूँ. पर ठीक है.
अरे मीत मेहता आ सकता है यार, ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं. 1 घंटे के लिए आ जा और चले जा. तेरे को कौन बोल रहा है पूरा वॉच पार्टी अटेंड करने के लिए? आ जा मिलने के लिए, मिल ले और चले जा. परसों एग्जाम है ना तेरा.
चलो व्लॉग चला लेता हूँ छोटा सा और मैं आ रहा हूँ.
और सेम एंड एग्जाम का अभी से अब भी टेंशन ले रहे हो तो पूरा साल क्या कर रहे थे?
जीत जाओ, I will take you all for a trip to London.
चिलिंग.
दोस्तों जैसे कि आप लोग ने
लास्ट टाइम पे एग्जाम का टेंशन लेके पढ़े. वाह.
उसके बाद जी की टीम ओनर्स एंड मैनेजमेंट ने डिसाइड किया टू सरप्राइज अस विद द अलीबाग ट्रिप. इट वाज अ हेल लॉट ऑफ फन एंड अभी आप लोग देखो उन्होंने क्या-क्या किया.
राहुल जैन.
हेलो मिस्टर लाइटनिंग फास्ट. वेरी स्लीपी. वेयर आर वी गोइंग बट वी आर ट्राइंग टू कैच अ बोट. क्रॉस इट. पीपल आर आस्किंग
एंट्री कौन से बेसिस पे? तुझे आना है क्या वो बता.
जेडी भाई आस्किंग. राइड भी नहीं. ओ भाई ओ गाइस गिर रहे भाई. आई एम अ राइडर. ये देखो गाइस वी हैव जयंत स्किल्स रमेश एंड एमी. लेट्स गो बॉयज. लेट्स गो टू अलीबाग बॉयज. Woo! Guys, after a race against time, we have finally made it to Roro.
हाँ आना है ना, आ जा फिर हो जाएगा.
That big ship. We are right now on a ferry. हम लोग अलीबाग जा रहे हैं guys. ये एक रोरो करके अपना ये
आ जा.
ये मेरे बाल तो पूरे उड़ रहे हैं guys. ये भाई आपके भी बाल उड़ रहे हैं. Yes, बाल उड़ रहे हैं. So we are going to eat something. बार बार देखो, हजार बार देखो, ये देखने की चीज है हमारा दिल लगाने को.
बढ़िया है संकल.
अपने फेरी के अंदर
हो जाता रहेगा.
रोशी ये क्या खा रहे हैं रोशी?
वो वीक फुल टेंशन एग्जाम का और बाकी का साल चिलिंग. सही है.
किल जो रोशी आई एम अ राइडर बोल के आगे जा रहे हैं. उनको रास्ता भी नहीं पता है बेशर्मों को कि जाना कहाँ है, पर जा रहे हैं.
तो मतलब ऐसे प्लेयर्स जैसा है क्या?
आ रहे थे एंड यहाँ पे अभी हैंगर बेकरी में
टूर्नामेंट रहेगा तभी खेलेंगे. टूर्नामेंट नहीं रहेगा तो चिल करेंगे.
ब्रो क्या कर रहा है? आ गए हम लोग. क्या 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 रुक के मेरी नींद आ रही थी. हेलो नींद आ गई थी. तू सो चुका था. या आई वाज बीइंग एन आइडियल कैप्टन वेटिंग फॉर माय टीम ओनर्स टू अराइव. यू वर asleep. You know so that we could enjoy together. हम लोग आए नहीं थे. बाकी सब लोग पूल में कूद चुके हैं. आई वाज बीइंग एन आइडियल
सबका एंट्री क्यों कराऊंगा भाई?
आप लोग के लिए
जिनको सच में आना है
पैसे ना मैं क्या करूं मैं ब्रो को कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकता कैसा आइडिया है गुड लीडर या तो चिकन दे या तो तू खाऊंगा तेरे को खाऊंगा तुम्हें
बता दो
नहीं गुड चॉइस
और जो सच में डायट फैंस है
ये देखो इसको बोलते हैं टीनेजर अरे बॉल देखिए गाइस केक कटने के
सही है स्टॉप
पिक दे रहा हूं जेडी भाई ने हम लोग के लिए केक लाया प्यारा सा विनर्स ऑफ Q2 तो
अशन को आ रहा है तू
for more than 2 years all three of you know right congratulations on that yeah what took you so long What took me so long? Yeah, to take me for a trip. बाकी सब तो नए नए आए 2 साल बाद मुझे ले आओ शर्म आ रही है कि नहीं आपको? बिल्कुल नहीं. What took you so long to get so many victories?
रोज आते हैं इस उम्मीद पे आज जीतेंगे कल जीतेंगे परसों जीतेंगे रोज हारते हैं
जब तू जीतना शुरू किया तभी
हाँ
तो बेसिकली आप इन शॉर्ट बोल रहे हो कि मेरी सैलरी डबल करने वाले हो नहीं मैं इन शॉर्ट बोल रहा हूं नहीं एफर्ट एंड अभी बिकॉज़ हम लोग जब बैठे हुए थे पूल में मैंने बहुत प्यार से बोला कि वीसीसी जीत जाओ आई विल टेक यू ऑल फॉर अ ट्रिप टू लंदन अभी देखो गाइस मैं तुम लोगों को एक बात बताता हूँ इधर आईजीएल में क्यों मुझे सिर्फ रिकॉर्ड पे चाहिए था कि अगर हम वीसीसी जीतते तो हम लंदन जा रहे हैं अब तुमको पता है मुझे पता है
आ रहे हैं सुबह आएंगे रात को निकल जाएंगे
उसके बाद इंप्रूव करना है ग्राइंड करना है यूरोप में इवेंट्स खेलने जीतनी है ट्रॉफी भाई और क्या करना है
फाइनली
परमानेंटली सेटल होने का प्लान है बेसिकली अभी अगर जी कर रही है हमें तो हम क्यों ना सेटल हो भाई व्हाट डू यू थिंक आवर चांसेस आर फॉर गोइंग टू लंदन मतलब जीतने के लंदन जाने के
भाई कराओ
थैंक यू फॉर बिकमिंग अ मेंबर
पहुंच जाएंगे ना करा है बुक भाई बुक कराओ भाई यूं ही नहीं
दिल्ली में वॉच पार्टी दोबारा होने के चांसेस पता नहीं ये सीजन में तो अभी दोनों मैचेस के रिजल्ट पे डिपेंड करता है ओके तने मिलेंगे फिर रहेगा तो प्रॉब्लम क्यों होगा आजा आजा मिलते
तो गाइस जैसे कि आप लोगों ने देखा द ट्रिप वाज अ ह्यूज सक्सेस बहुत मजा आया हम लोग को वी हैड अ लॉट ऑफ फन यू गाइस वांट मी टू कंटिन्यू व्लॉगिंग लाइक दिस
आजा दुनिया हिला देंगे कल
आपका फेवरेट पार्ट क्या था व्लॉग के बारे में जल्दी बताओ
कितने दोस्त तू और तेरे दोस्त कितने लोग आ रहे हैं
क्लोजिंग वर्ड्स
And I think things are kind of par for the course so far.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they were GenG. You're right. They struggled. I think there was 5 rounds during the first half that GenG just couldn't get that win. Any rounds back in their pockets. They had to call those timeouts. And
मिलेंगे ना वैलेंटिनो अगर होगा दिल्ली में फिर से तभी.
Yeah, Jing was really popping off, which was great to see. Usually something's at the top of that, like, you know, that kill chart, but with Jing at 21 kills, I mean, he's in form on Split. I think Split is definitely his map. Now, GenG did have really good strats as well. We did see it on round 5, a really interesting play.
Yeah, this is really like a highlight of a lot of the things I wanted to see for GenG, and I had like a lot of confidence that this was going to be good. So the first thing I want to note here is, yes, GodDead gets some huge kills here.
Earn कर सकता था ये गेम पूरा.
But the toxic screen is a change here on the A side. They had been setting it up to cover pipes up towards A heaven. Instead, they changed the direction to counter the toxic screen that PRX was using. This forced PRX over to B a little bit, I think. And this also forces then on the re-rotate into the hands of Meteor, who's got that Marshall. He's absolutely nuts with it. We've seen it time and time again. Also with the Showstopper. So this is just a really well drawn up map. It was on the fly. So this like hit a bunch of notes for me where I thought, okay, GenG really could do this today.
Sector 5
GodDead playing well. They're able to find those mid-round or mid-map adaptations without taking a timeout. So I was like, this is good. They're looking good. And then after that, it was not.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the second half did look a little bit better for them, almost. But before that, you know, we were talking about the first kill to round conversion wins for all the teams, and PaperX was just astoundingly high, like 82% conversion rate, which is crazy, and they definitely proved it again today.
Yeah, there was a clip I wanted to look at. It was with something up here, and we talked about this is a lot of this is going to come down. Can they get that first kill? And something absolutely delivered here. I mean, one thing about Paper Rex is they're just good when it comes to their picks, and so a straightforward round here. But this was an important moment because in the early part of the second half, it did seem like momentum was beginning to build here for GenG to come
सोवा का बाजार भी है
and players like something they come out. They shut that down, and
कप्पा
बोल
I'm starting to feel
कल
like
एक रूम करने बोल देते हैं क्या
it's looking pretty straightforward.
ऐसा पूरा दिन भटकने का
Especially with King playing
फ्लाइट का टाइमिंग्स बहुत वियर्ड है रे
bounce
कप्पा
back, have a better map, but King had 4 kills. Total.
होएंगे कि
Unacceptable from a player of his caliber.
सुबह 6
He's
बजे
been
जाने का
sliding
रात को
in
1
the
बजे
wrong
आने का
direction for GenG, just like a lot of the teams. So I have deep concerns. I mean, yes, Split is
रात
a
को
very
1:30
good
बजे
map
आने
for
का
Paper Rex.
actually
They've shown it to us, throughout this stage. They're comfortable on this map. They like it. This is the first time we've seen it for GenG, but also you should have a ton of time to prep and prepare for this map because you've seen it so much from the side.
और एयरपोर्ट से तो आधे घंटे पे है ना ये
a team that I would think
हाँ,
with
ज़्यादा
their
दूर नहीं
coaching
है
staff and their players should be a good anti-strat team.
It's been a little weird, isn't it? I mean, seeing King perform as poorly as he has. The truth is, GenG, when we talk about this team, this is a player that we a lot of times are highlighting. Like this is going to be our pick. This we want to be following this guy closely and seeing how he performs and can he keep up with the other MVP on the team. But yeah, I mean, almost no action from King at all here.
Yeah,
Really quiet,
that's right. I mean, look, the next map is Ascent. That is GenG's pick. I don't know. I mean, Paper Rex does start on attacker's side. I don't really know. I feel like it might go into 2-0. It's almost like Paper Rex is making up for all that lost time in the beginning. But, in the second half, GenG was looking stronger.
3 घंटे का फ्लाइट है
What was
कप्पा
it? Was it just...
देश के दूसरे कोने में जा रहे कप्पा वेस्ट से ईस्ट
just too good on Split?
I mean, I think I think they're too
तो
good.
डाउनलोड भी
Their
करना
firepower
पड़ेगा
is really good. They
मेरे
do a
पास
good
एक
job
तो
mostly of
ईयरफोन्स भी
pushing
नहीं
and
है
pulling
यार
the map. I
क्यों
like
किधर गए
some of the ideas from GenG,
तेरे थे ना
especially on
भाई
the defender side, giving up some space, but they
कौन
weren't
से
able
वो
to recover.
सैमसंग
Some weird mistakes
वो मैं
here and there
थाईलैंड
as
में
well.
भूल गया था
So,
ना
but
वो
they were on
इवेंट
the
पे गए
ecos a
थे
lot.
अपन तभी
Yeah, I
तू
mean,
उधर
they
भूल
switched
गया
on the
था वो
attacker side and they had some good
वाह
maneuvers,
रे
like the
वाह
pistol round. They're able to sneak Sylvan in
बहुत
deep into the
महंगा
site
पड़ा वो
underneath.
इवेंट
Like Will is pointing out, underneath the noses
for other reasons
of
as well
Paper Rex a bit. But at the end of the day, that 9-3 start for Paper Rex is it's just too much to recover from.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been way too much of a climb to come back. Good try though. 13-7, they did climb a little bit. I do agree with you guys. I do think it's going to be kind of a 2-0.
भूख लगा यार
It could be. I mean, it's been weird just seeing
खा ले यार
खाना
कप्पा
खा
यार
लेता हूँ यार जाने दे खा लेता हूँ ये लोग तो बहुत टाइम ले रहे भाई चालू वालू करने के लिए
coming into this event, it's like a pretty straightforward
ले रहा हूँ आया be right
team
back
pick, right? I mean, GenG, first of all, the lineup was obviously so solid. I always think of them as just, these are all the best players in Korea that are not on DRX, right? GenG showed up a little bit, later here to the Valorant game, scooping these guys up. But yeah, I mean, they're the team that started out looking strong, and it seemed like it was going to be an obvious second place or third place, and maybe it still is. But what's been going on the last couple weeks? It's kind of weird. It's kind of hard to figure out. They just are not making the right connections. They seem to be a little bit more disorganized. Paper Rex, on the other hand, they seem to really have leaned into their form. They're looking great. They're feeling confident, and it shows.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, they lost the last 3 matchups already. GenG knows. I mean, look, they're also high up on the standings, but at the same time, losing another match, this is not good. Even if you make it into playoffs, like going in looking like this.
Yeah, you can't be sliding downhill like this, and it's tough to recover from that. Some teams can, like we saw Talon was able to turn it around and get some pretty impressive wins and at least give themselves a slim hope of making it to the playoffs and things like that. And GenG is a team that I would think can do that. I would think with the players and the staff in place that they should be capable of doing it. But this split, I wanted to see just a little bit more. I mean, I didn't necessarily expect that they were going to win the map, but it wasn't like that, especially their defender side. With having the stage and the double controller, I thought they'd have a lot better ability to sort of manipulate the map.
What's the main tiebreaker? Map round पहले head to head,
so going over to
then
map,
maps, then round I think.
Somewhat plays a bit like
कल
Ascent in a
अपना
lot of
second
ways,
game है
with
ना
sort of 3 lanes
4:30
or
बजे का.
kind of similar idea. I'm not sure that they necessarily can do it. Now they've been great on Ascent the last couple times we've seen them, They beat T1. They blasted T1 when they played them. It was 13-5. They beat DRX at the Guangzhou Esports series, but they've only played Descent like 2 times in the last 6 months. So again, hard to say exactly what GenG's going to do.
It's weird too because like with them winning all their wins in a row, and then they're comboing all these losses. I mean, if this keeps up, they're going to kind of just be another team that's right square in the middle that we're going to have to basically wait for the bracketed format to figure out where exactly they stand. But hopefully they can pull it together. It did seem like those timeouts they did call, they were able to kind of tighten the bolts, so to speak, and kind of improve and take it step by step. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Paper Thin. I don't know really what to make of GenG here. And again, it's really self-evident when you look at a team like Paper Rex, which is just so in your face, so able to make stuff happen, so able to shut you down.
Yeah. Something on Split, on A site in particular, we saw this last week too. Him and a shorty on A site is so scary. Like if I would never want to be in that situation when you know something's on the other side and all he has is shorty. That's all he needs, and he did it again. He's
got such an interesting way of maneuvering himself. Like a lot of Jets with a shorty, right, will cloud burst in your face and then dash in and then try to use that. He finds angles. He doesn't even have to use his utility. He uses the passive dash.
Yes.
Or the hover, excuse me.
Yep.
The hover that she has to kind of keep people off balance and sort of make it harder to find the crosshair placements.
Yeah, he's very good at aerial shorty jet plays. It's really interesting. He's very good at getting right above you and punishing, but yeah, I mean, I think that's why he's such a scary player, right? I mean, he's obviously very good with a rifle, but between operator and the shorty, you're kind of covering the full range of all the weapons and abilities, and it's very impressive.
Well, something's laughing.
Yeah,
and then somebody else had their head in their hands.
He just imagined a new way to fly down and hit you with a shorty is what happened. Yeah, little wrinkles forming on his brain as we speak as he finds new places to pop out with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, something was great last round, but Jing, I would have to say, or what's a KR, VCT KR Extra was, a star player on the last map. But we are gonna go into Ascent now, and let's see what their team or the agent comp's gonna be like this time around.
I do think that this is a good map for GenG.
Good God.
What is?
What is that?
It got bigger.
It's like a.
That's bigger.
It was like a tiny. Whole paper towel roll for a mouse or something. Like there was a bigger one in there. He needed more toilet paper than no. Yeah.
Ooh, Forsaken's back on Fade. But okay. I mean that worked last time.
Yeah, why not? But yeah, look, I think GenG. This is probably a good map for them. I think they should fare better. I do think Paper Rex probably still takes it. I think it's going to be a lot closer, maybe a 13-11 or 13-10, something like that.
Yeah. What say you, Paper Thin?
I mean, it is a super interesting composition, Jing on that Sage and, kind of an off duelist sort of like everybody talks about the battle Sage and that kind of thing, but it is a really kind of weird comp with the
भाई मैं 2 बजे जाऊंगा भाई देखो जितना जल्दी हो सकता है जाना क्योंकि जैसे वेन्यू पैक हो जाएगा we cannot take a lot more people in दिल्ली में तो इतना ही भर गया था कि क्या ही बोले
pretty good against Zeta on one of Zeta's strongest maps.
Yeah. That's right. All right, with that, we are ready to get into Game 2. On Ascent, we have GenG versus Paper Rex. Casters, we have Will and Valdez. Do you guys ever going to end it at Game 2, or are we going to go into Game 3 today?
I'm expecting a 2-0. What about you, William? I think that first map was pretty convincing and kind of what I thought even before the first map, to be honest.
You know what? I'm going to be the odd one out. I think we're going to go to map 3. Maybe there's a pattern there. Well, I will say this, right? I think this map better suits the matchup on the side of GenG, right? Not to say they necessarily have the advantage, but I would say we should expect them to hold a better fight than on Split. On top of that, it seems like some of them is finally getting warmed up on stage towards the end of Split. So I think there's a decent chance here. And, well, again, like Paper Thin was saying on the desk, we'll have to continue to see what more Paper Rex can show us with this composition, because we've only seen it once from them here on Ascent, and that wasn't exactly all off the back of the theory behind the comp, but much more their individual performances as well.
Yeah, I mean, they really took it to Zeta last week, so I'm not surprised that they just go for what worked and try to run it back. Looks great on Split. And here we go once again. It will be Paper Rex on attack.
Yeah, right off the bat, it's going to be the push out of mid with the High flash drive. We don't really see this too often on the pistol round, but they're just gonna commit to it.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay. Well, now it's going to be Paper Rex's trap, but no, it's going to be the
ये
fly
क्या
on
हो
the
गया?
flank.
साफ.
Yeah, so they tried to really throw a wrench into the gears, and the gun got jammed halfway through, I guess, because their strategy fell flat on its face as Paper X cleaned them up in mid. As they'll take another look. That's
wow.
just
Yeah,
totally
he was,
blind.
yeah, he was flashed as well. It's been less than a minute, right? I can take that back. I think it might be a 2-0. I don't think we're going to go to a map 3. I mean, Paper X, you know, not entirely well prepped against that push, but also not taking, you know, their own risks. They are able to regroup very quickly, and of course, the early kill helps.
Here comes push. Paper X not wasting any time. So they make their way into B. You see that King is way back here in the spawn. They're going to give this one up for free.
Yeah, GenG just, you know, they decided to stack A site. Now they did leave the turret here, and King just watching mid, but that didn't stop Paper X from wasting any time to get into the site. Now, GenG's doing what they can to get an entire wraparound, and Jing's ready for it.
He's on the run, but he's not going to get away.
Yeah, didn't quite expect the omen.
ये क्या चालू है?
Okay, Meteor buying time.
Oh, he got a couple of really great shots, but the shorty from that angle not good enough. As that will be the cleanup from the
Almost throw हो गया था guys.
Got pretty
Almost.
interesting there as Jing pushed out aggressively, but it's still a Paper X round win.
Yeah, but just right there where we saw the shorty actually being used by Meteor, it's funny because the desk was talking about that right before we got into the game about how something uses a shorty, he's always floating in the air. You gotta imagine if, you know, if Meteor had done another jump peek, could he have gotten the kill? Maybe he might have been able to close the distance just a bit. But at the end of the day, Paper X will be able to get that, and they're gonna continue on with 2 rifles here and just evening out the rest of their weaponry to try to match on this bonus round.
See how this goes. I mean, it's like he spots Mindfreak
Oh,
who gets out
bhai.
somehow.
Yeah, Mindfreak just goes for the early swing out to not lose any speed, and Paper X doesn't waste any time.
Something's taken out as well. Fantastic help from GodDead. They keep him alive. And that's going to be the end of that push, although Mindfreak is in main, and he'll also get taken down.
Oh, I don't think it spotted him, so Jing just, you know, count his blessings, but there he goes.
All right, there you go, GenG on the board in the bonus rounds. Able to hold on to pretty much everything. Actually, everything.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, GodDead with great coverage here, and just because they have their own Omen Smoke over by a main, trust that he can just hold that spray towards that door, you know, towards tree.
Placing alarm bot. Turn out.
Let's see how this one is going to balance out now. This is GenG's chance to really try to be a contender in this series, I would say. Got to even it up for the first time in both maps.
Yeah, trying to make sure they don't fall too far behind. I mean, that was one of the other reasons they had such a hard time in the second half back on split. Now, this is one of the other reasons I think GenG has a better fight here, is that we have King on the Killjoy, who we know that he's very well versed in, especially on Ascent.
Forsaken trying to get as much information for his team as
समझ
possible.
गया भाई
This is
इन
what
लोग
he
को
mentioned
क्या
in the interview. This is part of the reason why he plays the Fate on this map. And they do not run a Killjoy as GodDead is caught with a dagger in his hand. Down he'll go to a Bulldog.
Yeah, TS, he can't greed this. Yeah, he just has to back out. I mean, he wanted to try to get 1 kill on the entry just to even up the numbers. I think
Paper
that's
X
fine, but
surprisingly
now
अच्छा
he
खेल
has
रही
to
है
back
भाई.
off now. Something already notifying
मतलब
them that he
आराम
could
से
be
खेल
up
रहे
in
थे
that
घाई वाई
first
करके नहीं.
drop, of course, after just spraying through, but see what the retake looks like. I mean, you know, you don't have your lockdown yet, you don't have much else, but you do have the recon bolt and the paranoia, so the tools are there here for GenG.
Yeah. Let's see their entry into the A site as 𝘼𝘽 is down in hell. Couple of smokes link up. Something spots one, but Meteor down here, able to get one. TS as well, but 𝘼𝘽 trying to hold it down against 2. He is going to survive for so long, but eventually Meteor will take him down, but he's alone. And he does not have much health. He does get cleaned up by Mindfreak will take a third round for Paper X.
Yeah, a nice try from GenG. It wasn't as explosive of a retake that as we might have seen from other teams, but still very methodical, even making sure that they can set up that crossfire against the switch, right? We first had King kind of looking down from the far corner of heaven, and then Meteor drops down next to Gen. But the problem being, you know, of course, that they're not able to win the duels immediately, and Meteor left all alone to try to fend the eventual 1v3, only able to get one of those remaining 3 members.
Yeah. Well, don't tell 𝘍𝐿𝐼𝐿 at home about Eco and his gun choice. But other than that, it does look like, wow, Mindfreak with a first blood this time. Don't see that every day up there on top of the wall.
Yeah, just counters the potential play here with their own util, and they're just pushing through again.
Meteor in the smoke, he's gonna get one. King also there as he's up on
Oh,
heaven.
bhai.
He takes down 3. As
Ye
that was
kya ho
almost
gaya?
as many kills as he had in the last map.
Jeez, you didn't have to do it dirty like that. My goodness. Well, I mean, a great hold and some great reactions as well. Now, Mindfreak, oh yeah, they didn't even spot him. It wasn't like the haunt was used there in a main, it was used deeper. And it was taken out immediately.
Oh, bhai, nice recon,
Already
bhai.
here, just a nice reset on for the 3rd kill.
Very nice.
Now, I expect this to be the pattern. If Paper X continues to try to push through within the first 30 seconds, I mean, especially if they accidentally choose the site that King set up on, it's not going to go as well as it normally does for Paper X. I mean, Ascent in general is a much harder map to just push through. You're working off of a single duelist, and then you're, okay, going up against King on the 𝘍𝐿𝐼𝐿. There's a lot more difficulties. Ooh.
It's not able to hit any of the knives, so Meteor's like, well, I guess I'll just back away then with my poor little classic.
Yeah, but it's a pretty classic.
True. I mean, yeah, not very poor, I guess. As something able to win that duel, King not able to get it this time. And that's unfortunate for him, as something now showing that aggression on the Jet.
Yeah, now Paper X, because they didn't have any further setups and they're currently waiting on another smoke to recharge from Mindfreak, they can't fight for mid control, so they just have to gamble that they will be ahead in the rotation. GenG, they're playing for retake on B, and they actually intercept the spike.
That's pretty huge. They're trying to take down top of mid as well. 𝘍𝐼𝐿 is alone here with the Sheriff. And he's not going to be able to get anyone as they get onto the site, but they don't have the spike.
But they have the Omen ultimate. Now he just gets off of that debuff, and they're all trying to crowd around it. Ah, they couldn't block
कुछ नहीं
it.
होता है भाई.
I mean,
Block नहीं होता
that's
है.
yeah, that's one way you can try to do it. Make sure that the Omen can't place close enough to it, but alas. All right, his own ultimate here from TS just to get a crossfire. I like it.
Yeah, and
Enemy remaining.
But weapons recovered here.
Okay, TS. They're going to play it safe. They're going to wait on the site here. We got something in Boathouse. He is not going to get picked off. TS very low. And down he goes to the Phantom of Jing.
कौन जीत रहा है?
Man, I mean,
Paper
GenG
X
even aware of the fact
बस
that the
पोस्ट
Omen
करेंगे
could
ना
use
भाई.
their ultimate.
पहले वाला
what they
पेपर एक्स
can,
रहता है
but
एकदम वो तो
that
स्विंग कर
the
देते.
initial weapon from King able to be recovered, and then Eco not able to stay alive. You know, in that connection to defender spawn, gives away another rifle, and then Jing standing on top of his wall. You can just see, you know, him kind of smirking and saying, "Yep, that's how I expected it to go."
Yeah, I mean, Paper Thin mentioned the TikTok angles with the Sage wall. That's definitely one of them. You're not going to expect to see a Sage flying in top of the air on the B side unless you know about that specific one, as, you know, it's not the first time we've seen it, but
पेपर एक्स जीतना हमारे लिए अच्छा है,
messes
हाँ
with
bro.
your brain in terms of what you have to check.
And man, I mean, this is just so PRX, right? Meanwhile, you know, teams like GenG or other teams like DRX, they'll often use all their utility within the first 30 seconds to gain info. And Paper X, what do? They say, okay, let's change up the tempo. Let's just cut noise and then break into the site, because at the end of the day, we're going to go in as 5 anyway. And now they, you know, they keep main. They have another high angle. I mean, at this point, you got to expect it. But even then, it's still such a hard angle to choose because you don't know exactly which railing he's going to peek out from.
Exactly.
इको में अल्टी
And
उससे
they
ठीक
are
है.
getting so much value out of these switches
जरूरत
on
तो
the
नहीं
B
था.
because of this as well. As trying to redefine the VCT
What?
Pacific meta, and Divide just pops out, and Meteor is alone, and Market gets taken out by his opposing Jet, and Paper X's dominance does not end with Split. they are coming out to play here on Ascent as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that last couple duels just shows once again that 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x is absolutely much more dialed in here. I mean, that kill, sure, it's the position, but and Divide with the surprise on the first kill, sure, but not not able to get traded right away. The peek from something onto Meteor. 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x is just quicker right now, and a lot of their duels just a bit more accurate, and it's starting to show.
I'll find you.
Yeah, now they're going to go fast on A, really mixing with this as they do have the Fade ultimate. As something gets in and he gets the kill with the shorty again.
And that was the only thing he was given to do. His one mission was to, okay, break open the site. Now Goddead with a spam through the smoke. It's still a little difficult because of the operator.
Okay, Rez just straight up on the site here behind the box as they are protecting him as GenG. He will not be denied. This lands on the A site.
Now you gotta say, I mean, you had a chance when it was 3v3, but the Rez came out. You could not deny it. And in some ways, I mean, GenG with the very proactive Rez actually basically using it as bait, right, to get an extra kill here before the plant.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. And that's going to be another clean round to the side of 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x. Nearly able to stop them in their tracks, but again, we keep saying his name and pretty much his name alone. King had the one round.
Yeah.
GenG don't really have an answer.
Oh, something's coming for the op. He wants, I mean, listen, he has nothing to lose, right? I mean, you have economy. It's not like you're going to give away a weapon upgrade. You might as well try to fish for it. Now, of course, he's not going to go in recklessly. So we see on the minimap he won't eventually reach his destination, but a nice attempt here from something. And I just want to say, I like this timeout because here's the thing, is that while 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x is also, yes, just better in their individual mechanics right now, it seems, on today's match.
Guys, 2-0 lag raha hai.
Back to the rounds. I mean, 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x, they have been changing up their tempo every round, right? And the site that they hit. And because of this, it really ruins GenG's style of let's play default, fish for utility, go through roll cooldowns, and then choose a rotation. I mean, you're just not, you don't know if your default is going to work against the next round. Because they've been switching
next game Zeta जीते तो भी चलेगा. Zeta जीतना चाहिए next game.
We don't know because it's always a different position for 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x.
Yeah. Their attacker side is maybe that's part of the reason why some of our attacker side statistics are all messed up in favor of attack, because you get teams like 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x who are just so good at attacking. W Gaming. What else can you say?
GenG will remember this. Well, they surely will, but whether it'll be a good
𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x का जर्सी मस्त है. हमें उनका पहले से जर्सी पसंद है guys.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that's a lot.
She's like, also take a look at my entire portfolio.
Wow, impressive though. Very well drawn.
Please hire me.
Kappa.
Now you gotta shoot your shot, I guess.
Yeah, you might as well take the opportunity you have. Now Meteor saves that operator, but it's just him and 𝐼𝑘. Right, 𝐼𝑘 not having the greatest of times as he gets put in here for map 2. Places Sylvan, of course, primarily because he's playing that Sova. And yeah, so GenG, they're just kind of playing a style where, okay, we can only rely on the operator. Let's plant him forward with the assistance of the KO. And 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x says, well, I guess the op's not an A, so we're just going to enter.
Divide gonna steal that one away as well. Just sitting on the back.
इसके पहले हर एक इको राउंड में B rush के around A rush.
Duelists that run in has been also key. He's actually on top of the kill score right now for the team. Has a pretty straightforward entry here. They're trying to maybe look for an angle here with the operator, but this is very well locked down.
I mean, yeah, Meteor. I was about to say. Oh my. Oh,
4 second भाई खत्म कर दिया.
Oh my. I was about to say Meteor just thankful that he survives and, you know, doesn't get picked off by GenG, but at the end of the day can't get out. I mean,
yeah.
This is looking rough, Valdez. I mean, here's the thing is that 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x is doing everything they can with the composition they have, with the style they have
right.
on this map
Score
to get the
normal.
victories. And then on top of that, they're winning the duel.
That's why you want
at
GenG
that
to
point,
lose both the
GenG,
games.
You really don't have any answers left.
Which I feel is very
We can
possible.
speculate all we want about, well, you should push out from here and use your ability at that time. But
And I hope
that's
happens.
all very theoretical in a utopia where it's all controlled. And 𝘼𝑎𝑟𝑒x is the one breaking all those variables right now.
Something looking to do what he does best, which is charging with the shorty. They will be stopped, though. Little KO action from each side is going to kind of put a stop to the action for now. I really loved how we got the voice comms actually of PaperX on the attack. It's just so clean as, oh, Meteor holding it down outside a tree. He will be taken out, but he's able to at least get that first blood.
Yeah, but GodDead wasn't able to provide support, and he actually can't protect the site either because he's not sure what the tempo is from either mid coming into A short or A main.
Oh no, and TS not able to get that. They weren't
इतना
even
fast
looking at
चालू है
him. He
ना.
just gets flicked on, headshot by Mindfreak. Oh. This is such a one-sided battle right now. I cannot even overstate it. As PRX are just unbelievably strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say it like it is, right? This is one of the most one-sided Ascents we've seen, especially on the attacking side. And listen, Ascent, generally a defense-heavy map or defense-favored map, at least on the pro scene.
ये 2x पर चल रहा है क्या नहीं फील वैसे ही हो रहा है ना पर मेरे को भी वही लग रहा था.
Oh my god. And the fact that PaperX is able to do this.
They're just hunted down like
I mean,
rabbits in the woods.
Oh no!
Come on!
Okay. Come on, Forsaken.
He's like, you think it's one-sided, now let me do this. Well, he did get punished for it, you could say. He gives a free kill over to King, but either way, that's going to just add salt in the wound, I would say.
Yeah.
If I'm GenG, I would be not happy.
Well, yeah, the fact that, you know, PaperX is kind of in their element, feeling like they can do a little bit of trolling for
They're
fun,
playing
do
like
a
it's a
little
pug,
bit
yeah.
of a showmanship right here, a performance for their fans. And that's not what you want to feel as their opponents.
Had to do it for the gram, you know.
Had to do it for the gram. Oh, man. Well, yeah, just going to have to run away. You're on an eco. You chose to stack B this time. Last time you were on an eco, PaperX came B, and GenG trying to work off of that memory, and they're not going to find anything. Now, PaperX not taking any chances. Something actually scouts out with, I believe he went in with his own shorty, so.
He's doing the same entry again. Just Cloudburst right in the middle, and then he just updrafts on top of the generator here, just trying to see what he can see. Scout out the entire site. He's really good at immediately communicating as well, like where the enemy players are. We saw that a couple of rounds ago as we will have a lockdown, finally.
All right, it's being used. They're going to use this because they need to get another round here to
What a
try to
book
make
lag
it
raha hai,
an
guys.
8-4, right? Even though it's an eco, they got to do what they can.
Oh no, Forsaken just stands on the lockdown, takes down 3. As they are trying to hold this defuse right now. And they're not going to be able to. Jing and Mindfreak push on in 2v2, and they do take them down.
Well, I mean, nothing is going GenG's way, right? I mean, they try to work off of the lockdown. They just get taken out before the lockdown's able to go through. I mean, here's the thing, is that GenG, that's the theoretically best way to play with the lockdown, right? Is the last 2 seconds, you peek out, they're probably exiting. But PaperX just says, hey, we got better weapons. One of you guys just sacrifice yourself. And Forsaken says, gladly.
Yeah.
I will get some free kills.
Yeah, if there's going to be one guy who does it, probably him.
Get out of my way.
As now, don't show 𝘍𝐿𝐼𝐍𝐿 again. We got a Odin set up here as Forsaken. Trying to see what he can see through the wall. Not going to really clip anyone here.
Yeah, I'm GenG. You know, they're just, again, they've practically just ditched mid, right? They said, okay, us trying to play this 2-1-2, go with all this util, it's not working out. And then this happens to be the round where PaperX says, ooh, let's explore mid. It's the last round of the half, might as well.
Yeah, you know, unexplored territory. We haven't had a lot of market fights, anything like that.
Oh, and look at this. They immediately go towards A. They send in the Fade ultimate, and it draws out TS's ultimate to come help on B, but it's the wrong site.
Yeah, the rotation, I mean, this is what happens when you have total mid control. You can go anywhere you want. GodDead desperate to try to hold the site. Meteor is here. He's going to pick up 2, but he's alone and shot down through the box. That will be the site won by PaperX.
I mean, this is just outright dominance, right? Not only in the mechanics, not only
PaperX
because
से
it's
कॉम्बिनेशन
WD
निकाल लेते हैं
but
ज़्यादातर
they're
rounds, हाँ
also
यार.
just messing with GenG's calls. I mean, they are absolutely picking apart this team.
It's disgusting.
I mean,
cover your eyes.
भाई ये क्या है
4K
भाई.
for Forsaken.
Guys, इनको
As
थोड़ा सा
again,
दाल राइस लेके
he is
आता
the
हूँ.
hunter, actually. It's not Sova. He is the one that is hunting him down bit by bit. And note that he's doing these crazy, you know, Instagram plays, but actually it's 𝘼𝐼𝐿𝐼 who's 15 and 4 quietly, like on top of the scoreboard.
I mean, everyone's popping off right now. I mean, in terms of aim, no one is slouching today on PaperX, right? I mean, earlier we even saw Mindfreak doing quite well over on Split.
They're having a good time.
Yeah, I do like listening to PaperX's comms after the round ends because they always have something to joke about or kind of ask each other, like, was that real? Like, did that happen? They're always having fun.
Yeah. And, you know, they're having a lot of fun. They're on a winning streak here in VCT Pacific. GenG is the exact opposite, right? They are on a losing streak, multiple series in a row. This is looking like, I believe, number 4 in a row that they might lose.
Yeah.
And it's rough because I think they hit their slump at exactly the worst time. Like, they couldn't really afford some of the losses that they took to some of the other teams, and now they have to face off against one of the strongest teams in all of Pacific. I mean, I think at this point, the only team that really compares to them is DRX. Like, we'll have to see what T1 has, but they are a pretty clear top 3, and PaperX just seems to only get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, they're hitting their stride, right? I mean, yes, I know a lot of us, we miss 𝘼𝐼𝐿𝐼's walkouts and the style of play and calling he's had, but clearly PaperX has figured out how to make it work, and the fans begging GenG for a win, but here's the reality. If they lose this map, I believe, not only is it their fourth match loss, but it's their 7th map loss in a row. Their past 2 have been 2-0s. And then, you know, they of course lost the last map of the match before that as well. I mean, GenG, like you said, Valdez, they are hitting their low point. They're discovering their low point at the absolute worst time.
Yeah. They're not out of playoffs yet, but keep losing and find out, I suppose.
Yeah, anything's possible here in Pacific.
Yeah.
You know, other than DRX, no one guaranteed a spot just yet. There's all sorts of possibilities.
टिश्यू ठोकने से लग नहीं आता भाई, अब उसको लगता है तो क्या कर सकते हैं?
3 steps away here from locking themselves in for playoffs, and I believe maybe even potentially that 2nd seed as well, so getting that early bye in the playoffs.
Yeah, 2-0 as always. In case you can't win the head-to-head, you gotta move on to that map differential, so lose as few maps as possible. You'll feel pretty happy about that. Now let's see how this pistol round is going to go. There's no 10-2 curse as far as I'm aware. So let's see GenG have a chance on this map.
Well, yeah,
I guess not.
Yeah, the sound, I mean, they heard it all, and PaperX was just waiting on these off angles to peak right after they enter the archway. The drone coming late, but here's the thing, it only spotted something. There's still more members.
Okay.
They're not aware of Jing, though.
He can't cover both angles. Something gets a second as he moves in the face of Eco, takes him down. TS gets 2.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, a bit of a miss there.
There he is.
King. Oh my god.
Oh man. That's Valorant. Jing gonna pick up the pistol round, and this is looking one step closer towards the 13-2.
Man, this is one of those matches where even as casters, you really start to feel bad for the losing team. And here's the thing, this was, while we all favored PaperX, we did not imagine it to be in this much of a dominant fashion on GenG's pick of Ascent.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if there was going to be a time where GenG stood up to this team, it was going to be here, but in fact, this looks the worst so far out of any of the map losses they've taken against any of the teams.
ये क्या हो गया भाई? Destroyed.
He's really digging into the
खत्म कर दिया आपा.
get hated by 𝘼𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼's club here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one. There's oh no, he doesn't get 2 though.
It's okay. 𝘼𝐼𝐿𝐼's here to lurk and take the kills again,
as he often does.
He's happy about this.
Oh man.
Enemy remaining.
What is going on?
This
Something.
You really had to do it to them like that. I guess so.
Oh my gosh.
Match point.
Just dancing in the air in front of them.
I mean, yeah, PaperX, they're in their full element. I mean, this is PaperX. If anyone ever asks, why are you a fan of PaperX? Probably everyone should point to this map because this is the style they enjoy the most.
Yeah, this certainly has a lot of the highlights of why you would enjoy this team. That's for sure.
All right, well, half armors across the board.
And भाई कोलकाता आ रहे हो क्या after listening about the Watchparty? Yes, मैं आऊँगा mostly. मैं आऊँ mostly क्या आ रहा हूँ?
Meteor trying some W gaming of his own, just runs straight in. He's got some help. He's got Eco with him with the spike.
And once again, look at the setup here. Mindfreak already prepared to help out in mid. Now Jing does get taken down. That's going to force Mindfreak to rotate back over to A, but the setup in market is still there. Devi's looking to bait and cover for Forsaken, who's really going to be the one who gets the kills if GenG decides to go towards B.
Well, you got through the wall. Now you have to get through the smoke from the Omen.
Yeah, GenG, you have your drone, you have your recon. You got to start to get information. You even have your shock darts. You got to start to push out corners, because if you just go down to 40 seconds again and then start to slowly creep up, it could be bad. Now, we see that it's a 2-2 split here from PaperX, but GenG has no idea.
Yeah. At this point, what they know is kind of what King is seeing here, that, okay, well, there's not really a lot of defense in B main.
30 seconds left.
All right, something just, okay, he just trusts Mindfreak to hold, and something's now going to just try to survive in A main.
Yeah, Mindfreak just holds the spray, even as he's flashed, as here comes something.
What?
Come on!
इतना टाइम से रुके रे कप्पा कुछ इन्फो नहीं ले रहे.
And now King is all alone. He's got 7 seconds. It doesn't matter. He pulls out his knife, and that's gonna do it. 13-2. That is the end of this map in this series.
What a brutal
जितना मार खाते उतना अच्छा है
Not only
GenG.
is it a 2-0,
लास्ट गेम भी हार जाए ऐसे ही
outclassed in
मजा आ
every
जाएगा.
role, in every division, and even their calling, which might have been the
क्या कर रहा है भाई
that a lot of
something
GenG fans were hoping for, but
क्या कर रहा है? क्या किया?
PaperX, not only do they come with their classic fast tempo W gaming, but the reads they had, really just picking apart TS's brain and saying,
9-9 हो जाएंगे अभी GenG.
never figure out what we're trying to do.
माइनस तो बहुत जाएंगे.
I mean, you can see everyone just trying to console each other, because no one was in a position today on GenG to be able to hold their head up high and cheer each other up, right? They all just got outclassed one by one.
Yeah. As we'll take a look at some of the highlights of PaperX.
चल गप्पा पक खेले.
There's the one round that King had. That's the one I remember from GenG, and that's
आ जा रे गप्पा.
got dead some moments.
I mean, that's the one clip.
तो आजा
we get
एक
from
और
the
गेम
GenG
हारेंगे.
viewing party, right? I mean, there weren't too many times to get excited about the
आजा
play
गप्पा.
here today. Now, again, I mean, this is one of those matches where it's really hard to tell, where do you pinpoint for the root cause, because yes, GenG, they also looked quite shaken up overall in terms of their mechanics, but at the same time, PaperX was playing so well. Their tempo changes round to round were so good, and then just the kind of individual performances as well, the showmanship from something. Got so many shorty kills today, by the way, against GenG.
There's at least 4 or 5.
Yeah.
It's definitely a sizable amount over 2 maps. As great sportsmanship from both teams. The fist bumps, but at the end of the day, it's PaperX who move up to 6-2 in VCT Pacific. They secure their spot in playoffs, and as you mentioned, William, may have even secured their second place spot, which will allow them to skip the first round of playoffs and put them in a really good spot to potentially challenge the top of the league and also make it over to Masters Tokyo, etc., and continue with their just momentum success that they're on right now.
Yeah, I think this is the PaperX a lot of people wanted to see as lock-in at the beginning of Pacific, and it took a while to get there. But with the addition of something, and a week or two of shuffling the rosters and roles and figuring out what works, looks like PaperX is back in form in that explosive side that only works for them. The teams here in Pacific, they got to start to get a little scared about what PaperX might bring out here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't even know if DRX will have what it takes to stop
Ascendant
DRX on this momentum. I mean, obviously,
अरे एक गेम हार गया रे वो. एक ही तो तेरे साथ तो
अभी
खेला है तू.
मेरे को भी बनाएगा शायद
I
Ascendant.
mean, they keep
नहीं
looking better and better and better every single day to the point where it's like, well, I'm just
अपन
really
ही हारे थे
looking
गप्पा वो
forward to that
गेम.
rematch between the two RX teams.
Yeah,
उसके बाद आज खेल रहा है.
Back in the day when DRX seemed to
अरे
always
तो
be
क्यों
the
खेल रहा है?
for PaperX,
अरे उसका
they-
किया
it
है
really
डीएम
was
किया है
true
देख
W
तू.
gaming, right? Sure, they had
हाँ
different
डीएम
set
किया है
spots, but
हफ्ता
it was
भर
always
पहले.
the same tempo, go, 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 go every round. But now we're seeing they're
क्या खेलेंगे अभी duelist लेके खेलना पड़ेगा
तो खेल तू duelist खेल मैं support खेलता हूँ तेरे
for the push and then going in as 5. The eventual
क्या support
execute is the
खेलेगा
same.
ब्रिज खेलता हूँ understanding करता हूँ या तो fade भी खेल
duelist किसी को खेलना ही नहीं है क्या
खेलना
Looking
तू
better.
किसी रेज ले
GenG
ले
also,
उसने
to
लिया
talk
है
about them, I mean,
हाँ बस हो गया
4 in a row, 7 in a row.
देखो क्या खेलना है खेल मैं दूसरा खेलता हूँ
Of the loss side, that's a really damning stat because
देखो
you
ब्रिज
would
खेलना है
hope
तो
that
मैं
at
किलजॉय
least some of
खेलता
their
हूँ
losses, they're getting
नहीं
some
नहीं
maps
ब्रिज तो
so
नहीं
that they're
खेलना
at least
बिल्कुल
close on
मैं
some
आया फिर
maps.
एक मिनट
From my memory as well, like the maps weren't even that close, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah, none of their
just
past
nothing's
matches
going right.
really stick to my mind, right? And I think
Yeah.
that just goes to show because when they kind of put up a fight against TRX, we're like, okay, but yeah, this is why they're currently number 2 on the leaderboard. This is why a lot of people have big hopes for GenG. And then right after that, it was quite frankly right after they lost to TRX, they started to just get dismantled by everybody.
Yeah, to be honest, you know we do our predictions every week, and this one was the first prediction of Super Week, and it was the fastest, I think, in my mind in terms of which team I was going to pick. I remember after last week, I'm like,
भाविन कुछ गेम वेम खेलता नहीं है आजकल
I can't vote for these guys anymore.
मैच देखने के बीच में आ जाता है गेम खेलते हैं
Zeta, so I'm like, well, okay, this is very obvious in my mind. I thought it was going to be a 2-0. I didn't think we would have a map that was actually 13-2 like this, so that was definitely surprising, I think, to a lot of us. But
yes.
At the end of the day, HellrangeR continue with their leads.
Yeah, I mean, I think the scoreline, again, just pinpoints the fact that not only did they lose as a team, but also individually, right? Because if they were able to have some of those heroics, they might have had a couple more rounds like they did with GodDead popping off over on Split. You know, over on Ascent, not even GodDead was able to do that for the team.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have
lied,
ready right
beaten,
now with
killed to
something on
survive.
the stage. Let's go
I
down
will
to
kill
and see what
again
he
and
has to
again
say.
if it means one more day.
Yes, I'm on stage with something of PRX. I'm so glad meeting him. Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
Yes, you had 4 wins in Split, so how confident?
Hello.
Hello.
Where we going, boys?
I think let's show A control and then we can rotate.
A control?
Yeah.
But we can space somewhere else?
Yeah.
Or how?
Smoke and I'll flash.
Okay. Smoke and ping?
Yeah. We can fall back to C now.
I have the spike.
I'm running. I'm smoking city.
Enjoy B. Minus 60.
Flash out.
जाना चाहिए था.
I'm planting safe. I need someone to cover this.
Planted. Cover going out.
City.
निकाल भाविन 1v3. Nice.
Okay.
तू कैसा लील बॉय? किसके टीम में खेल रहा है अभी?
Okay, I'll smash in the front door while you sneak in the back. It's a good plan.
Let's force and go B, guys.
Does that?
Let's force and go B. I'll stun like
Right
this
there.
for you guys.
Right there.
Okay. Your voice is like a bit stuck, or I don't know how to say. It's like robotic.
Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's better. Much better, bro.
Cover going out.
They flash
Pushing
me.
A. Yeah.
Flash A.
Come. Stunning. Are you ready to go?
Stun.
Forever.
Close. I'm flashing.
Too late.
Low. Kill low. Nice.
Come see, you can see Kosi. Hello?
Come see.
Echo ailing. Go see. Both B. One here. One here.
Chill. I have first spell. When you guys are ready to pick from B main, tell me.
एक डोर के क्लोज है बॉक्स के पीछे और बी मेन एंट्रेंस पे
2B?
या 2B both B
Clearing out. Flash out.
Wait.
One is 5, one is...
My bad, bro.
इन लोगों ने
Just
फोर्स नहीं
swapping
किया.
in fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
I think we should fake every round. कब तेरा वो paranoia के बाद flash डालना. We can take it.
हर बार paranoia कर रहा है क्या?
They flash and then we हाँ कर रहा है कप्पा. नहीं किया.
Cutting their vision.
Blinding. Concussing. Blasting.
Reloading.
1-3.
मैं इधर होल्ड किया है.
One more tree.
Waiting, eh?
Yeah.
Flash out.
One side, one ailing.
They will cover.
Sight.
Close.
Go B.
One more B.
1B.
I'm holding door for you guys.
One here.
Rashi, he's at A.
Spike planted.
City आ रहा है. क्या city?
City clear.
I'm watching
Ailing
this.
clear.
My ult's ready. We bring in the body bags.
Ra.
Oh, this is a much better trajectory. Can I get this?
Let's go see guys. Let's go see
Thanks.
fast. Their killjoy has no money.
Turret out.
I'll stun Jet. You can dash.
Okay. Okay.
Sharp PRX को आराम से मार रहा होगा और कुछ नहीं.
Concussing.
Landing.
Flashing.
Blinding.
Flashing backside.
Flash side.
Killjoy, you can take the plant.
Reloading. Reloading.
Clearing out. Weak. Trevor.
Spawn.
No. Don't have money.
Save. Stop.
Swarm grenade out.
Come see again. Jet, I'll stun. You walk up.
Right there.
With my ult, updraft
Right
dash
there.
into the side, okay?
Turret out.
Can I get dropped?
Need a drop.
KJ, can you lurk late from A maybe?
Find the leverage and wedge it open.
कब इधर एक फ्लैश डालना ना
Right
माउथ पे
there.
ताकि मैं अल्ट रेडी करूं.
Concussing.
Dash ulting side.
Still inside.
Blasting.
Cutting their vision.
Blinding.
Swarm grenade. Enemy.
I'm planting shit.
Begins. Reloading.
10 seconds.
Planted.
You should run.
तेरे पास फ्लैश है, फ्लैश कर.
हाँ किया.
Flash out.
एक और है.
नहीं है.
अरे
को लर्क करने बोला तो चोमू इधर ही आ गया।
अपन अल्ट सीधा ना इधर ही करना चाहिए वाटरफॉल।
हाँ
मार देते थे पहले।
अरे कपा
साइड पे किल जो इधर ये सामान ही लगा रहा ना।
I need a drop.
ड्रॉप किया। Can you half armor and drop?
एको अल्टी
भाई मान नहीं रहा है भाई।
I need a drop.
बुलडॉग ले ले।
Tuck.
भाई डीट है भाई। जो वैंडल आ सकती है सबके पास।
They're pushing. I'm flashing.
Monster on the loose.
अरे कपा हाथ में गन रखना।
My ult ready.
वो भाग के आ रहा है।
One more.
Bomb grenade out.
Reloading.
Retreat.
Bomb grenade. I got the spike. Bomb grenade out. Variable removed.
C player.
Behind.
Flank.
Alarm bot out.
Break the turret.
Yeah, vault after plant.
Found them.
ही जाना चाहिए। था I mean अभी क्या?
अरे कर देता था अब तक।
बद्रैक सर है ये।
हाय अथर्व। तू भी डिटेन हुआ था?
नहीं मैं तो अंदर था गन लेके, उसने वैंडल था उड़ा दिया। मेरे को लगा तू भी हाथ में गन ही रहे, वो भाग क्या रहा था पागल कुत्ते की तरह।
जस्ट ब्लाइंड किया और अंदर आया वो। चोमू ऐसा क्यों आएगा वो?
दो डिटेन दिख गए ना कप्पा।
आराम से वॉक करके मारता हूँ ये पे।
हाँ
आने दे। मस्त पैरानोया यूज करने दे, सब करने दे।
Get out of my way.
लो है वो। डिंक खाएगा कप्पा।
Still in sight.
साइड गया।
फ्लैश दे सकता हूँ।
Flash out.
Pushing C.
ये को साइड के अंदर है।
55
छोड़ रहा हूँ उसको।
एक आया पीछे।
Dead.
110 खाया क्या तो?
मेरा 23 खाया था बस पहले। भाग रहा था तभी।
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts still.
डाला भाई जेवन डाला।
I think can we tie B?
Okay.
B stun here and I go that.
Here.
Do you want me to smoke? Here or here?
I think here and here. Upper and link.
Okay.
Stunning early.
Turret out.
Shadows traveling.
One C more. One more.
One more C. Killjoy C कोई। Oman ailing.
One more.
Guys. ये ऐसा कौन चेक कर रहा है आके रे वॉक करके?
किधर?
अरे डोर खोल के।
फ्लैंक आया क्या वो?
नहीं उधर से डोर से ही मारा, पर वो एंगल एक्सपेक्ट करेगा ऐसा लगा नहीं मेरे को।
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
अरे ए पे अपन आराम just place low, they don't have anything to take A. After paranoia we can take. तू मेरे साथ आना ए पे, उसको अगर वो डैश करके आगे आएगा तो मैं
ऑप आएगा, ऑप है उसके पास। मॉली क्या है?
स्टन कर रहा हूँ।
Flash out. Dead.
तेरे यहाँ पूछेंगे।
तेरे पास फ्लैश नहीं था क्या कुछ भी?
था ना, लेकिन उसका फ्लैश आ रहा था, नहीं कर रहा था इसके लिए, उसको आने दे रहा था और आगे।
I got
1A, 1B, 1A, 1B.
Both B.
Both B?
I heard one left and one right. They destroyed door, by the way.
For G to win, who should qualify? T1 or Zeta? I think Zeta should win.
Spike planted.
क्या लगता है निकालेगा? मारेगा नहीं मार। रा 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 रा।
अरे भाई, एक तो अपने लौंडे सब अलग अलग ही खेल
But
रहे
not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
ये लेते हैं ना कपा, तू वो ये स्पिट कर रहा है ना, तो तू इसके ऊपर चढ़ के जाना, अपना फ्लैश यूज कर। मैं भी एक फ्लैश डालता हूँ आगे। आजा।
ठीक है, जाता हूँ। एक बंदा इधर क्रॉस होना चाहिए। टीपी कर।
Yeah.
I will flash. And we have Reyna I as well.
No prisoners.
Left side stun भी कर दूंगा मैं।
Oh yeah! Monster on the landing!
Reloading.
Cover going out.
I need one off for all.
My ult's ready.
2A side, 1A link.
Hey, one outer.
One more side, one more side.
Side.
Too late.
120 low.
Visual, take the plant. We'll get out.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours. Need a drop.
Let's go. I'll mark A push with an op.
Can I drop me on one?
Oh.
Placing sentry.
Blinding.
One B pushing. Okay.
My ultimate is ready.
Got the spike.
Nico B.
Go where?
Let's go B together. I ult side.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing alarm bot.
Ceiling.
Swarm grenade.
Spike planted.
Gun है उसके पास. Nice.
Like clockwork.
Spend what you got.
ड्रॉप दे सकता हूँ. सी वाले को पिक करने ट्राई कर रहा हूँ. स्टन करता हो तो पिक ले, अगर अटक जाता है कोई तो ठीक है.
Behind me.
स्टनिंग सी लॉन्ग.
Placing sentry.
Forever.
Got a spike.
Entrance पे jet.
Enemy spotted. They will cover. Reloading. Placing swarm grenade. See now.
We can go back again.
We can go back.
Get out of my way. Caught one.
They have killed George.
Our carrier's dead. Dusted. Got the spike.
One
में आवाज है क्या?
What the fuck? Two holding.
You should run.
क्या ही करूं भाई? मेरे को लगता नहीं उन लोग ए आएंगे. I'll stun B early if you want to pick.
Right there.
मैं ही जाता हूँ.
तू ही जा.
No. I think you can stun it.
I think they will not come A because they know we have breach. तू जिगल करना, मैं स्टन होल्ड कर रहा हूँ. I'm holding my stun. If they come B or A, I will use it. जिगल में तेरे को 2 मिल जाएंगे. तो क्या करें?
A.
Flash out A.
थोड़ी गलती से यूज हो गया रे.
Tree.
In tree.
Shadows traveling.
Sound तो नहीं आ रहा है.
Hey door.
52 killjoy.
Flash out.
हट.
हाँ रेडार दिखा. हट.
तो किधर से मारा उसने?
पीछा क्या मारा उसने?
दिमाग लगाना ही पाप है पग में.
Reloading.
अल्स्टन है.
फिर से आएंगे क्या ये?
ए या तो सी.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
The opening door.
Can be link.
Cover going out.
Yeah, healing.
Got him. Headshot.
Two more side.
A bit. I'm low.
Okay.
Low. On me.
यार उस बंदा मरने के बाद भी स्प्रे कर रहा है बैठ के.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Jet, you can dash here. I'll stun
Right there.
for you, man.
A flash?
Yeah, you can flash. Let's take A control.
Do you want me to smoke?
I'll break the gecko flash.
Yeah.
Here. Blinded. Forever.
Flash.
Cover going out.
One more, two more B.
Shadows traveling.
80.
Oh, bhai.
Amen. Can he take my gun?
Rubble.
ट्री गया उसने टैटू मारा.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
2v1 खेल लेता कप्पा इसके साथ. ये 20 HP का था.
ओवर ही कर लेना चाहिए.
इसमें किया क्या?
मैं लिया ही नहीं कुछ.
तो उसको कितना दिया?
40.
Cover going out. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Reload.
Here B.
Turrets just swarm grenade out.
Spike drop B.
70.
Fuck bro.
Yeah, they're planting B.
Worthless.
Flashing.
Forever.
Nice try.
क्या ही करे भाई.
Win. Show me where to go.
लड़कर को तो उड़ा दिया. बी पे भी टर्न देता हूँ ये पे.
Turret out.
Stunning him, man.
Cool. That's how you survive.
Get out of my way!
Enemy
spotted A.
The hunt begins.
You should run.
What? Stairs.
Swarm grenade out.
भूल गया पक खेल रहा हूँ भाई.
Turrets destroyed.
Planting A.
Planting A. Pushing that.
भूल गया पक खेल रहा हूँ मतलब तुमने क्या किया? क्या सोच रहा था?
पक में अल्ट होल्ड किया था.
अच्छा. हाँ ये सच में इमॉर्टल 3 है क्या ये प्लेयर्स?
इमॉर्टल 3 है?
देखना सब इमॉर्टल 3 है. मिस्टर पॉल इमॉर्टल 2 कैसे है? चालू हुआ क्या मैच?
अभी देख रहा हूँ.
He says it helps him.
Who they played, but it was a while ago, towards the beginning of the season, when they started need to get wins because they had a few bad games, and they started pushing space. Maybe it's against Team Secret, but I remember on Haven in particular, right? Like they got confident, and they got aggressive. Depp was all over the map. He was pushing so hard. They were reading their opponents really, really well, and they were just, you know, almost WK gaming. I mean, like they were literally just, you know, full forward, full throttle, and that's why I love what you're saying, Tasteless, because it is truly, as basic as it sounds, something that needs to be a part of their gameplay if they're going to be successful.
100% agree. And part of like Haven especially, Zeta on Haven is pretty fun to watch. You know, they always push out on defense, and the Depp gets his kills. Last week was the complete opposite. It was almost like Depp was uncertain almost going to site. So as long as they can keep those affairs in order, you know, they could secure that win for today. Now let's talk about T1 and their lineup. They've been winning the last couple of matches. So, you know, that despite any doubters, you know, they proved the doubters wrong and go home with that win. So
this is a very interesting team, especially as we get this far in the tournament, because obviously some spots are basically secured where others are not. And we were a little bit worried for T1 earlier on. They did not seem to be performing that well, but you're right. In the last couple weeks, they've really pulled it together. They do seem to be in good form. Let's not forget, T1 is a legendary Korean esports team. For some of the younger people that are watching, I mean, this was an esports team I was obsessed with when I was in high school. Okay, and there
that
are
was like 50 years ago, by the way.
That was 100 years ago.
Really long time
when we rode
ago.
dinosaurs to school.
I am the esports Deku tree, okay? I am very ancient. No, but seriously, like, they've got some big shoes to fill, right? And T1 kind of hasn't really stepped in that way just yet. But it does seem like in the last couple of weeks, they've really pulled it together. I've been especially excited about Carpe and watching his picks and how he's very fluid when he moves on the map.
Yeah, and also Ban. Like, Ban has been a lot better recently. Like, no matter what role he's been playing, he was really shaky at the beginning of the year. He's completely kind of gotten it together. He's found his form. He's been a solid swap out with Intro if needed. Maybe even better than Intro now. So that's like crazy, because when they brought Intro in, I'm like, all right, this should be the guy.
Yeah.
Like, Ban should be the substitute, and I don't mean any disrespect to him. That just, in my eyes, was at that time who was being the better player. But now Ban stepped up, and now I'm like, well, maybe Intro should be the substitute. Like, that's how good he's playing.
No, absolutely. Ban's been great. He was just like, Papa Paper Thin, I'm going to prove you wrong, and I'm going to step into the big shoes. And he did great last week. It was a 2-0 against Team Secret last week with a really, like, large score difference with 13-4 and 13-8 on Bind, too, is our first real Bind map. So this is the team standings thus far. And T1 is facing DRX next week, so...
Yeah, well, I think look at both of who they're facing off here. I mean, some of these guys, they had very easy starts where it's like, okay, well, you know, just get warmed up, get acclimated. Both these teams are going up against real powerhouses here. You got Zeta up against GenG. You've got T1 over here against DRX. And, you know, their standings are okay. Not the best, but not bad either. I think obviously T1 a little bit better here. But you got to assume, okay, T1's probably going to lose to DRX if we're being realistic here. Zeta, I think they can beat GenG, but, you know, who knows, right? So each of these, for both these teams, the next two matches this week and then the match they have later on, super important if they're going to make it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, right now, this game, right now and tomorrow, everyone's going to be vying to just stay in playoffs. You know, just now with PaperX and GenG, they're pretty far along. You know, they're secure. Their spot is pretty secure in playoffs at the moment.
And you'd really like to secure that number 3 seed, because that means that you're going to be in the bottom half of the bracket coming into the playoffs if you're the 3 seed, which means you get to play the 2 seed the next round, and that's going to be PaperX. So you'd rather play them than DRX. Let's just be honest about it.
Yep.
Let's just call it like it is. You'd much rather be playing PaperX than DRX.
That's right.
Taking a look at these scores, I'm trying to parse through and find something interesting.
Did they just copy paste it?
I was literally okay. I was literally about to say, I'm like, I think that they just this must be a mistake. Yeah, I was like, well, I guess they're perfectly even. So the 3 overtimes, I was actually right about that. No, but yeah, I guess at least for some of these starting stats, post plant win both at 69%, pistol round win both at 53%. That's wild. And Eco Round win both at 24%.
It's funny because a lot of these stats are kind of skewed because it's been so up and down for them. Like look at T1's rounds played. That's because they've either been like sometimes just stomping opponents or getting stomped. Like it's been like no in between sometimes. So whereas Zeta sometimes has been a little more consistent, but recently maybe a little bit shakier. So what's also really interesting here is like, I think the reason I favor T1 maybe a little bit more here today is, like, obviously you could see by the stats. They're both really similar in terms of, like, how they convert their rounds and all those other things. But the map pool here for Zeta, I think, is a little bit weaker. T1 has a few maps that they're just like a little bit better at, you know, and whereas Zeta has no map that they're like they have more wins than losses. They have 0 maps where they have more wins than losses. Okay, so that's a problem. Whereas T1 has a couple maps where they've been on the positive side of things.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And let's talk about some of the key players that we wanted to highlight today. That is Laz and 𝘼𝐽𝐿. 𝘼𝐿 is interesting. I mean, Depp even said it himself. He's the most worried about 𝘼𝐿, having faced off in like previous titles before. Clinton.
Yes.
Tell us why these are our key players.
Well, I think Laz here, he's been a consistent, rock-steady foundation, you know, doing the IGLing as well, mostly for Zeta. I assume he still is, unless I missed something while I was gone for the last couple weeks. Okay, good. Yep. So he's kind of like, but the reason I wanted to compare them is they're both like info-gathering, initiating players. Like 𝘼𝐿 a lot of Sky, and now we saw the 𝘍𝐿. You know, Laz a lot of Sova, a lot of Sky. So both these players have to have positive impact in ways that aren't necessarily always visible. Laz in particular, I've seen some shaky Sova utility usage. I've seen some good utility usage. I want to see him step it up a little bit more, not just leading the way with his gunplay, which we know is phenomenal. I want to see him, if they go on maps with Sova, be able to really make sure that his timing and his placements are good.
Yeah, Laz is a really exciting player. I like Paper Thin that you pointed out. You know, he's the most consistent player on the team. 𝘼𝐿, I think we've all just been more recently excited about. 𝘼𝐿 is just looking so good, so put together. Assuming Laz can hang here today, I think he is in good shape. The question is going to be, you know, can the rest of Zeta really show up? Because T1, especially in just a week ago, they looked so strong.
Yeah, and I think 𝘼𝐿 here, I think the really interesting thing that really intrigued me when I was catching up on the VODs was that, you know, the 𝘍𝐿 was like more about him being selfless, about using his utility to set up his teammates than it was about anything else. I mean, the way that they did it was very smart. I could talk about it a lot, but I don't really want to because it would take a long time. But he really was, you know, a good guy to kind of clear space, set up hits, set up, you know, first bloods and those kind of things for his teammates. So he's a selfless player on top of being a mechanically gifted player to kind of back you up behind the front lines.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, with the 𝘍𝐿 last week, that was, I mean, I think our first real showing of 𝘍𝐿 and how 𝘍𝐿 can effectively support your team. We haven't really seen a lot of that at all in Pacific, to be honest. So seeing how T1 utilized them in Bind, very cool. I wonder if we're going to see more of that today because T1 was just rock solid on Bind. Now let's talk about our predictions. I know despite what I've said about T1, I've decided to go with Zeta, and so did you.
Me too. I think Zeta's got this. The only thing I'm watching for is can they not have these weird kind of fizzle out rounds where they just like don't, you know, they're like, okay, it's 12 seconds. I guess we have to go in and plant the spike. If they can just make that adjustment, and I think they know that they're doing it, right? I mean, it's not. It's a very to anybody who's watching, it's self-evident that this keeps happening. If they can just zero in on that and just not even be in that situation, and I think speed up some of the tempo in some of their rounds here where they actually just push in and have just kind of almost random moments of explosivity, I think they can do it. I think they have really tightened up their play.
Yep. And for you, I know all the talents, we're kind of split on this. It looks like a candy cane the way it's like divided on our predictions on Twitter. So why did you go with T1?
Yeah, again, like I said earlier, I think it's just the map pool's just a little bit deeper for T1. I think, you know, even though their stats are pretty similar, I think at their highs, T1 has looked a little bit better than Zeta so far this year at their highest levels against some maybe better opponents in some ways with T1. So I think overall there's kind of this gathering storm for T1 where I thought they might be able to be our third place team. Like I legit thought maybe coming into this season that it would be the 3 Korean teams would be on top. DRX, GenG, T1. Now GenG is the one that maybe is falling out of favor, whereas T1 much on the rise. If they can win here, again, that third place spot, still a lot to play for them. I was really impressed with the way that they played Bind, especially with that 𝘍𝐿. I mean, I don't want to break it down crazy, but they really used it really smart, and it was actually really efficient.
Yeah. It was very cool how they use 𝘍𝐿 again. I mean, Zeta, one thing that T1 does really well, we've talked about this many times on the desk, is that their teamwork is excellent when they come together cohesively, whereas Zeta seems to be riding a lot on Depp's you know, super power plays, and when he just goes out and demolishes everyone with his team supporting him, of course. So it's a very different approach. I think you're right too, Tasteless, how Zeta and some of the Japanese teams tend to play with using as much of the clock as possible on every single
It's
round.
like when they kill the animal and they eat every part. that's like what they do with all the time that's left in the round. Let's not forget, there are a lot of Japanese fans that are watching this that really want to see them play in Tokyo. We don't know where all the future Valorant tournaments are going to be at, and this is going to be a great opportunity for them to pull it together. I think that T1, it's a really good opponent for them. I think this is a great one where they can prove to everybody that they've really leveled up, and I'm excited for them.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, that's the other thing is that we want, honestly, we do want to see at least one Japanese team going into Masters. They have such a big fan base, like you guys over there. I don't know if you guys are watching us or the Japanese broadcasters, but we do know you guys love Valorant, and we would love, you know, it'd be cool to see one of the Japanese teams go through and make it through grand finals. Now, the other thing that we've also noticed is how, you know, to be honest, the Japanese teams are also kind of emotional, and I think the walkouts are really indicative of the kind of mood they're walking in with and walking into game with. It shows.
Yeah, I mean, they're emotional players. Like, we've seen it so many times with the way that, you know, after a match, you know, whether it's a big loss or a big win, how much it means to them, how much, you know, they know that they carry the pride of their country. They are the biggest thing that has happened to esports in Japan, period, end of story. It is Zeta Division. They have the biggest story, you know, with their third player, whatever it was, finish at Reykjavik. You know, their run that they made really set them apart and kind of open the door for this flood that is now coming through.
It's crazy. I mean, you know, here in Korea, esports started about like 25, 27 years ago. But for Valorant Japan, it's like just started. I think a lot of people don't appreciate this. Esports in general was not that much of a thing in Japan. And now we're seeing stadiums that fill up. So they really want this. They feel that love from the fans, and they're hoping to bring it here today.
That's right. Now, the stage is ready, and we are on day 1 of Super Week. This is the very last weekend before we go into playoffs. So let's go over the stage, see what mood they're in today.
कप्पा किधर गया? कप्पा ने स्ट्रीम बंद कर दिया है क्या?
This is VCT Pacific. We're kicking off match 2 of Super Week with T1 and Zeta Division.
That's wearing a hat.
Yeah, that's different.
That is different. What does it mean, guys?
What does it mean? But how will it affect his play? Oh man, this is going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to this. We're getting each of our players to come out right now. Yeah, I could never get a good read on the emotional state here of Team Zeta.
Yeah, Crow especially. Actually, but some of them maybe, but Crow, I feel like he always has the same expression, which looks uncertain. Hey, SuperZero's looking happy.
That's nice.
Both of them, Zeta too.
Yeah, Zeta always looks happy. I mean, he's just perpetually
this,
smiling. He's just one of the nicest guys in the world behind the scenes, and I don't know what that was.
What was that? They both did it.
Mini flex?
Neither of them have flexible arms. I'm sorry, boys. Like
it was one curl.
I don't know. Scion players kind of look flexible.
Well,
like,
but he doesn't have muscle though. I mean, like flexibility is one thing.
Okay.
We saw Laz
No.
come out. He touched his heart. He also touched my heart. I think Zeta's got this.
Oh. Yeah, Laz does have that effect on many people. I'm sure there are many people in the audience right now who feel exactly the same way. All right, coach is out.
Got to give a ton of credit to Autumn here, the way that he's been able to make adjustments throughout this season to kind of get T1 back to a really high level, back to a level that I think a lot of people expected them with the caliber of player that they had on their team. There were a lot of questions about them at the beginning of the year. You know, could they get this thing cohesive in time? Could they kind of put all these pieces together from across different regions and different teams and all these kind of things? And certainly it did look shaky in the beginning, but now they look like a well-oiled machine.
Let's not forget that, you know, not all of these Super Week matches are created equally. This is a really important one for both of these teams. They're in okay standing, but they're not out of the woods just yet. So a win here would be huge.
क्या लगता है
And
दोस्तों
they
कौन
are
जीतेगा?
both going up against powerhouse teams
Who should
in
win
their
for
next
G?
match.
Yep.
And I think for both, this is going to sound weird, but bear with me. I think
देखो
for
मैं
these
चाहता हूँ
guys,
जेटा ये गेम
on
जीते
either
ताकि
side, this
नेक्स्ट
is
गेम
more
उन लोग
doable
जेनजी के सामने
to
कॉन्फिडेंट
win
रहे
than the teams
तो
they're going
2-0
up against down the road.
Yeah, that's right
Zeta
there. I
जीत
mean,
जाए।
stat lines are very even.
मेरा thought
Even
process वो
emotional
है।
line, very even right now. But it could also come down to the coaches, as you mentioned.
क्योंकि जेटा अगर दोनों गेम हारता है ना
Autumn,
तो अपना हेड टू हेड जेटा के सामने अपन हारे हैं, समझ रहे हैं?
Their new strats and their gameplay. Last week I was commenting how we never see Autumn speak on the coach cam, but then last week he was all about that.
Didn't they call a timeout like after they won a round and he was all fired up? Like,
brilliant. It worked.
It did. All right, split gone. Okay, Fracture here for Zeta is an interesting pick. I mean, it's hard to predict what Zeta is going to do because they're all kind of all over the place. This is, the one map where they do have, they have a better win record than loss, but it's because they only played it once and they won it.
Got a set band here by Zeta. I think it's not surprising. We've seen a lot of games from them on that. And Haven's going to be the next one here that T1 decides to kick out.
So Bhavin.
That's surprising. That's great.
More Gecko, please.
I'm surprised Zeta's allowing this because T1 looked amazing.
The executes were so good with that Gecko. The way that they used the Harbor and the Toxic Screen is what I've been talking about for freaking a long time since Gecko came out. That the way to use Gecko is to abuse the walls because that makes it a lot harder to deal with his utility. So love the way they played it. It was the way they controlled the space was great. The way they set up the rays to kind of like blast pack over onto things was just brilliant. Again, you could break the great video down on how they played that.
Now, Pipperton's absolutely right, but I wish you guys could see him because he was like pounding the desk
I'm
right
fired
just
up
now.
about it.
He's so happy about this. What if they aren't using Gecko though? I'm sorry they're not using Gecko.
Well, Donna, this is Fracture,
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
right,
okay.
right,
It's
sorry.
okay. Yeah,
I
we're
was
not
so,
there yet.
I was so like looking forward to
I'd
buying.
have just thrown my headset off and laughed if it.
No, yeah, no, that would have been crazy. Yeah, but with Fracture, Zeta's won one game on Fracture already, and
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Double duelist there. And then, Laz on the Fade. It's kind of the difference. So, well, what they both play, it's just a matter of how they can pilot it. It's again, we've only seen it once for Zeta. It looked pretty good. I think T1 is like 2-1 or something on this, so they've been playing good.
Yeah, we've seen, already Laz be so consistent before. I guess the question is going to be, is all of Zeta going to bring it? T1 looking to be in great shape, especially just 1 week ago. This should be an exciting one. This should be
मैंने अपना thought process बता दिया कि क्यों मुझे लगता है Zeta जीतना चाहिए.
It's going to get crazy.
yeah, it is gonna be crazy. All right, with that, we're gonna
बाकी
go
तो देखते हैं
into
गेम में क्या होगा.
game 1 with T1 and Zeta. We got our casters. I almost said tasteless. You're here next to me. Our caster today, we have Valdez and Will. Yeah, let's go into the game 1 of today.
Thank you guys on the desk once again for that wonderful breakdown. I'm Valdez. With me is William. No Tasteless here. You will get more of him on the second desk segment. If you do, we all want a bit more of Tasteless. You can find him there. We are getting into Fracture. This is a pretty interesting map pick. We've only seen it once from Zeta. They looked great on it with the Fade. But also T1 has a lot of experience on this map as well so far here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, and for T1, the big question always has been whenever they come to the Fracture, they go for that, they've always been preferring that double duelist with Ban playing the Jet. And the question has always been, is Ban warmed up, right? Sometimes he decided to come back onto the stage for this Fracture. Of course, now today going up against Step, who has been farming a lot of kills. Now, I know the Death said, maybe he's fallen off a little bit in the last couple matches, but overall, though, he has been the biggest factor here.
Oh
for
भाई
Zeta
आ गया भाई
in their
finally
potential
hurt.
playoff run.
Absolutely. He is the hard carry of this team. If there is any team that I feel like gets kind of individually carried by one player, I would say it's Zeta Division. When this guy is on, though, sometimes you only need him, right? And that's not to discredit some of the other players. I think that's just that Depp is really extraordinary in his play. So we'll have to wait and see if they can do it.
4-man A stack for
T1,
Zeta भी hit
a very
करते हैं.
well-rounded team.
Let's go.
They were able to have a great performance last week against Team Secret, but a lot of us would argue that, of course, Zeta is a much more difficult opponent.
All right, so just clearing the initial Killjoy utility. I like that Zeta just took that very slowly. They weren't in a position where they could potentially get jumped on. They even had 10 up north on the arcade side, so they have both sides now. They have to choose here. If they're gonna fight, they gotta stick it, but they both get stunned. They have to run back into the site.
Yeah, that timing from Zeta, not the greatest. Here comes T1 now through B main, but those paint shells very nicely timed from the side of Depp here. As around the corner, but Munchkin's gonna take his head off.
Well, now everyone's just stuck in
boy,
tower.
nice
I mean,
flash.
0-0 was the last hope, but he was getting spammed. He had to peek out. Now Laz doing what he can.
I don't know if they have enough time to defuse this, but Munchkin is holding it down. They get it to half, and the one-shot, they are going to get him down as Zeta is able to take his head off, and that half defuse so critical for them to make sure they get that round very close starting.
Why watching
T1
games with
Zeta
eyes
making a
closed?
statement right off in the pistol round, which, by the way, we've all been waiting for this match, the Zeta versus Zeta match, but we'll try our best to say T1 whenever we can. But overall, a good retake. Now, all of this comes off the back of T1 just pushing out of main immediately, right? And just really committing. They were committing a lot of their utility initially to get main control first, right outside a tree, because that way they had faith that they could still go for the retake. It works out perfectly. They get the double stun, and that's the pistol round for T1.
Yep.
I'll find you.
T1's Zeta with an excellent performance there at the end to clutch that for the team. Alongside of Munchkin, who I think got 2 or 3 kills in the entire round. So nice start here for T1 as they'll take the orb. And
Depp भाई आज
run
टोपी
the
क्यों
other way.
पहने वो सोच रहा हूँ मैं.
4 Bulldogs, not going all the way up to, a Vandal or a Phantom and risking potential other utility or defense, but preferring to go for these rifles that they can carry over to the bonus. So T1's looking ahead here on the defensive half. Just a sliver angle there. A little rough if you don't get that shot with the burst with an angle as tight as that, but Ban's just going to get info.
You're talking about Ban. He started off last week as, by the way, Munchkin's going to get 1. He started off last week amazingly on Lotus. Like, he just had the best start ever, and then the rest of the team kind of, like, followed up from there. As Munchkin is just taking people down here on B main by himself.
Yeah, and now they're getting pinched as well by 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐿 Player. There's nowhere to go, and that is a flawless over here for T1. Now, Zeta Division, we should note, they didn't invest much into this round. They were mostly on Classics. Laz did have a Sheriff. Of course, that's going to get dropped. They're also one of those teams that has been really believing in the half-armor economy meta. So their own economy, not in a terrible state, but obviously the trouble is... We're only in the second round, guys. A little early to get too happy about it, but the problem now being that T1 had a flawless.
कैसे भाई शुभम भाई मैं ठीक हूँ आप कैसे?
Well, Munchkin only 3 points away from the lockdown. Those are the things that Zeta Division has to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. That guy in the middle, I have to say, he was putting on a great face, a very, very happy face after that second round win. Pretty straightforward stuff. Let's see if they can sneak away this bonus round. T1 have been incredibly clean since last week, but do Zeta Division have what it takes?
The stun comes in. I like the setup here from T1. Even though the stun doesn't connect entirely, they were purposely using 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐿 Player to be the scout to then guarantee a fault line to win that duel. 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐿 will eventually get the first one, but of course he goes down. But in the grand scheme of things, if it's a 1-for-1 trade in this round, T1's happily going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Zeta Division just grouping up now as a unit, trying to hold all the long angles with their upgraded rifles here. Let's see exactly what angle they want to take on the attack, as we do have 3 members of T1 kind of angling over towards B, but they can rotate if necessarily. Nobody's in tower or anything like that, as the slow push from Zeta Coming in through the door, they're going for A.
Yeah, and now T1's fairly well prepped for this. They somewhat expected, but the haunt is so good. They know one's on the second floor. Carpe's not catching anybody by surprise here. But he's
भाई ये मर कैसे नहीं रहा अब तक?
Okay,
मर
it took a
गया.
little while, but Zeta now very nicely able to trade one back. But Laz, it's a 2v1 in favor of Zeta Division.
I mean, this is already somewhat disastrous here for Zeta Division. Now a crossfire, they should be able to secure this one, but they dropped 3 weapons. Meanwhile, T1 on the bonus, right? They're taking away 3 of those rifles, the Vandals and the Phantoms. T1's going to be just fine with that round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we could see a lot of rifle and half-eyes once again. It was a good start for 𝘼𝘽, but then Depp is on the ropes, just comes on over and swings in like Superman. Save the day. Eventually, they push on to A and take it down. That haunt, as you mentioned on the Carpe, was huge because if he got value kind of lurking up there on the site, could have seen a different story.
Oh, absolutely. I think that would have spelled absolute trouble here for Zeta Division. Now, Zeta Division doing what they can to change up the tempo each round, right? The main force, they've gone through tree in the first round, and then, of course, on their eco was a little rough. But then, because they got pushed out from A main, they counteract by pushing into A main. Now they're trying to take full control of Arcade. The thing is if they're never going to bring up the tempo itself, the speed, T1 will happily stay on their defaults as they are right now.
Just hanging out. Here comes Zeta Division up into the tower. So we do have a couple of guys in there. Breach and Raze already on the site as they push through main as well. But 10 a little bit slow on that one as the plant is coming in, so they already secure the site for now.
Okay, so Ban was spotted by the turret from 10 as he was trying to rotate in. From the bottom side, 𝘼𝘽 gets an early kill, and the lockdown's now coming in. Because they don't know where Ban is, Zeta Division has to focus behind themselves as well, but it's actually just going to be a 5-man retake coming in from spawn.
Oh, he misses!
The flash! He misses the angle! They eventually still get the kill with the Molly, but...
Yeah, Molly's getting some great value right now as the defuse is coming in. Ban is trying to hold it down in the tower alongside a 2-1 Zeta as they will clean them up and the defuse comes through as Laz on 1 health.
Oh, he wants to survive, and he will.
Oh man, they are barely scraping by in these rounds though. A pretty critical miss there. As you mentioned, the flash, the timing is perfect to make sure that Depp cannot stop that.
Yeah, and again, because they put the lockdown in, people are going to be forced out. And then they had the smoke here on main. And then because Ban had disrupted the turret earlier, the members outside a tree were so worried. And this has been happening round and round again already here in the first half as Ban has been pushing out so aggressively once the rest of his teammates get first contact. And then he races the other half of the map. Once again, right? No signs of the enemy. And now they spot the turret, so we already see Ban and Munchkin pushing out once again. Munchkin's going to stay in range of his utility for A site, but Ban's going to push out. Zeta expects it this time, but oh my goodness.
Yeah, T1 just playing really cleanly so far. That's going to be a first blood now over to the side of Ban.
Zeta thukte ja rahi hai
Great
bhai.
information as well. Nightmare will come through.
𝘼𝘽's just going to hold this. He has the better angle on that close smoke. The only thing, he's concerned about is tower. Now his teammates get taken down, so 𝘼𝘽 is stuck. Finally gets spotted.
10's doing a great job. Oh man, the 3 people on the site just mowing them down. Span and Munchkin trying to take this back.
They weren't aware that Ban was already through. Ban is online today.
Yeah, the guy is insane. Both he and Munchkin, I have to say, the most valuable members you could potentially have up for T1 as Ban gets another headshot.
He's 1 away from the ace.
Oh,
Munchkin's gonna secure it, but they'll
ये
gladly
round
take
भी
the
throw
round
हो गया.
win for sure. And Ban single-handedly just opening up this round for T1.
Yeah, playing the Jet here on Fracture, he has been critical to their success. You see that Munchkin as well, 7 kills so far in 5 rounds. That's a very nice time to take a timeout if you're Zeta Division, because so far, you have had some good moments, actually. Zeta Division getting onto sites, but they're just not winning those post plants.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to potentially look like a repeat of our first match, right? Where Zeta Division, they're trying to adapt. They're trying to adapt to Ban pushing out. And they're doing what they can as we listen to some of the comms. But at that point, if you're losing the duels anyway, you're still going to always be on your back foot. Even there, I mean, they expected Bane to push out once again. You lose that duel, they're like, okay, well, we just got to kind of push through B, right? We just got to go to arcade because we already, you know, got our turret taken out over on tree. We don't have control of that. We can't go through ropes. We're kind of stuck here.
Yeah, and there's a lot to go over. If you try to figure out kind of how to get your team back on the right path, as of course we do have many fans hoping for a Masters Tokyo visit. I can't read the Japanese personally, but I caught the Masters Tokyo bit. I know a lot of people are hoping that at least one Japanese team can make it there and perform there. Just, you know, home crowd and all that stuff would be very hype just to watch that.
I mean, yeah, listen, you can cheer for your own team.
मैच का भी अपना कल 4:30 बजे
so good for Zeta
और 15
to
तारीख
play
को 1:30
international
बजे
tournament. I think I actually don't know. I haven't seen the headline for this, but I think that Sai might have said the tickets are going. No, the tickets are already on sale, so I don't know. It's the time was tomorrow at 10 a.m., but not sure what it was pointing to from the fans here.
Yeah. Well, you see once again Zeta kind of doing this thing where they just kind of hold on to the spawn, and it's actually T1 that are charging into them.
Yeah, but okay, so Zeta, once again, clearly the command was given to watch out for these pushouts. But the thing is if you're not winning these duels, if you're not set up to counteract this, you're just stuck in A main.
Yeah, I mean, this gives so much information now to T1. They're like, okay, they're in A main. We know exactly where they're going to push from. As 10 is holding it down. He was on 17 health. So for him to trade is actually pretty good.
Yeah, but now the Nano Swarms, yep, they're going to pop off. It buys a little bit more time, and Saya's closing in with the showstopper. I mean, T1's got a great position for the retake. Ow. Yeah, Depp does get hit by that.
Oh! What?
Yeah, Saya was just way closer to the wall than Depp expected, and Depp not able to drag it over in time.
It looked like he was flashed, too, and Saya was still able to hit the shot. We're going to have to see the replay on that one, but T1 are dominating them on the site right now as Crow is going to be taken out. Munchkin, yet another kill on the board for him.
And what we just saw there, too, right at the end, like, this is how we can tell T1's really starting to find their consistency in the way that they set up the baits and the crossfires and the trades, right? Their tempo, and who peeks out when, who's swinging out wide to just
Zeta
drop
के
the
reaction
crossfire.
भी
They
बहुत
all
ही
understand
slow
their
है.
role. No one's greedy for the kill on their own. Oh, he does dodge it for the half flash,
yeah.
but man. I mean, yeah, just look at this, right? They're all communicating and saying, I'm holding this angle, I'll peek out here. If you listen to some of their comms and some of the replays on Bind last week as well, you'll hear a lot of that. Messiah calling for Carpe, swing out and get the kill, I'll hold for you, things like that.
I mean, especially at the professional level, you need to be so crisp with those callouts.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to get dominated by teams like T1 who have the incredibly crisp callouts, so...
Oh, and now Ban's got the operator, so how does that change things? T1 now pushing out with the Breach Raze combo to gain aggressive control. The other thing is I think T1 also recognizing we've already done enough mental conditioning, right? We've already done enough macro damage, whereas Zeta Division has to be worried about our pushouts. And they're ditching B because they have the Rolling Thunder. We can always go for the retake there. I'm just going to make sure, you know, the Breach here, T1 Zeta, providing support to make sure the operator and the 𝘍𝐽𝐿 utility are not taken out for free on the A side.
Yeah. Let's see it from the side of Zeta Division. They have this lockdown. Will be put down underneath Sewer, as is the way of things.
And again, all read through, right? T1 very well prepped against this. They start to close in afterwards. And Saya making sure that he doesn't give up their spawn area. I mean, T1 is just reading Zeta like a book.
Yeah. Well, Zeta with this lockdown will be able to at least put the spike down. Good position. You got double nano swarm on top of it.
अच्छा पोजीशन तो है Zeta के मॉली है अल्ट
that you mentioned, William.
Oh, he gets hit in sewers as well. They can't push up against T1 Zeta.
So T1 Zeta gonna go down. Depp able to get that swing. So got Aftershock through. Just trying to go for the defuse now is Carpe. As is the way. Nice dodge on the flash.
He stuck the half. Depp needs to start closing in. He can't hold this passive angle.
Ban able to get the first. They're gonna hold it. Saya is able to swing. He's trying to hold it, but he's not able to. As that should be it for the Zeta Division. They do pick it up with the very closely timed, but correctly timed orbital strike.
फ्लैश
on the side
करके
of
पिक
Sugar
कर
Zero.
सकता था.
Yeah, I mean, that was really dicey. Crow with the spam just to make sure, because if not, if it was, you know, someone else at full health, they might have been able to really barely finish it right as the strike came down. But Crow, they get the ping with the haunt as well, so that just absolutely guarantees it. So yeah, I mean, yeah, they have the orbital strike, which is why Depp doesn't push in earlier. But at the end of the day, they do have to commit it, right? And so a lot of investment just to get one more round on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have the Blade Storm and Rolling Thunder taken from the side of T1 as well, so decent committal from them just to try to get on to the retake. Nearly works out for them, but if you're going to have like a setup on the attacker side that is going to be high percentage win rate, it's going to be something like that, right? So can't blame Team 1 for losing that, as here comes 𝘼𝐽𝐿 Player, extremely aggressive on this angle.
Oh, he hides with the assistance of T1 Zeta, but 𝘼𝐽𝐿's still stuck. Yeah, he already took too much damage. Now, a bit of a risky play, and I gotta start to think that I think this operator is starting to kind of really cramp on T1's strategy so far. Okay, well, Ban, as I say that, Ban's like, Ban's like, you shut up, I'll get a kill and I'll open up the map.
I just love that. Like, your point definitely still stands, but like right as you said it, he just like takes his head off. Oh, man.
Well, timing is everything. But yeah, overall, right, it forces 𝘼𝐽𝐿 to have to take these aggressive stances if Team 1 wants to gain more control of the map. So it's been a little hard, but Ban, if he can still get these kills, it shuts down one part of the map. Zeta cannot get taken out by Munchkin here.
Well, he's,
Oh, no!
Oh, no! They didn't communicate he was in the corner. He's able to get one. The plant
bhai.
comes in. 15 seconds. Depp is so low already.
Now, because it's an operator, this is a little risky on both sides. Of course, Zeta Division much lower on health. Now, Zeta's, they simply need to not get picked off by the operator, right? They have to draw them in close. Depp's just acting as bait, really. The real thing is Laz over in main. 𝘼𝐿𝐼𝐿 holds for one.
He's on pretty low health, but he's hitting the shots as he gets
Oh,
an
bhai,
ace at the
ace
end of it.
bolte.
𝘼𝐿𝐼𝐿 popping off and getting
Sugar
Zeta Division
daddy.
back in this map.
Well, the timeout certainly getting its value from Zeta Division earlier, really bringing them back in. And, I mean, even though Ban got a kill, I gotta go back to the point about this operator, right? It's starting to really force T1 to have to play a much more passive style or commit so much utility on the side of the Rays. Of course, this time they're just gonna have to save up anyway.
Sugar Zero Daddy
tempo
bus.
change, if you had won the first round with the operator, sure, it might even actually work on a macro level to really pressure Zeta Division out. But Zeta Division figuring it out one step at a time. T1, I'm curious now when they get creds enough again, do they buy the op again or do they hold off on it? Because surely that's part of the discussion.
See that 10 is just doing his job, holding down that one as, Munchkin gonna take a head off of 10 with the Sheriff out here, out of B main.
Here.
Okay, so I like the aggressive orbital strike here, right? Because you got the ace earlier. Just use it earlier. Now, because of that, the lockdown can be used for free. Zeta Division has to push in.
Yeah, they're gonna have to, okay, well this is working out for them. 2 kills for Depp.
Well, okay.
Another for 𝘼𝐿𝐼𝐿. And,
all right. Yeah, well, Crow, he might as well act as bait at this point because everyone else is still fine and dandy.
Nearly able to get that Marshall
Right,
kill,
Depp
but
by
not meant to be.
Crips.
Depp with the 4K. And now we have ourselves a map. The beginning of this map was certainly looking very one-sided in favor of T1. Not anymore, as things are nearly tied up.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like the, somewhat overcommitment with the early orbital strike, because in some ways, they actually draw out the
भाई
enemy
चाय
lockdown
बोलता हूँ
as
अशोक
well
को
on their
बनाने.
eco. I think Zeta Division just having faith, even if the lockdown goes down, we have the better weaponry. As long as we group together and don't give away weapon upgrades for free, we should take the round. So they actually get everything they would want. Now orbital strike on the side of T1 is available. But I think Zeta Division, they might go for another fast push. Again, they have Rolling Thunder and
चाय
Showstopper.
बनाओ
They really want to chain things together.
Ban just biding his time. Has the breach to try to help him out, but now he's just in position to peek them here as a lot of members down in sewer for Zeta Division.
Yeah, now you gotta expect the Rolling Thunder. That's partly why Ban also trying to hold an off angle over on tower. Of course, he also spotted that the Prowler was coming out of sewers as well. So, Ban, if you're sitting in the middle of the site, yeah, your teammates better be ready to cover you here in the form of T1 Zeta and 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻, because the Rolling Thunder is a very real threat.
Off your feet!
Yeah, well, he's going to give his position away at least, as he is in the cloud burst. Step takes a little bit of damage. And it's not the cleanest entry, a little bit slow, and now Ban is in position to try to stop this push. A huge flank, and he gets another 3K from Ban as he holds the site by himself. Make it
क्या मार रहा है भाई?
alone. They're not gonna. Well, now he's got an opportunity for the ace, and he will pick it up. Our second ace.
भाई एक गेम में दो एसा भी सा.
Ban gets it.
Wow.
गर्मी में चाय भाई एसी में बैठे हैं तो क्या ही गर्मी लगेगी.
Warmed up and he says yes, absolutely I am. 14-6-1 after 10 rounds here in Fracture. And here, oh my gosh, here's the thing is that when Depp first flew in, he didn't actually get sight of Ban, he just got shot at. And I think maybe Depp assuming, did I get spammed through the smoke? But he was too afraid to peek out because otherwise he would get pinned down and maybe get taken out. And at that point, no one's checking that potential corner.
Absolutely. Well, now we got an aggressive entry here from Depp. He's going to get stunned up, though, and Showstopper doesn't get much value.
I mean, Zeta, they take control of Sand, so it looks like they want to commit to this. They don't quite have to, but because they have the alarm bot, they could still push back out.
The timing of the peak is huge.
Oh,
Zeta from T1 up on rope is just able to peek down on them. Tendo is able to pick up 2.
But 10 भाई.
And all of a
Spray
sudden,
transfer
Zeta
बोलते.
Division strike back.
Not spray transfer.
Well, one thing's for sure, neither team, no player on either team is just getting too shaken.
Guys, like,
up, right?
subscribe
They're always
ठोको यार.
recovering in the next round, bouncing back and forth. So this
Subscriber
the
count को
initial
मत
couple
रोको.
rounds looked like maybe even mechanically T1 was just in better form today. I think that is now a moot point, and it's really going to come down to round adaptations here.
It's pretty insane aim from that angle as well, from that range. Transfer from the top, reset, get the second kill. 10 gets very low. He's been playing a very defensive role so far for his team, but we know he's able to pop off as well.
So Zeta Division, after a couple rounds of the aggressive attacks, they now go for another slow pinch, just waiting to see if there's a push out. I think 10 even recalled his turret. So at this point, Zeta Division just committing to the fact that they're going to go A, right? No one's watching behind them. You surely have to expect that someone could have gotten your flank. The thing is Ban is very, very close. Look at the pings coming down. They know they're in main. Oh, what?
ये तो
Zaya
shut down
pulls
कर
it at
दिया.
the exact wrong time. Here's Ban.
He's got the flank.
That turret's going to be annoying as the flash is good. Depp is holding it down in Sands.
Oh, Ban all alone. I mean, yes, he's had quite a few heroics so far, but this is looking tough. Now, if there's an H thing to do it, it's probably a Jet.
Yeah. Last round, so just got to go for it. Do your best.
You're just faking that he's going to go through Sands and he wants to jump into the site. Oh, doesn't get stunned, but it's starting. Yes, do you dash through? He does. Oh, well, now he's stuck. Well, now he's out of time, I think, but obviously still doing what he can.
It's the mental game now. Just wants to take him out. Nope. Depp gonna take him down. 3 kills for him on the round. 6-6.
Depp भाई और बैन भाई दोनों मार रहे ले guys.
This is looking like a
Depp भाई 13, बैन भाई 17. दोनों ने मिला के 30 मार
Let's
दिए.
remind everyone, this started 5-1 for T1. All right, I mean Zeta has just turned an entire new chapter within the first half. And now you can reset as you switch sides.
That's all you gotta say.
Nice, yeah.
Nice.
Well, and here's the other thing. We haven't heard a lot of nices from Zeta Division so far in Pacific. That used to kind of be their trademark cheer. But overall, their comms definitely seem, a bit more upbeat today, a bit more proactive. And
क्या
I
लगता
think
है
maybe they're
guys?
finally feeling good about whatever is coming through in their scrims. Maybe they feel confident that they've hit a stride here. Let's see if they can continue that. I mean, I think a lot of the questions were that
impact
when they lost to Paper Rex, maybe it's just because it's Paper Rex, right? You still had a good showing as Team Secret Zeta Division. You looked like you were on the path to an upgrade, and they're proving that, yeah, you know what, Paper Rex, that was just a match against Paper Rex. Let's forget about it.
Yeah.
Now we're back in our own style.
Yeah, it does feel like these two teams are definitely much closer matched. I think that T1 had an excellent performance last week, but I think it was against a Team Secret that's not really finding their footing right now. So, as we mentioned before, for both of these teams, it's a very difficult opponent that they're going up against tonight, and that's making a pretty close match so far. As of course, the T1 fans are out in throngs here. We got pretty much a full stadium to come and watch them play.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, I think, really starting to get behind this T1 roster. Of course, we have a lot of Japanese fans, as they always, somehow find a way to visit us here in Seoul for these weekend matches whenever a Japanese team plays. And, as the desk was talking about it, Zeta Division is that team for Japanese Valorant, right? Yes, more and more players and teams are starting to come up and make a name for themselves, but Zeta's been that representative for that country and that region, and see if they can continue to keep that hope alive to get a ticket to Masters Tokyo.
Yeah, well, we're going into a pistol round now. Zeta Division is going to be on the defender side from here.
Carpe 0, 7, and 7.
Yeah.
I mean, 7 assists, yes, that's good, but man, you haven't won a single one of your duels. That is rough, especially after, a lot of the praise that we gave him. He looked so consistent last week, and if he wasn't getting kills, it was because he was playing kind of more of that supporting role at times, but very rough start here for him.
Yeah. Certainly does feel like he's kind of just hanging back and, getting defuses, getting plants, kind of just supporting the team. But, yeah, to have 0 kills and a half, that's it's not good. Not a good thing. We'll see if we can turn it around.
Oh, bhai.
T1 going to get a pretty free entry onto A as Zeta Division look for the retake.
Yeah, a little interesting that Zeta, I mean, stacking one side is fine, but, not even taking either dish or
head to head mein head to head
just
kaun
trying to
jeeta
come
wo
through from
dekhenge.
spawn.
Ban maybe a little bit over-aggressive there after the first kill.
All right, Sugar Zero's going to make sure that he checks. The spike is up top as well. Sugar Zero just drawing out all the nanoswarms now. They do have to start to stick it, but here comes the molly as well.
Yeah, I mean, they just have pretty much everything they need. Saya player in position.
Oh, and the aftershock.
Yeah, they're just winning this with utility. He's going to stick it, though.
Does he have time?
Ooh,
I don't think
no.
so. Yeah, wow.
Kya?
Oh my
Chayla
god. Look, okay, but here's what
dikh hi
Zeta
raha
Division
tha
needs to take away
nahi
from
hone
that is
wala hai
that,
karke.
oh, we can't give a site for free. The amount of utility chaining they have. If we do give it for free, we have to pressure one of the other sides. Because if they could just set up literally every single ability, we just simply don't have time, right? Or you have to sacrifice someone to get the half and then chain it. So hopefully Zeta Division keeps a note of that after that pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we saw from T1 on Bind is that they do their homework. They come extremely prepared. That's yet another example of that, especially on the attacker side. They have a very nice setup, pistol round kind of utility win by just pushing into A. And essentially, if you get the spike down, you can delay for 20, 30 seconds.
Yep.
And that's basically enough time as Zeta Division all rotating over to B.
And now they're going to regroup to come through spawn again. Well, the question is, do they just die to the spike here?
Just going for a run, you know?
Yeah, no.
A group run.
Get your exercise in, get your steps in.
Yeah. You need some of that
all right, well, now they're going to get
exercise
spotted as well. It doesn't look like they plan on just quietly dying to the spike, though. So curious as to what the idea is here, just clearing out every part of Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, they might try, but T1 is already in position to deny that from them, as they have to get into A main if they want to.
Oh, and Munchkin just closes the gap here with his Spectre. They've got Phantoms as well. Oh! T1 getting a little greedy.
Yeah, I mean, they are able to pick up all the kills. Munchkin gets 4, but yeah, they kind of all grouped up for that one.
Yeah.
Necessarily didn't have to push into 5 people from Zeta Division.
You had Phantoms and a bull. You had a Phantom and a Bulldog, and I believe everyone bought. Maybe 4 people bought. You definitely took some damage, okay? You
Extra-
got to keep
extra
the most
guns
expensive
area.
weapons in the Phantom and the Bulldog, but now you're really making this a true bonus round just to even out your economy. Meanwhile, Zeta will go for that half armor Vandal, all Vandals for the Zeta division players.
Yeah, I mean, they have the smokes and the brimstone, I guess, but just trying to
Oh,
click
bhai,
on some
Deb
heads,
bhai.
and that's exactly what Depp does. Takes that Phantom already away from Ban, who was the guy who was holding on to it.
Now, what we're really seeing, I'll touch upon this in the next start of the round as well, is that Zeta Division is very well aware that the easiest point of entry for T1 is Dish. And then if they just win the duels elsewhere, they're fairly confident they can hold on to A site.
Well, they did exactly that. Wasn't much of a contest here as everybody ran into the open arms of Laz, who generously, well, I guess it was T1 in this case, being generous.
आ गया गप्पा?
But he gladly took
तेरा
all
क्या
those
light
kills.
चला गया था क्या?
We'll take another look here.
Well, that was very generous from Munchkin. Just a true Christmas gift here
क्या
for
चल रहा है
Laz.
score?
4 kills.
8-7.
Man, we are seeing
T1 lead कर
several
रहा है.
rounds of players on both
Nice.
sides getting multi-kills and aces. Now, we saw pings earlier again. Again, the focus is
इतना close
if we
क्यों हो
can
रहा है
keep
लेकिन ये
control
गेम?
of main, let's just check to see if the entry is eventually coming
शुक्रिया.
in from
कोई
Dish.
show वो
'Cause if
दिखाया क्या?
not, we can reposition. You've got,
नहीं,
look at the
अरे दो
setup
ace
here
मारे,
from
एक
Killjoy
ban ने
on
और
the
एक
side of
sugar
Zeta
zero
Division
ने.
on B site, right? It's just to buy time. You know, as soon as one of those activates, the Brimstone's going to smoke, just lock down the site, and try to hold on to it together.
Well, you got T1 Zeta trying to open for his raise. His Ban makes it in, but can't get the kill. He nearly takes out 10, who's on 19 health. And
Oh my
amazing look away from the flash. Zeta Division are going
Bhai,
super
10
safe
bhai.
now.
And that's the spike still locked up in tower. They can't recover it. 10 with a heroic,
Zeta.
absolutely crazy hold in B tower.
Yeah, Ban trying to, you know, put on his something pants. Wasn't really able to get in range. 10 gets that first kill. Looks away from the second flash.
Volume बढ़ाओ. Okay.
And holds it down, and he was really the linchpin of why they were able to hold on to the site.
Man, yeah, especially after taking all those hits
Oh.
from the shorty, surviving with 19 health and dodging the aftershock and the flash. Very impressive from 10. And what this allows Zeta to do is kind of relax about B site, right? Generally, okay, we can kind of trust 10 to just hold on to the site. So T1 just aggressively pressuring it. They're going to draw out the Killjoy utility early, but you've still got SugarZero nearby to assist.
Curious to see how this entry is going to go. Right now, Ban with the Blade Storm, he's by himself in A main, actually. As T1 haven't really committed to anything just yet. They're just kind of waiting on the outskirts, trying to scout out. And they could certainly try to rotate over to A if need be.
They've done this before. T1's done this before where they just go to B and have faith that Ban will come in on the flank. Now it looks like because they couldn't clear out the utility fast enough, they want to rotate, but now Ban, he has to get these kills, otherwise they're just all stuck in no man's land.
Yeah, this is potentially going to get pretty awkward as the smokes are down for the side of T1 as they try to make their way onto the A site here.
Okay, Zeta Division not getting too feisty. I like this from Zeta Division. They're playing it safe. Now, they have no idea where Munchkin is. Curious when the flank's going to happen.
He got hit by the blast. And now Ban up in the air.
Ban!
He's taking off heads. This is an eco round right now for T1, but he's got 3 kills.
But now they surely don't expect Munchkin to be coming in from Dish again.
Oh, no. That's just... They're getting ran around the ring right now by T1. There's not enough time.
Yeah, this is secured. You have too many things to consider here for Deb. I mean, Munchkin really, yeah, the reason he jumped down is, you know, at the last second, maybe I can get a free rifle upgrade, but my God, Ban!
I don't know how they didn't take him out either. I mean, he was in there so aggressively, but the timing of when he went into that smoke on Dish,
yes,
I think was the biggest thing.
Yeah, so right here, he gets hit by the Fade ultimate and just crosses paths.
भाई एक भी बुलेट कैसे नहीं खाया कप्पा वो तीन लोग से?
Gets a triple. That, I mean, yeah, at that point you're like, surely there's not another member of the band looking confident today.
Yeah, I love that little shake of the head. He's like, you guys can't beat me today. He's got 21 kills already.
This is a performance. And let's remember, this is what Ban was known for back in Challengers in North America.
Munchkin is kind of like, okay, well, I'm going to get the job done now. I will not be outdone. Oh, I'm sorry, Munchkin. It's already happened, but I really like that play.
You should run.
Zeta, I think a timeout's in order, right? More than anything, I think they're not able to kind of group up about trying to get
confirm वाले चाहिए क्या?
into T1's ideas.
Oh boy.
Right, Pro going for the high risk, high reward, right?
अच्छा double triple try कर रहे हैं.
Numbers out before I go down. They even still had 10 get detained right at the
last second तक रुकना था कप्पा मेरे यहाँ पे तो.
हाँ.
So maybe just
2 second या
2 second
पे
पे
pick किया इसने 2 second.
इसने 5 पे pick किया 4-5 पे 2 पे करता तो I think 1-2 तो मिल जाते.
Yeah, I think more than anything, I think the players in the server right now on the side of Zeta Division, they're not able to collect themselves in time before the next round starts, and so they're just kind of falling for these passive ideas of, okay, let's hold the site with Killjoy.
Cutting पे अभी
थोड़ा सा और चाहिए. Let's rotate, but T1,
cutting
they've
मतलब
now figured it out.
अपने बड़े वाले कप का नहीं छोड़.
As soon as we get contact, Zeta's continue to play their safe and sound style. As long as we're not getting stuck.
पी लिया आपने ने मना किया तो बोलेगा अभी.
Like B Tower, we can just break into the site.
10-8, current score. Doesn't look like anyone's gonna peek anybody over there around Dish.
नहीं है कप्पा ऐसा मत बोल.
And I don't see any timeout called by Zeta Division, so they're going to try to win with this one.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you still have one more, solid opportunity in the next round before it goes to match point. Now, of course, your economy, I guess if you go for the half armors, you should be okay in the next round as well. Now, you do have ultimates that you can trade, so Zeta Division, their goal should be, let's push out one side, try to force the ultimates initially from T1, and then use ours for the retake.
Dev kind of misses the top, but a lot of spam comes through as already here comes T1 in onto the site. They're behind them.
Oh, because of the showstopper. Yeah, now they're concerned about Saya player. Originally, they wanted to pinch Munchkin, but right now, Zeta Division is the one who has to watch both sides.
Oh, by depth.
Munchkin gonna get pinched over here. Getting from two sides. It's now Saya here in main, trying to hold it down. Gets one, gets two.
An excellent flash from T1 Zeta, and now with the stun as well.
And an aftershock just to buy time, and now they know where Sugar Zero is. 𝘼𝐽𝐿 finally gonna get a kill here.
Yeah, I mean, he uses Orbital Strike as well just to eliminate everything, and T1.
लग रहा है T1 GG कर रहा है.
Again, T1's just in the minds of Zeta. The fact that they use the showstopper on top of the Rolling Thunder, despite
ये दोनों के सामने अपना प्लेयर नहीं था रे कोई.
tells me that they wanted to counteract the push.
रॉशी गोलू नहीं गए थे ना तब तक.
हाँ.
So this is from the round before, actually.
Yeah, this is from the round before. Because this time, of course, Munchkin does get taken out by Death, but I mean, what an incredible round. Yeah, see, that guy in the middle, he expended all his energy cheering the first 2 rounds.
He's tired now. He's like, oh, wow. Good job, T1. Yeah, second time out here for Zeta Division.
Ashok
was wanted to see it from the last round, but it's okay. 11.
अशोक ने चाय की बारिश की है अभी इधर.
So much to
भर दिया रहेगा ना एकदम नेक टू नेक.
नहीं, ट्रांसफर कर रहा था कब से नीचे गिरा दिया.
That's why I'm not a coach.
Well, I mean, I think one thing's for sure, right, is that like if you're gonna push out, I think you have to commit a bit harder. And here's the thing: is that clearly the blindly pushing out, T1 is somewhat prepared for at this point. And if you do it after a timeout, I think it could never be more obvious. Now, on the contrary, perhaps you change up
Caster बोल रहे T1 is prepared for the pushing out. पर round तो 5v3 हो गया था.
Where you can just get information and try to stop the initial push. And then off of that, push out the other side, and get ready for the retake. Because right now, you're kind of going halfway, right? You're like pushing out, but not committing enough to win your duels. But at the same time, then you're not taking the area, so you have to go back through spawn for the retake anyway. It's a little iffy here from Zeta.
Yeah.
गलत बोल रहा है भाई कास्टली
We got a
वाला.
couple of ults here for the side
क्या
of
नशे कर
Zeta.
रहे हो?
Couple that could be very
बोल रहा है
critical.
कि they are not committing enough to
Prowler's
take the
coming
space
out
और
and
CT
Laz
से
gonna
retake
take
करना पड़ रहा है.
out Ban.
पर वैसा कुछ हो ही
Again,
नहीं
he was
रहा.
alone here in A main.
Yeah, I mean, Ban, he tried to swing out right before, you know, as the sun comes out to try to get an early kill. Does get taken down. Now, initially, T1, like I mentioned, we're waiting for a potential push out off of the timeout. Now they're somewhat stuck in Dish. However, if they can get into the site, it comes down to Munchkin.
That's good information right now for Zeta Division. Munchkin, as you mentioned, he's doing his job. Meanwhile, the rest of T1 are rotating away from A.
Zeta's overthinking this. They're thinking that, okay, if the push hasn't happened right away, should we refocus on A? Is T1 trying to play mind games with us? But in the meantime, T1 is just committing here. No, they're going to rotate back to Dish? No way. They're literally using the overthinking of Zeta entirely against them. They had kept Carpe here on Dish.
There.
Well, they hear them running over. There's not enough time as
Dep?
Dep is in the corner, and there's an aftershock. He just waits, and Laz gonna take all of them out, basically. And yeah, very strange round from T1. Maybe it was.
ये लोग गंदा मारामारी कर रहे हैं भाई आज.
Thinking their own attack as well.
Yeah, I think both of them kind of tripping over their own shoes here. But at the end
Umar
of the
is
day,
supporting.
the
I am
way
supporting
Zeta
Zeta,
adapts to-
but I have a different thought process.
adapts to this entire sweet
I want
sequence
them
of
to
no
win.
act.
हाँ, मैं चाहता हूँ वो लोग जीते
Great
क्योंकि
sees from Laz.
अभी जीतेंगे इन लोग के हमने तो कॉन्फिडेंट रहेंगे अगेंस्ट जेनजी और जेनजी को हरा दिया तो
Again, because it was kind of
जी
redefined,
जेनजी में हेड टू हेड मस्त है
Dep
अपने लिए
correctly positioning against
और
the
अपन ने
potential
सीक्रेट को
Dish
हरा दिया
dancing
जैसे तो
unit.
सीक्रेट जेनजी
That's a good defense.
डीएफएम और
Timeout
टैलेंट
handy for Zeta
ये
Division.
4 बॉटम हो सकती है और अपन टॉप 6 में.
Yeah, another orb into the hands of Saya player who's 2 away. This looks like more of a standard B push, although we do have a lot of members going underneath.
Now, the orb control much better on the side of T1, much more proactive. On the side of Zeta Division, I
अरे
mean,
भाई कंट्रोलर का प्राइस बढ़ते ही जा रहा है भाई क्या चाहिए?
Oh, 10. He's got to hit that. Carpe just
क्या नया पैच में कुछ
blades
अपडेट आ रहा है
onto
क्या?
his head and takes him out. It's going to be a plant
नहीं
here for
नहीं
T1
PS
Zeta.
का बात कर रहा हूँ.
I mean, you got to imagine if you had given that orb over to Crow, he could have that Rolling Thunder. Now, Depp aware that someone could be here. Oh, okay, he baits it out with a just shot, trying to spam to fish for info.
Yeah, going to clear out the sewer. There's no lockdown here for Munchkin, but
Now, yeah, but Zeta Division, they have decent positioning, but they have to start pushing in now.
oh, they have the crossfire, but they take out side player in the corner.
boy.
Laz once again showing up big.
Sewer's been taken over. No one to cover for Laz. Laz just gets the half.
Aftershock coming through as he's on the half. Munchkin gets it, and Laz just has to try to hold it.
Does he hold it?
He held it, yes!
अरे
He's
क्या
gonna
पकड़
stop
है?
him! T1 just barely
हाफ हो
able
गया
to
समझ
stop
में नहीं आ रहा
the
क्या?
defuse from coming through.
Wow,
आ रहा है ना वापस
literally
समझ
at
में.
the very last second there.
जानबूझ के
Wow,
लास्ट में
get
पिक
the
किया
swing.
ताकि डिफ्यूज ही
I
नहीं
mean, just
होएगा ना
having
मर भी गया तो.
confidence about the timing.
Anyway, वो अगर उतना पास क्रॉस होता तो होता ही नहीं था डिफ्यूज.
Jep able to jump through on the
तो देखना
first
उसको
duel
उधर ही
with
रुकना
one
पड़ता
kill
था.
and then set up trades.
लास्ट को.
Oh wow, Munchkin was shaking his head. T1's, they look very confident on stage today.
Yeah, they look like they're having a lot of fun.
Yes.
Especially Munchkin. He's catching up to Ban. He's got a better KD right now.
That he does.
He wants to be the guy who picks up those MVP votes. See how it goes, though. He's back in position.
Yeah, Zeta
ये मंचकिन
Division
हर बार
continues
बीमेन
setting
वॉकअप
up the
करके
Killjoy
ट्रेड
utility
तोड़े
of
जा
the
रहा है
race.
इन लोग
It's
कुछ पनिश
clearly
नहीं कर
set
रहे
up
उसे.
just to buy time. 10 and Sugar Zero cannot get greedy about the initial duels, right? I mean, just wait for the 5v5 retake. You already have control here of attacker spawn on the south side.
आगे मर
Just have
गए.
fade.
Oh, my
नहीं?
What? How did they not kill him? It takes them so long. As now we have showstopper advantage, you could say, to the side of T1. It doesn't look like Saya's going to find anyone,
एक और
but
सच,
oh, I may have misspoke as
क्या?
actually going to, I guess, distract 10? Very weird round.
Yeah, Zeta Division able to come out on top on the trades there. Seems like players on
Open
both sides
side,
a little
2v3.
slow on their triggers in this round.
कोई नहीं
Meanwhile, just
खाया
making
अभी
sure.
मरेगा जाके.
Yeah, T1, here's the thing. I think they just want to close it out this round. Now that could become a butterfly effect, but the reason they do that, you only have 2 people. You want Ban to be able to secure an extra area so you can always have a crossfire, but Ban couldn't push all the way through off of it, so I mean, SUPERWEEK, the longer he waits, the better it is. Yeah, for Zeta Division.
Ban का कटने वाला है अभी.
He's going to launch some smoke, and he's behind Ban. Ban doesn't have
SUPERWEEK
any idea.
Wait, no! Ban hides away from SUPERWEEK.
See if he can flank him, but Ban is probably going to get the jump on Depp and Crow first. As he gets the kill, he gets the Cloudburst, but he is taken out. And Crow will get this defuse.
I know, almost crazy twist of fates there, but Zeta Division able to get the retake, and all because, you know, they were just 1 man ahead, right? And that initial trade over on B side.
And now it's T1 who called the timeout.
I mean, I like it. You know, when we see these teams just calling for these timeouts, it really just goes to show that the players are kind of expending what they can to try to keep the lead. And then it's also
T1 और GenG का गेम देखेगा तो ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहता कि T1 फाइट हो रहेगा, मालूम है? इतना खराब खेले थे उन लोग.
Bounces back and forth, and we're definitely blessed with an excellent map 1 here in this best of 3 between Zeta Division and T1.
दोनों गेम 13-5 हुआ था.
Yeah, Tasteless was talking about 3 overtimes. I don't know if we're going to get exactly that, but we're getting closer to at least 1.
Do you think Tasteless would be upset if there was 4 overtimes
क्या
instead of 3? Like, is
Like,
it a 3
subscribe,
or
छोड़ो
more
guys.
scenario? Because I don't know, with these teams, I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
It's a very shiny sign.
Yeah, I've been actually seeing that sign from afar. Oh, some of the Japanese fans bring these custom-made signs. There's one for Depp out there as well that's very bright.
Yeah.
And surely those, even the players kind of spot in between the games, and it kind of makes them happy about it because you can absolutely see it from far away.
Yeah. This is getting interesting. I think that Zeta Division are actually in a really good spot here. The next round is going to be critical because this one, yeah, you're up a couple of ults, but T1's kind of like on a half buy round, so not really getting much. Van is hoping to get his Blade Storm for the next one. So we'll see how it goes. If they can win this round, Zeta Division, without blowing either of their ultimates, I think they could potentially force the overtime.
Okay, well, Zeta Division, they've cleared the north side just entirely as we were opening up that round. Now they do have... what? Well, that was not in the books here.
Yeah, you don't really prepare to get shortied in the face in the tower the second you pop out. So Ban is going to get T1 in an excellent spot.
Well, yeah, he just has to accept his fate that he's going to get detained. Just needs to get whatever kill he can. He's trying to just buy time here. He's trying to just bait them out. And he has to drop. Get out of here. I mean, he was just buying time for his team.
Yeah. Speaking of buying time, it's the orbital strike. The aftershocks coming through. And there's really not that much time.
Yeah, but
if you hold from here, you can get it. He's holding it.
Yeah, they gotta stick
He's holding it. He's gonna get the defuse. Zeta Division will force another round. T1 not able to hold on for long enough.
My goodness. That round, just the entire time you were casting it, I just kept having more and more question marks off of each other. But
इससे अच्छा तो मेरे को लगता है वो कॉर्नर पे खड़ा रह के मार देता है एक और
Now, of course, this came at the cost of both the Nightfall and the Lockdown being used, right, from Zeta Division, because they lost their initial control of B Tower. So they had to install the ultimates. Meanwhile, Munchkin only 1 point away from the Lockdown. Surely, you expect
गन से तोड़ के फाइट ही करते रहता तो बात अलग है.
गन से ही फाइट करना चाहिए था
We're going to twist things one more turn and just go for a very fast execute.
Yeah, well, he's able to open up spots for the orb to be picked
कोई
up.
और
He
भी
hasn't
क्रॉस
picked
में
it
खेल
up
सकता
just
था
yet as in they go. Judge in position, but he can't get it. Zeta from T1 is able, though, to follow up on the breach, and now he's on the side. Side player is able to get one more. The plant is coming in, and that's going to do it. 13-11. T1 will take map number 1 of Fracture.
I love the way T1 chose to play that last round, right? You think about everything that's happened.
Literally
Zeta just
street
used
fight
both
जैसा
their
चल रहा
ultimates.
था.
We've been going back and forth here. Zeta Division's catching up. We're 1 point away from our lockdown. Surely Zeta Division wants to play the slow to not give up the ult orbs, and T1 says, we have no interest, because what if we just win the map? And an explosive entry, ban with the
जीते
judges,
अच्छा या
just
बुरा
simply
ठीक ही
buying
है
enough time
T1
by
अगर आज सीरीज
drawing
जीतता है
everyone's
तो
attention while Zeta
specifically speaking तो
T1
अच्छा ही
Zeta
है
cleans up. And an excellent win on Fracture here for T1.
It got pretty close though. Zeta Division
मैं
nearly
थोड़ा
able
अलग
to run it
तरीके से
to
सोचा था उसके
overtime.
बारे में
Ban definitely might key player for this one just for the incredible clutches that he was able to pull through.
Oh yeah. I mean, he had such an amazing, I want to say like first 80% of the game, right? So, I mean, single-handedly,
हाँ
quite
कोलकाता
frankly,
आ रहे
really
हो
putting
आ
T1 up
रहा
ahead,
हूँ मैं
you know, into a lot of these rounds, especially in the
कोलकाता
first 6 where they were
आ
leading
रहा
5-1,
हूँ मैं
even picking up an ace for himself. But Zeta Division, a couple of their timeouts really helped them bring it back, and I think that's a good sign. It shows that they have ideas to recover. They're not just going to get swept away once the momentum gets out of their hand.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Zeta Division, they fought tooth and nail. Like, there were some rounds that were completely theirs. Like, they absolutely wiped T1 off the map. They just need literally just one more. And then we get overtime. It's a totally different position, a totally different situation. So I don't know what that says, but the sign is very cute. Saya player fighting as well.
लास्ट भाई खेल रहे हैं भाई
Well, and what? Well, that's a pun with Saya's name because it kind of sounds like to buy.
2 मिनट में आया guys
Anyway, cheering
तब
for
तक
Saya,
कुछ चला
wanting
के
to
जाता
steal
हूँ
their heart.
किधर जाता है
T1
भाविन
Zeta
2 मिनट के लिए
as
क्या कर
Harbor,
रहे
it
हैं
looks like, which he has
भूख
been
लग रही है
playing
यार
quite a
पापा
bit.
खाना नहीं खाया क्या
अरे खाया था पर थोड़ा ही खाया था दाल चावल अभी वापस थोड़ा सा खाया था पर
On to the next one, probably has a whole
अच्छे से नहीं खाया
जा
था
जा 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 जा
signs here, but T1 continuing to look good, right? It wasn't one-sided, but I would say their recovery and the reads they had on Zeta Division and the pressure they put on across the
अकेला
map
बैठ के क्या
looked
कर रहा है
very
भाई?
good, and quite
अरे
frankly, I don't
क्या
mean to put
कर
him
रहा
on
है
the spot, but
गणेश
Carpe had just gotten a couple extra
अकेला
kills.
नहीं अभी तक
I think
कप्पा
this
भी
would
था
have
इधर
looked
ही
a lot more in favor of T1.
हाँ क्या क्या कर रहे थे
हाँ
खेल रहे थे
वॉच पार्टी जेटा वर्सेस टी1 वॉच पार्टी बोलते हाँ
वॉच पार्टी बोलते प्रोफेशनल
वॉच पार्टी
प्रोफेशनल वॉच पार्टी
वॉच पार्टीयर ऑल द बेस्ट भाई गणेश कल के लिए
टैंक्स बोलते
टैंको
टैंक्स बोलते क्या स्कोर है भाई हो गया
एक मैप हो गया ये जीता T1 जीता 13-11 कैसा था सुशी कैसा था
मैं किधर खाया मैं खाया नहीं
तू नहीं खाया तू क्या खाया फिर
मैं कुछ तो खाया भाई अच्छा नहीं लगा एक कुछ तो खाया है
अच्छा उधर ज्यादा कुछ मिलता ही नहीं रहेगा ना ऐसा चिकन में
अरे
भी
इधर तो ऐसा बीफ और पोर्क के ज्यादा ऐसा मैं खाता नहीं हूं
तो चिकन में तेरे को कुछ मिलता ही नहीं रहेगा ना ज्यादा
मिलता है ऐसा नहीं मिलेगा नहीं है बट ज्यादा ऑप्शंस नहीं है
हाँ वही लिमिटेड वही रिपीट करना पड़ता रहेगा
हाँ वही
हेलो भोविन भाई एंड गणेश हाउस यू
हाँ
नहीं किसी ने पूछा हाउ आर यू गणेश
ओह फक का अच्छा होगा मजा आ गया
डेथ मैच कर रहा है क्या
हाँ बोर नहीं होते क्या पोपो जी उधर
क्या थोड़ा बहुत
अरे आप कल जा रहे हो ना
कोलकाता हाँ कल कोलकाता जा रहा हूँ फिर 13 तारीख को बैंगलोर सॉरी 15 तारीख को बैंगलोर तुम वहाँ खेल रहे हो हम यहाँ पे इंडिया टूर कर रहे हैं इंडिया टूर बोलते
इंडिया टूर ही अच्छा है ओ शिवा
How is Korea for vegetarians very bad?
नहीं भाई है शायद पता नहीं
वीगन रेस्टोरेंट्स तो रहेंगे सोल में तेरे को मिल जाएंगे
नहीं भाई ऐसा नहीं है मिल जाएगा बट अच्छा तो नहीं है मेरे लिए
नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ वीगन रेस्टोरेंट्स रहेंगे आजकल सब जगह चालू हो गए
पता नहीं ब्रो
इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट है क्या कोई भी सोल में कभी मन नहीं करता
वीसीएल क्यों वॉच पार्टी नहीं कर रहा है भाई पोपा वीसीएल वॉच पार्टी करो
अभी तक तो अलाउड नहीं था अभी उन्होंने ओपन फॉर ऑल किया है नॉट फॉर ओपन फॉर ऑल हाँ पर मैं सब
VCL
गेम्स
करो
नहीं
ना।
कर सकता VCL का, कोई गेम कर सकता हूँ। भाई तू सोच ना, पैसिफिक का सब गेम करूँ, एवरी डे VCL का गेम करूँ, इंसान मर
VCL
जाएगा।
करो भाई, स्पेसिफिक का करके क्या फायदा। हेलो
हाँ वो भी बात पता नहीं VCL करके क्या ही फायदा, क्या ही देखूं
भाई। शोर अभी
समझा मैं तू क्या बोल रहा है, पर कुछ
जो
गेम्स में
जी
देख
का
रहा
वॉच
था।
पार्टी हमारा गेम है तो ठीक है। वॉच पार्टी अभी कितना देख रहा है, ऐसा 300 लोग देखते हैं ना बाहर वाले के गेम।
हाँ हाँ
तो वही ऐसा, हाँ इंडियन टीम्स का करेगा तो ज्यादा ही लोग देखेंगे।
हाँ पर मेरे को भी मजा आना चाहिए ना गेम देखने को।
भाई आपको ग्रोथ में मजा आना चाहिए, ग्रोथ।
वो तो है, वो ठीक है, नहीं ऐसे नहीं, गेम देखूंगा, मैंने भी अप्लाई किया है, पर देख सब कुछ तो नहीं कर सकता कि ये पैसिफिक भी
सब
करूँ
कुछ
ये।
गेम नहीं देख सकता।
हाँ क्योंकि पैसिफिक का भी मेरा कमिटमेंट है कि मैं हर एक गेम देखूंगा, तो
समझा।
हाँ अभी पैसिफिक का प्लेऑफ्स हो जाएगा, फिर VCL का प्लेऑफ्स में पूरा कर सकता हूँ अच्छे से।
समझा। भाई शीबा
Hey, welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just completed game 1 of match 2 today. It was really close. We also saw our first ace of Super Week happen by Zeta's Sugar Zero.
आप कब खेल रहे हो भाई? पैसिफिक लीग बोल रहा हूँ। पोपा जी आपका एंट्री कब होगा लीग में?
क्या करे, छोटे प्लेयर्स का आजकल डिमांड नहीं है रे गणेश।
क्या पोपा ऐसा बोल दिया? चलो टीम बनाते हैं मस्त।
आजा, अरे प्रीमियर तो खेलते, नेक्स्ट सीजन का प्रीमियर तो खेलते हैं टाइम पे।
हाँ
प्रीमियर खेलते, गॉड स्क्वाड बना के पूरा।
हाँ
एटलीस्ट टाइम पास तो होगा। हाँ सब लोग खेल रहे हैं ना अपने पुराने, अभी का तो अभी रजिस्टर नहीं कर सकते, पर नया अभी चालू, अभी तो बीटा है, चालू हो जाएगा नेक्स्ट मंथ तक।
तो उधर जीतेगा तो क्या मिलेगा?
वो अभी मैंने देखा नहीं उतना, पर खेलते तो है, मजा आएगा साथ में खेलेंगे तो। विभोर क्या हाल भाविन? अरे सब बढ़िया विभोर, कैसा है?
विभोर भैया डब्बा बोलते।
भाई विभोर तुम लोग का मैं कल थोड़ा गेम देखा TR के सामने, कल था या परसों था, जितना चाहिए तेरे तुम लोग, क्या 9-3 कर्स हो रहा है तुम लोग के साथ बैठ के।
खुद जीतता है चैंपियनशिप 9-3 में और दूसरों को बोलते हैं कि क्या यार तुम लोग ऐसा कर।
नहीं
तो सही है भाई,
हेवन मैप, हेवन के अटैक पे हुआ रे, तो और बुरा लगा बेचारा।
कोई नहीं पोपा जी, हमारा भी हेवन अटैक 11-7 से 13-11 हम भी हार गए एक VCC।
हाँ क्या 11-7
हाँ क्या VCC2 ऐसे ही था।
हाँ तो 11-7 नहीं था भाई, 11-7 नहीं था।
अरे
हम अब थे इको राउंड हारे थे, उतना मेरे को याद है।
11-9
11-9 था, हाँ 11-9 था, 11-9। सॉरी थोड़ा आगे, अरे नहीं मैं, मेरे को लगा तुम लोग के लिए ये ग्रुप एक्चुअली इजी रहेगा, इसके लिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ। ऑन पेपर हाँ वो तो यार, ग्रुप स्टेज का परफॉर्मेंस इतना मैटर नहीं करेगा, प्लेऑफ में क्या करोगे वो अभी
परफॉर्मेंस ही मैटर नहीं करेगा पोपा के लिए।
इसको दे गया अलग ही है।
पोपा एक दिन मैं मस्त टॉक्सिक होना चाहता हूँ, उस दिन मेरे को आप मेरे बाजू में चाहिए।
हाँ वो तो मैं होने को, तो मैंने आजकल थोड़ा सच बोलना चालू कर दिया है।
मजा आता है ना,
सब कुछ एक साथ नहीं बोल सकते ना गणेश।
हम हो गए कामयाब।
हम लोगों को भी यही लगा था। हाँ अभी देखना विभोर, अभी गांड पे चप्पल पड़ी है ना, तो प्लेऑफ्स में तुम लोग इज्जत में खेलोगे पूरा।
गांड पे चप्पल है भाई,
लात था वही जो भी है, हम लोग को ये हमारे साथ भी हो चुका है।
हाँ क्या
ये जो गेम लगता है इजीली जीत जाएंगे, उसमें टाइम पास करके फिर हार जाते थे, फिर अपर ब्रैकेट का लोअर ब्रैकेट।
हाँ भाई इसलिए हम वो चेन्नई में विभोर के टीम से हार गए, वरना नहीं यार। मजाक कर रहा हूँ भाई।
और बता क्या देख के लगा गेम का? मैंने पूरा गेम नहीं देखा विभोर, मैंने तुम लोग का सिर्फ ये देखा, हेवन का 4-5 राउंड देखा। देखा
kills,
अटैक में।
but you know, Crow
ये
there
वाला
really
डिस्कॉर्ड
put
थोड़ी
in the
रहेगा
last
किसी के
second
पास।
and make
ये अपन
sure
5
ओ
that
हाँ ना
the
ओ
little strike damage didn't tick
नहीं
fast enough
पोपा
that
जी
it was gonna be down
हमारा
to
5 में एक
This is
घुसा
a
है
good, you know, setup here, a good kind of play all around. We're able to come in, get some big time ultimates, and a big win
ये
that
सब बातें
really
बाद में।
changed the dynamic of this.
हमारा हमारा नहीं
Yeah,
रहा पोपा
that's right. And let's talk about ban on Jet again. Like, let's
वो
take a
तो
look at
कहाँ
let's
कहाँ
pull
घुस
some
गया है वो बात
examples,
अलग ही
some
है।
beautiful ban moments.
Yeah, I mean, we had
भाई जयंत किधर है भाई?
we were watching this.
अरे
Dan,
उसका अलग ही पीटी है
look at how
भाई
quickly he's able to switch. He knows that someone's back
ठीक तो
there.
है ना?
Can he take that shot?
हाँ
and
ठीक
wait
तो
for
है
playing again?
हाँ
मस्त तो है
This looks like
हाँ
an aim
वही
bomb.
वो
Hey,
नहीं
notice
नहीं
करता है
carefully,
टोटा
he
खेलता है
hasn't
खेलता
reloaded
है
yet. Okay, he gets one more bullet
भाई
there. Now he's down to
ILG
2
जीता
bullets.
भाई अभी रिसेंटली।
हाँ हाँ अरे हाँ
Not to just
ILG खेल रहा है।
reload. He
मैंने उसका
मैं भी
फोटो
होता
देखा
मैं
मैं
भी
बोला
होता
भाई
मस्त खेलता
ये क्या कर रहा है
और
जयंत?
उबाला है क्या मस्त
हाँ
उबला
मस्त और उबल गया है पूरा।
हाँ उबल गया हाँ
उबला हुआ आलू। मैं बोला ये घर बैठ के सिर्फ खा रहा है
खा रहा है मस्त दबा
खा रहा
रहा
है खेल रहा है और फैल रहा है और कुछ नहीं।
नहीं भाई थोड़ा काम भी कर रहा है actually।
हाँ मतलब काम तो कर रहा
फिजिकल काम
रहेगा।
तो नहीं
हाँ फिजिकल नहीं कुछ काम तो मेरे को मालूम वो कर ही रहा रहेगा पर बढ़ गया है भाई। दाढ़ी बीड़ी भी नहीं काट रहा है बाल बिल भी नहीं काट रहा है वो एकदम।
Watch his transformation over this season. You know, again, they bring an intro and you kind of have this, you know, lingering question in your mind. You know, will he, won't he? And then he's the one that is now stepping up. It seems like maybe bringing intro in was the impetus for him to really pick up his
flight?
stab. He's
सुबह?
a pretty solid player coming
सुबह
over from
6:25 का है रे बहुत जल्दी है फ्लाइट।
भाई तुम लोग बहुत हरामी लोग है भाई
क्यों?
ऐसा हारने के बाद नाचते रहते हो तुम लोग what the fuck
हारने के बाद नाचते नहीं भाई हम होस्ट है भाई वॉच पार्टी के तो करना पड़ेगा ना।
मैं बोला आप इधर रो रहे हैं उधर बंदे लोग बस गाने लगा के नाच रहे हैं
भाई अभी आर्टिस्ट जो आर्टिस्ट आए हैं अभी मैं तो एक बात बता
दिया इस्तेमाल तो करे
हाँ दिल्ली में लोग कोई नाच ही नहीं रहा था। आर्टिस्ट लोग आए थे हम लोग को ही चालू करना पड़ेगा ना। लोग शायद अभी क्या करे अभी हो गया गेम
अभी हो गया नाचो नाचो बीसी
तू गे तू वॉच पार्टी देख मेरा भाई मैं भड़का हुआ था विश्व
क्यों भाई आपकी वजह से ये हार गया।
अरे तुम लोग के ऊपर भड़का हुआ नहीं इन जनरल अपन कुछ थ्रो करते थे या पब्लिक आके चैट में बजती थी तो मैं भर देता था। तो बहुत ज्यादा भड़क गया था बीच में फिर शांत हो गया।
हाँ क्या नहीं पापा वो भी एक अलग एक टाइप का एंटरटेनमेंट है आप भड़को
नहीं मैंने बोल दिया जो भी मैंने तो बोल दिया कि मतलब जेनजी के गेम के टाइम तेरे को बहुत पेडेस्टल पे चढ़ा रहे थे ठीक है तो मैंने बोला भाई वो उससे बेटर खेल सकता है गांडो अभी भी ओवर पिक कर रहा है बीच बीच में ठीक है तो और यही गेम के बाद तेरे को भर रहे थे चैट में मैंने सीधा बोल दिया कि बहन के रोडो जिसको भी भरने का है ना ये डबल
तो 2 साल से गिर रहा है।
हाँ तो मैं भड़क गया यार मैं अभी मैं इधर से देख रहा हूँ ना ऑलरेडी। देख मेरे को लोगों ने ये भी पूछा अरे रॉसी ऑफ क्यों कर रहा है 1-2 राउंड नहीं। मैं बोला भाई जो बंदा इतने साल से कर रहा है उसका कॉन्फिडेंस है वो वेपन में अभी अचानक से थोड़ी वो बोलेगा कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं होता है ना। वो अगर खुद के ऊपर सेल्फ बिलीफ नहीं हाँ ठीक है चल तू अगर डिसाइड करता है तेरे को राइफल करना है तो बात अलग है।
एक तो आप बच्चे लोग को इतना दिमाग ही नहीं चलता आप एक्सप्लेन क्यों करते हो
नहीं मैंने बहुत भर दिया फिर मैं फिर शांत हो गया थोड़ा जाने दे। फिर उसके बाद मैं ट्वीट किया उसमें भी लोग पूछते हैं आपको सिर्फ हेटर्स क्यों दिख के सपोर्टर्स। अरे भाई सपोर्टर्स को तो मैं हमेशा अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ और करता भी रहूंगा ना। अभी जो मेरे सामने कुछ नाम ऐसे थे जो जेनजी के गेम के बाद एकदम वाहवाही कर रहे थे और अभी ये कर रहे थे ठीक है। मैं बोला इतने बड़े हिपोक्रेट्स है।
इट्स देयर इन एवरी इंडस्ट्री।
हाँ वो तो है हाँ पर मैं थोड़ी खेल रहा हूँ मैं तो बोल ही सकता हूँ मेरा ओपिनियन।
नहीं वैसा नहीं बोल सकता आप मेरा परमिशन लेना आपको।
ए चुपे गांडू परमिशन तू देगा परमिशन बाप को अभी
इस गाली दे रहा
Yeah, but I don't know. Is it gonna be another overtime? Fortune teller.
I was almost right.
Sage tasteless over here.
Absolutely.
Impart your wisdom.
I've got.
तब से मैं पापा की स्ट्रीम टीवी पे नहीं देखता हूँ।
हाँ भाई कान फुट जाएगा पेरेंट्स का.
I was backstage.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
were all
वो
there.
सब
We had the Ouija
ठीक है.
board out. We were like, it's going to be.
वो सब
Oh,
हो
is that
जाता
you
है.
with it? No, it's not me.
ऐसा नहीं कि आप कभी भी.
Time like that. Yeah.
मैं भी स्लिप ऑफ टंग मेरा भी कभी कभी हुआ है मेरे मॉम डैड के सामने.
Why not be right?
हाँ क्या मेरा कभी नहीं हुआ है भाई.
अरे मैं टूर्नामेंट गेम खेल रहा था घर से कोविड में अपना ही था मैच. ठीक है. मैं MCBC सब बोल दिया फिर मम्मी बोलती है बेटा दादी बोल रही थी कि तू ऐसा चिल्ला रहा है. मैं समझती हूँ गेम में होता है पर
थोड़ा कम.
हाँ. फिर तभी से दरवाजा लॉक करके मैच खेलता था.
नॉइस कैंसलेशन दरवाजा बोलते.
जितना जितना नॉइस सप्रेस होता है उतना तो होए.
गुटका में कौन कौन है भाई अभी सीएच पे?
जीसी रोस्टर है. मैं हूँ, प्रीतीश है, वत्सल, एमी, गैरी और बाकी इंटर्न्स है. कोई कोई इंटर्न है. प्रीतीश है. प्रीतीश नहीं बोल रही है अपना. नेफिलियस और पोर्ट ने इन लोग सब गए हैं ना दिल्ली और कोलकाता और बैंगलोर सेटअप वेटअप करने. तो इंटर्न में से सिर्फ ये है. नेफी है और परम है.
Super week. I mean, more like super duper week. Am I right?
अभी सैटी भी निकल रहे ना.
This is a lot of fun.
निकल गया ना ऑलरेडी नहीं?
आज रात को.
It is in all seriousness pretty sick though to have all these teams out here duking it out and have such close good games.
सैटी तो और बोरिंग है भाई.
हाँ यार.
एक ही बंदा है जो बात करता है.
Games which are just so one-sided. It's like,
वो भी
man,
चला है तो
it's nice to have this, be a little bit more back and forth. We've got our agent lineup.
क्या लगता है कौन जीत रहा है ये मैच?
भाई कौन जीते हैं पता नहीं. हमको हारना है. लोग जीतने से अभी.
तुमको हारना है.
मेरे को अभी कोई भी टीम जीतना नहीं चाहिए. मेरे को हारना चाहिए सब टीम से.
सब पे एक तो जीतेगा ना.
नहीं वो भी नहीं होना चाहिए. हार जाओ. सब लोग हार जाओ.
देख अगर टीम जेटा अगर जेंजी के सामने जीत गया ना तो बहुत अच्छा होएगा.
हाँ बहुत ही अच्छा हो जाएगा.
बहुत अच्छा हो जाएगा क्योंकि तुम लोग का हेड टू हेड जीते हो ना उनके सामने जेंजी के सामने.
हाँ वही.
That's right. I do find it interesting though that T1 decided to go with Jet as their main.
सोचना जेंजी 4-0 जाने के बाद 5 इन रो हार गया तो एकदम ही. और आज के गेम में तो उन लोग ऐसे भी कंपटीशन में भी नहीं लग रहे थे.
हाँ पता नहीं भाई क्या हो गया. उनको अच्छा खेलते थे.
हाँ एकदम.
उसके बाद ऐसा होगा. एक गेम चाहिए था
और भाई T1 वर्सेस जेंजी गेम देखेगा ना कोई भी विश्वास नहीं करेगा कि T1 अभी 5-2 पे बैठा है और जेंजी 4 ऑल हो गया.
वही हम स्क्रीम करते हैं ना. मेरे को भी एक ऐसा कैसे हो गया सब.
हाँ.
सैड.
Thank you, Victoria and Paperthin.
अभी सबसे अच्छे स्क्रीम पार्टनर्स कौन लग रहे हैं? कौन सबसे अच्छा खेल रहे हैं?
अच्छा तो जितना हमने स्क्रीम किया है फ्रेंचाइज टीम्स.
हाँ. DRX तो मतलब गिवन है.
भाई हम नहीं बोल सकते. और बाद में.
हाँ ठीक है. चाइनीज टीम्स को खेल रहे हैं तुम लोग कि उधर से नहीं हो पाता है?
हाँ चाइनीज टीम्स को खेलते हैं. चाइनीज टीम जापानीज टीम्स खेलते हैं बहुत.
I mean, let's be honest, on paper it does.
चाइना में
अच्छा तो ऐसा नहीं है पता नहीं. चाइना में वो ये टीम है ना. कौन है वो लाइफ
का टीम. हाँ
वो टीम अच्छा है.
Now the only thing you can hope for on the side of Zeta
लाइफ एडवर्ड से निकाला उसको और अभी उधर जाके टपाटप दे रहा है.
भाई बहुत मारता है भाई.
वो इसमें भी एडवर्ड गेमिंग में भी मारता था वो बहुत. पर पता नहीं
कुछ निकाल दिया था. जेट खेला एक ही हाफ में ऐसा 25 कुछ 21 कुछ 22 कुछ तो मारा था. ठीक है. तो उसके बाद जब हम स्विच हुआ उसको ऐसा 3 किल मारा बस पूरा हाफ में.
अच्छा.
हाँ बट ऐसा भूत निकाल दिया था पहला हाफ में. व्हाट द फक. बंदा रुक नहीं रहा है.
सुला ही जा रहा है.
हाँ बहुत सुला रहा था. उसके बाद हम सुलाने लगे.
Okay, but what Saya's done is he's really forced them to guess how many people might still be here. And just the fact that he's still alive at full health creates such a big question mark for Zeta division. And now Zeta's trying to do the same thing themselves. Ooh. Oh, but now, the Viper duel going down. You even find Def as well. Oh, man. Zeta division, the only one with question marks on the map now, while T1 basically has all the information they would want.
Yeah, well, they're going to attempt to push through rubble here and try to make their way onto the A site.
रोशी देख रहा है क्या मैच? नहीं ब्रो, वो डेथ मैच कर रहा है.
नहीं डेथ मैच.
Outside of course.
कल के लिए कौन सा क्रॉसर कौन सा स्किन चेक करना.
देख कौन सा क्रॉसर.
दो क्रॉसर है अभी, एक काला वाला है, एक रेड वाला.
They made their call, right? We're just going to wait
कुमकुम लगा तो लगा.
Try to get the jump on to 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻. Oh!
Spike down.
Oh no, he looked away at the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, a nice fake with the guiding light, but a lot of damage already done. Depth's so low.
Yeah. Carpe's got the perfect gun for this position as well with the frenzy. Gonna just look to spray him down.
भाई आसपास का किल रहा है भाई.
So he's already on the board. Much better
आसपास
than
तो
last
भाई
time.
मेरा
That will be
डर के और
भाई.
आसपास टॉप 2 ड्यूलिस्ट.
डर का मतलब टीम अच्छा है, ठीक है ओवरऑल मतलब, और उसका ऐसा इंडिविजुअली ऐसा बहुत मारता है, ऐसा नहीं वो मेथोडिकली मारता है, ऐसा जो भी है. आसपास तो ऐसा
आसपास स्किल वाइज बहुत इंसेन है. पर मेरे को वो दो हाँ पर वही पर मेरे को दोनों पसंद है ना, उसके लिए अलग अलग रीजन के लिए. कब बोलूंगा मैं एसके और ऑसी टॉप 3 में आता है. वर्ल्ड के टॉप 3 ड्यूलिस्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ.
नेक्स्ट सीजन तक हो जाएगा.
नेक्स्ट सीजन तो
इतना
तो टाइम लगेगा ही.
As they were trying to eventually push into C
दिमाग सही जगह लगा के खेला तो हो
the
जाएगा.
mechanics are really starting to come together here for T1, and that's one of the things they were missing to really shore up their consistency.
Oh, Shiba.
Well, now hanging around the entrance to be here is Zeta Division. 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻 with a Marshall. Not going to hit anyone there.
And lots of fake guiding lights being thrown as well. We should keep note of that on the side of Zeta Division. So 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻 player, see if that eventually conditions him one way or the other. Of course, for better or worse, we won't know until the rounds play out.
On screen set up here for Zeta, as they will make their way. They have all classics, no funny business, classics, and a bunch of utility.
Man, T1, we just heard that second guiding light, or I think third one probably off the cooldown, go off as well. But earlier it was used to plant 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻 forward on C. And then they use it to clear out B. So even though they don't have more flashes immediately available, they have all the information they would want. And now they are certain it's either A or here into Tiny Door.
Oh boy, Carpe just here with the Spectre, it's perfect.
भाई कार्पे ने पूरे मैप के किल मार दिए भाई लास्ट टाइम के. लास्ट टाइम बेचारे को 3. अरे मैं भूल रहा हूँ, मतलब लास्ट टाइम नहीं मार पा रहा था. पूरे हाफ फर्स्ट हाफ में 0 किल्स थे उसके.
स्विच किया ना बेचारा.
Just really good movement.
नहीं ये इसमें 3-4 मार दिए ना, इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ. 5 किल मार दिए, मैप के जितने किल्स मार दिए.
That they set up Carpe to just get information.
पहला मैप T1 जीता बोला ना तू?
हाँ T1 जीता 13-11.
And a lot of times in the early part of VCT Pacific, it always happened whenever they have the harbor and the sky, because you could really push out with the cascade, throw a guiding light, push out with the cascade, throw another guiding light. We're seeing that same pattern start to unravel here on Lotus.
Zeta जीतना चाहिए क्योंकि अच्छा मोमेंटम मिलेगा.
मैंने भी सेम बोला. मैं बोला कि ये गेम जीतेंगे तो GenG के सामने.
Sitting back on A, so gonna play it very passively with just him on that site. This is the bonus round for them, so they'll have to try to stop Zeta Division in their tracks.
And they've already stacked C. I mean, T1, they've made their call. They're just leaving the alarm bot and the turret to check for B. But here's the thing, that if they do go to B, you have the shorter weapons. You don't mind that too much. Now, they don't know that Dep is planted deep into C, right outside of the site. However, T1 has no interest. They're not going to push out. And the way they're playing this is actually eventually they're always going to stack and then try to retake. They want to get the early positions for these close quarter battles. Already, 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻 within the rotating door on A.
Yeah, and the harbor wall is up. I mean, the rotations are already in. T1 are just kind of mirroring the rotations from Zeta as the door will open up. 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻 player in position.
Wow, well, one way into Cascade. You're already down to 30 seconds. I mean, this was what we were saying was always the concern for Zeta Division. They seem to escape it on Fracture, but right now they're running out of time.
I mean, they have 20 seconds. You got to make a play. Okay, they're coming back over
क्या
to
कर रहे
C.
भाई? C आ रहे
But
पर
if they
दो
get
मॉलीज
taken
है.
out, right? If Ban gets one kill here, if he gets one single kill, this is over. Okay, Dep saves the round for the time being.
Yeah. They will be able to get this plant down. 10 is waiting, lurking, takes out 2.
Planted.
And he's still here. Carpe gonna take him down finally. But that might just be the only rifle they get out of the hands of Zeta Division here, as they are pretty set up well onto the C site.
Yeah, so the round should be going, of course, in favor of Zeta Division. Now T1, Carpe could save, but Munchkin has no reason to. He can just try to greed for kills. They might even try to go for the pinch here and eventually just have Carpe pick up some kills. Ideally, Munchkin wants it because he has a Spectre. He doesn't have his ult yet. Carpe, of course, already has Seekers. But they're going to run into Carpe's arms. Okay, Carpe not wanting to risk it. Munchkin gets 1!
Yeah,
oh no!
That's 2. And Munchkin, he's just gonna get out of the spike. But okay, T1 a little bit of a tricky ending there, able to pick up a couple. Nice shot from Carpe. He's not gonna hold on to his Vandal. Now he's just gonna have a Phantom, so has enough to buy. This entry was fantastic.
Yeah. Well, Zeta Division should never have lost that many members on the exit there. I mean, maybe that one extra one in the site next to Waterfall, but Laz there, you know, his teammates had already crossed mound. They didn't quite get sight onto Carpe. They weren't sure exactly where he might be. Somewhat disastrous, but of course, Zeta Division, one of the reasons they use the half armor meta is because they will eventually get an extra buy if they fall behind.
Yeah. Maybe a play towards B. You can never really tell with Zeta on attack because,
well, you know, the flow
said.
Yeah, the flow chart goes like this. Are there 20 seconds left on the clock? Well, then we don't know. If it's not there yet, we're not sure, but this time it is a commitment here with a showstopper. Whoa!
Okay, but not able to get the kill. Deb will survive with 41 health. Enough to get a bomb buddy out here.
Well, the spike did get dropped, right? And T1's already in position. The thing is while they haven't stopped the plant, yeah, they've denied the post-plant scenarios here. Zeta Division couldn't find a good place to set up.
Yeah, and B can be rough for that. They don't have really any utility set up. They're just kind of holding corners right now as Depp, sitting in the middle on 1 health, gets taken out by 𝘼𝘽𝑃layer, and that's going to be a pretty easy retake here from T1.
Oof.
T1 ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड T1 को जीतने तो Zeta को हरा। अरे मेरे हाथ में थोड़ी है। तुम ऐसे बोल रहे जैसे मैं
very, very tight fight against T1.
मैंने मेरा थॉट प्रोसेस तो बताया ना कि मैं क्यों चाहता हूँ। समझ रहे हो?
Just cheering each other on there in Korean.
Guys, like and subscribe ठोक दो।
All right, well, let's see what the changes might look like here from Zeta. But here's the thing. I don't think they have enough information. I don't think they've gathered enough of a pattern from T1. It's more so just Zeta Division getting red round by round again. Maybe it's going to take another time out here for them to really compile all of the data of the previous rounds. Lot of ability commitment here just to get info on C. They love the fakes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And Depp is able to take his head off. He's not able to get out here.
Picks
up the orb for himself.
अकेले से बातें कर रहा हूँ मैं.
Just used it in the last round.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, he picked up 3 kills on the round, I think, so I guess it makes sense, but it's kind of impressive.
All right, well,
सवातर आपसे भी मिलके अच्छा लगा सबको जितने भी लोग आए थे दिल्ली में बहुत अच्छा लगा था
now, especially with the cloud and the screen. He knows he's stuck. Just using the snake bite so he doesn't get pinched from 2 angles, but they're already up above.
Yeah, maybe coming in a bit faster than he expected. Just waiting for the 20-second mark, you know. But yeah, it's a bit more hasty from the side of Zeta. And it's going to work out for them. They're going to get this plant down with 30 seconds to spare.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Save karo bhai T1.
Here for T1.
Yeah, now Zeta Division, they weren't able to push out of the site, but they hold tree. They even hold rubble.
Oh.
What? Jeff gets taken out without a fight at all.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
They know. I think they know he's in that smoke. Yeah, just going to spray him down. 𝘼𝘽𝑃layer. It's 2v2, but now actually it's just Munchkin.
Yeah, he has won these before, but not today.
𝘼𝘽𝑃layer पे.
Not this time. 𝘼𝘽𝑃layer, great job to hold down there in the tree. And yeah, Zeta Division back on the board here. So more back and forth this time around.
These fake guiding lights. The thing is every time it's thrown at like a different angle as a fake, right? Before it was like deep in, going up to the sky. This time it just nosedives into the ground. But clearly that's something that Zeta Division's relying on, which I don't mind, right? Instead of just always trying to go for the surefire flash and paranoia, which can start to get predictable, really mix in these fakes.
Here comes Xayah player. The flash is good. Not quite able to pick up a second kill as this harbor wall doesn't allow Zeta Division in.
Yeah, but look at this. T1 doing everything, investing everything they can to push away the rest of Zeta Division so that they can pick up the gun, and Xayah player successfully does so. Now a Vandal in hand and the numbers advantage for T1 on defense.
Yeah, pretty technical play. It's going to work out for them. Comes down to, you know, Zeta Division this time actually pushing more aggressively towards Rubble into the mostly eco round of T1.
Oh, hi,
HellrangeR.
Hello, Rossi.
Again, this is where that stylistic problem starts to come up, right?
How are you?
If they had already had someone push out in the lurk on a different site early on, they would have immediately rotated. But while they knew there were several members on the opposing team, B and C site have such tight corners that they didn't feel comfortable rushing in without information. And now they've allowed T1 just to reposition again and leave the Vandal. That's got to pick up more kills.
Just insane reaction time. Crow, though, is able to trade it back. 30 seconds. There's nobody here on the A site,
Yeah, but Zeta Division, they don't know that. They're going to choose to rotate because they have zero information.
It's going to work, actually.
It is going to. He should barely have enough time, I think. Yes.
10 seconds
But again, I mean, this is one of those times where they simply just have to stick the plan, right? I mean, the thing is if you're Zeta Division, right, you play your matches, and you're like, well, it worked.
Yeah.
So clearly it's fine.
Crow, he can't hit the shot. He was waiting. He was lurking. They had no idea he was there. And he gets killed by a stinger.
Well, so now they have to use the Viper's
I'm good,
Pit,
Rana. How are
here's the thing,
you?
if
I am
lose this
good
round
as
after
well.
using the Viper's
Zindagi
Pit,
cut rahi hai, Rossi.
I mean, up against an eco, that really spells a lot of trouble for Zeta Division. Now, thankfully, everyone had to come in from a far side of the map.
Yeah, T1 just don't really have enough time. Ban, though, maybe. Nope, not going to get it done. Oh, one last shot, but there's not enough time to go for the defuse as T1 read from Zeta Division.
I mean, it shouldn't be the go-to. I think if this is a team that has won more rounds in other ways, then we would say, okay, that was a good call. You know, we would kind of retroactively
Am I back? Am I back?
They kind of always rely on this overthinking to secure their attacking rounds. That's why it starts to spell trouble. But at the end of the day, they get the win. With the half armor meta, they're able to still all get rifles in their hands, even a showstopper ready to go for Deb.
He's creeping on up. Xayah player here once again, not going to hit that shot. Nice little peek.
Okay, but now Zeta Division, now that should force them to make up their mind a lot quicker. Just trying to see if someone's in tree. They're always leaving the possibility of going to B. That's why 10 already positioned next to pillars outside of B site, so he's ready to pinch if they choose to run into that site.
Blinded.
Okay, T1 used a cascade earlier for B just to buy time, and then the high tide as well. But this is T1 just
understanding that Zeta's going to eventually spend the time anyway, so we
Yeah.
might as well drag it out even further, right? Just really put the pressure on Zeta Division. So here we go through the tiny door, and well, we're gonna open up the site at least. Yeah, but Munchkin has his lockdown.
30 seconds left.
Plan comes in, lockdown immediate.
Yeah, Paint shows he's trying to angle it to make sure that it can do all the damage it can, and he does take out the lockdown. Okay, they've got a pretty good chance.
Oh,
the collat through the door, he picks up 3!
The one wild card that T1 was holding on to, the operator. And it does everything and more that you could have hoped for.
That's just ridiculous. How did he...
Oh, my God.
I mean, they lined up for him. He hits the shot. And, you know, it starts off with this. They clear the site, and everybody's just trying to get position, but the door is opening, and Saya is just too much.
Oh, man. Oh, that. Oh, man.
I heard Bam saying, what a collab.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what a collab. If that hadn't happened, who knows how much longer the skirmish would have went on for. I mean, you still have the lockdown going on as well. My goodness. But the thing is if you're Zeta Division, right, even on the rounds you've won, you have to start to realize that T1 still expected those eventual rotations. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't say because we won it was a good macro management of our, of the map and the time. At some point, of course, they can't see the entire minimap, not even the coach, but at some point they have to start to piece the puzzle together and say, oh, maybe the reason the rounds we win are so close is because strategically T1 does know where we're going to show up eventually.
Oh, whoa. Okay, well, Marshall shot isn't going to hit, and off screen we see Munchkin and Ban pick up a kill apiece.
Yeah, well,
Zeta का T-half सबसे लंबा चलता है भाई गेम में.
The operator was, I believe, hidden from that Trailblazer earlier. Oh, my.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, that about wraps up that round.
That's the end of that. Flawless. No eco hope for the side of Zeta Division as they get totally wiped up.
I gotta say, I think Ban's probably playing the best series he's had in VCT Pacific, by the way. I mean, yes, he's had some decent ones here and there, but today it's just across both maps.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been slowly ramping up, and I say slowly, it was more like really slow and then exponential growth all of a sudden. So the acceleration is incredibly quick.
Yeah, I mean, something finally unlocked, right? And perhaps it was kind of the confidence, Ban being, a lot of pressure put on him to play on, the big stage at a tier 1 level here at the top level of VCT. Now he's used to it. Now he's used to the stage. The teams come together. And now an early Viper's pit just to buy space. And look at the way T1 positions, right? They have the operator on A. If it gets the kill, great. But if it doesn't, we can retake because we have Reckoning. We have Seekers on Carpe. I mean, and then the pit is already locking down C site. Ban is in a position where you won't get spammed as easily. Oh, you're even pushing out B. I mean, I think they barely catch sight of at least 𝘼𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐒 there on the push. I mean, T1 just knows. They know it's the main force is coming to A. And at the same time, they're keeping the Viper's pit up because they know that Zeta Division could still rotate at 30 seconds.
Still a lot of time for them. Here comes a Reckoning as, Laz going to get hit by that. Seekers to both sides, actually, and Saya's going to get a kill as he peeks out here.
But T1's done this before. They've used Reckonings to force the enemy to go into B site in the past. So, yeah, they're already ready for the crossfire. And Zeta Division, they have no choice but to
कार पे भाई टपा-टप मार रहे रे ये मैप.
Just corralled in. And, I mean, what can you say? Depp, he's alone here. He's going to be taken out. Carpe with the final kill in that round picks up 3. Kind of a weak first map. Now he's really popping off. This is what you wanted, William. You say, hey, if Carpe can shore it up a little bit, maybe that would have been even more one-sided, and it indeed is, as he is on top of the scoreboard right now.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, again, that's why I didn't want to put too much emphasis on it in the first map, because as Des pointed out, he's actually played much better on Fracture specifically in the past. Also, just overall, I think his individual decision-making and mechanics and the way he's really timing his trades with his teammates has gotten up to a impeccable level. But again, would that have made things a lot easier on Fracture? Perhaps, and like you said, like you're pointing out, it's coming to fruition here.
Autumn just keeping him calm. XQQ just scratching his own head, it looks like, as to what they want to do, because, we talked a lot about their rotations. At the same time, though, it's kind of like an ingrained personality trait in this team, It's like their go-to thing. So at this point, I don't think they can really
change it around, as... I mean,
This is the end of T1.
Yeah,
We'll
you know, saying that this is as far as you go. But here's the thing: I think they've already taken a step more than you would have wanted. They got the first map. That was Zeta's pick, Zeta Division's pick over on Fracture, and now T1 looking comfortable on their own pick of Lotus.
Yeah.
तो बस हो गए क्या? नहीं नहीं bro. पढ़ रहा हूँ सब chat में जो भी अपने ज्ञान आ रहा है. Trying to see what's happening.
3-site map. We've played it 10 times, so it's not like the statistics are that insignificant. But again, T1 this is their 4th time playing it. They play oftentimes starting off on the defender side, and they're winning a lot on this map. So maybe they're kind of the ones that are distorting the stats here.
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing is while it's 3 sites, yes, the entry points are a little difficult. However, the other advantage the attackers usually should have are the ult orbs, and T1 is not letting that happen on almost any of these rounds against any opponents. If you watch the way they play the Lotus, they will always put pressure where you cannot get the orbs for free.
It's going to be an A-side entry. Looks like it's pretty clean for the side of Zeta Division this time. Maybe 𝑋𝐈𝐍𝐿𝐒 just telling them to keep it simple, just go for a straight-up push. It works out. They get the plant.
Yeah, now T1 did empty it, but at the end of the day, I mean, we haven't seen a plant in a long time here, and oh my. That's a hard angle for him to win as well.
Munchkin!
And Munchkin just able to use his turret as bait. Not the first time we've seen that, but extremely effective this time. Although on the site, pretty good stuff from Crow and SugarZero, but now it's only Crow on the back here with a Sheriff.
He's going to try to bounce it off, but oh man, 𝘼𝐼𝐿𝐻's already ready.
That's the end of that. Round 10 goes over to T1, their 7th round. And 𝘼𝐼𝐿𝐻 has held on to this operator.
ये game 2 नहीं लग रहा है क्या guys तुम लोग को?
Yes, actually. An insanely long time. And not because his like teammates constantly recover for him, he's just been holding on to it.
He's just not dying.
Yeah. What did he say at the beginning? The mic kind of cut out, but congratulating 𝘼𝐼𝐿𝐻 for his kills, I think. I think maybe even tell him that, you know, do whatever you want or something along those lines. But
I thought he was saying like, I'm gonna love you forever.
Oh, did he say 𝑠사랑해? Maybe that's what it was. I heard forever. I do agree with that. But
same. I didn't catch the verb in the sentence.
Yeah. Well, we caught one word each. So. All right, the paranoia finally being committed to get space, but here's the thing, if you're using that just to get up to mound, what are you using to get into the site?
I love when the little doggy's doing the juke back and forth.
Yeah.
That's my
Flash
favorite part of all of Valorant.
कुत्ता use हो गया, paranoia use हो गया.
all of Valorant,
actually,
really?
Yeah, but more than anything else.
It's not getting an ace.
No, it's the doggy just juking back and forth.
Wow.
He's got a mind of his own. And you saw that time 𝘼𝐼𝐿𝐻 player was just gonna dash out of there. He wasn't, you know, he wasn't taking any chances. He didn't want to get headshot through a smoke this time. And once again, here they come onto the A site, but it feels like T1 are a little bit more prepared for this, although they do have 2 guys on C.
Oh my god. Man just knows how to move around that door. He's been playing that position so much here on Lotus. And then now the one-way's back up. So A site's shut down.
Yep.
So surely they're in B. The turret has activated. Okay, 𝑑epth already deep inside.
Yeah, Carpe couldn't quite get that angle.
A showstopper just to secure the plan. Oh, but he's not covering the angle.
Down B.
Yeah, 𝘼𝐻, you know, he's holding on to the rocket. He's able to get the exit kill, but there's no plant. The spike is still not planted, and 𝘼𝐻.
He doesn't have time.
Yeah, he's going to get the kill. He's going to hold. Nope. No, there's a shorty. Munchkin's right there.
Shorty is a melody.
I mean, so many rounds in a row.
I get why 𝘼𝐻 was hiding there, right? You had to check for all the different entry points. You're trying to see if someone kind of rushes in. I think the problem was maybe he wasn't quite sure that someone could have snuck in right under his vision and then got the angle onto the spike as well. But
that guy in the middle is looking pretty tired.
Yeah,
He's like,
I mean,
oh, can't you guys win faster?
he expended all his energy in the first 5 rounds of
He had the
Fracture.
biggest smile after they won the anti-eco on Fracture. And after that, it's been all downhill for him. But not for T1.
Oh. All right, well, spotted the op, but that does make crossing one way or the other very difficult.
I don't know why they're
क्या
trying
चालू
to
है
force
ये?
that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you use the snake bite, but
जेटा
here's the
ऐसा
thing, now
नहीं
you
खेलना है
wasted
तुमको
the
गंजी
snake
के
bite,
सामने,
right? You were
जंजी
using
के
it to
सामने, I mean,
secure your
sorry.
cross. And I think the reason they do that is they're trying to fake themselves going to A, but now they've shown their hand, used, you know, a snake bite, and they're now 2 men down.
Yeah. They take a risk, and 𝘼𝘽𝐿𝐴 is he's not having any of that.
You should run.
Well,
Right there.
Yeah, they're just going to slowly back out, one of them keeping an eye on the potential entry, see if they can get a free kill. Eventually, they will have to time their retreat. Oh,
Yeah.
𝘼𝘽𝐿ACE not able to make it out in time, looks like.
it's a very last second to get out of there, but there you go. Plant is down, 3v5 for Zeta division, but still a chance with the spike down. Paranoia not able. Okay, he's able to get one, but only the one for 𝘼.
Yeah, couldn't get the kill fast enough, and now that allows the lockdown to go
भाई
down.
साया
What? How did
क्या
we
मार रहा है
get
भाई?
Yeah, well, that's going to be a
चलो वही
9-3
ये
for
गेम तो
T1
लग
here.
रहा है पोल
On
ही गलत
defensive
है
Lotus, they are just once again putting on a clinic.
देखो
Turns
पोल
out
तो
the
खुल
only
गई
team
है
that matters in the equation is the fact that it's T1 playing
एक
Lotus
सेकंड
again.
आया गाइस वॉशरूम में क्या
Yeah,
है
they look so confident right now, and I want to see the shot from 𝘼𝘽. Oh no, he just gets one each, but how does he? Oh no! What? Oh, he's refound his energy.
He's
the,
back.
The T1 fan, all he wanted to watch was more 𝘼𝘽 op play. Now we know. But listen, on Fracture we talked about, okay, well in the aim department at least, Zeta division also bouncing back, some heroics on both sides. Here on Lotus, it's kind of a repeat of our first match where now you're getting outclassed individually. T1 is riding the momentum all the way towards victory at the moment, and Zeta division cannot pump the brakes at all.
Yeah, I don't really know what you do from here. Just hope that you have a better defensive side, but as we've seen, T1 very well practiced, very well drilled. Some of these entries are going to be extremely difficult for Zeta division to handle. I think if they don't get this pistol round, this map is done for, and T1 are going to run away with it. I mean, easy to say, especially the rounds the way they are, but I think T1 have already proven themselves time and time again on this map, and if you don't get yourself back in right now, it's not much hope.
I mean, Zeta division has lost every pistol today. They are 0-3 on pistols, so in terms of the pistol strategy, in terms of the aim, just hasn't been working out. Curious to see how their defense plays out, because here's the thing, I mean, it's not a single Omen, but Omen and Viper still at the end of the day, the goal for Omen will be to set up these one-ways, really create space. You know, maybe invest the Paranoia early and then go for the one-ways, but you don't have that leisure in a pistol round. You cannot invest everything on top of getting a better pistol. So curious to see what the choice is going to be here for Zeta division. We have a lot of very Korean-specific puns today.
I don't know, like, I'm trying to read them and my brain is just exploding as I try. I'm like, okay, this is not my level. Never mind. 6 rounds in a row for the side of T1 on the defensive side. It was 3-3 before that.
All right, so looks like it's going to be a push out of C from Zeta, pick up the ult orb if they can. And then maybe even try to get the pitch. The thing is, with just an alarm bot in the turret, I don't know how long 𝘼𝘽 can hold on to that site. And they can't push out because Guiding Light comes in. Now, they didn't use the Paranoia yet, so there's still a chance to do that from Zeta, but I think that ideally they want to try to save this for as long as possible.
Depp is going to take things into his own hands, he says. But at the same time, it was only Munchkin who was over there. Alarm bot is going to catch 𝘼𝘽𝐿ACE.
So overall, I mean, you know, create the numbers advantage and then just go for the 5v4 retake. I don't mind that. Good Paranoia for the retake as well.
The paint shells here, they are holding down the site as, okay, 𝘼𝘽𝐿ACE banned somehow.
Oh my!
Zero with the right click,
Oh
gonna get 2, and T1 Zeta not able to shore it up. And Zeta division, okay, able to get this pistol round and make it interesting.
Yeah, a much better pistol round. Finally, their first pistol win tonight. And I like the fact that they didn't overcommit with the Paranoia early. They just slowly make sure that they're creating multiple angles here. and Dep coming back online, that allows them to keep things like the paranoia for the retake. And wow, just really good right clicks from 𝘼𝐽𝐺.
Nice.
It's not quite a nice
It's
yet.
not
It's
a
just
big one, yeah.
Just a nice, yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. I see you.
Well, Saya player with his trusty Marshall. We know how deadly that can be. So T1, now Zeta Division this time with their weapon advantage, they're forcing everyone out of A. They basically want everyone to come in to be into the Killjoy trap. But what they don't know is T1, with Saya player on that Marshall, he's already bought enough space on C Mound that they could always create a different rotation and eventually slide into either C, or quite frankly, into B and then pinch from C as well. Oh my God. And both of them took a lot of damage.
Yeah. But full heal now from Laz onto 10. Same for Saya player.
All right, T1 with the one-way here. Ban just says, okay, well, the one-ways are still happening over on A. I don't think, we can really get through here too early. Ban actually finds an opening here off of the one-way timing. If he can win this duel, that changes everything for T1's rotations.
𝘼𝐺 is like, no, I will not take this duel. It will not happen.
Yeah, just hears me saying that. T1 in an uncharacteristic running out of time moment here. And eventually it's back to B.
Okay, well, stop them from coming in. That's the spike down. This is going to go all the way of Zeta Division, you'd have to imagine. 15 seconds.
Yeah, maybe don't greed, try to fight Saya with a Marshall here. They're out of time.
I'd say probably not. Ban with the flank doesn't work out. Crow's going to hear him all the way, and that's going to be 10 cleaning it up. 9-5. Zeta Division back on the board.
Okay, and the heavy investment, sure they drop, 2 members, but they still have a Phantom and 2 Bulldogs, so with the half armors, everything, they can get right back into it here for round 3.
Good pushes here on the defensive side, as there is a guy going absolutely insane in the background there. He is like just, wow.
All right, well, that's kind of the support they need right now. They've got a long way to go. If they can win this one, though, they have the showstopper as well. They're actually in prime position to do so. If they can win here, the economy starts to break apart for T1.
Poison's off.
𝘼𝐺, this time saving his one-way timings because Dep's here to support. They don't want to just constantly waste that first smoke because the Poison Cloud was here as well. Dep just spots, and now the one-ways go up. I like this from Zeta, a lot more methodical and a lot more guaranteed in the information and timings they can buy for themselves. Trailblazer comes out at the same time. It actually, I don't think, would have spotted Zeta here, but now they'll know.
All right, clearing out mounds as they push in. 𝘼𝐺 still here.
Stealing sight.
Might be under a lot of pressure, but actually it's just going to be Saya player running out for now. But this push will come in from T1 onto A.
So, looks like right now the call from Zeta Division might be to just hold, and if it's A, just use the showstopper, right? You might maybe even use it at about 25 seconds just to buy time if T1 isn't spotted anywhere else.
Left.
Now you hear the sound coming in. Dep's hiding. Yep, he's hiding for the showstopper. A nice dodge from Saya.
He's just holding on to it, and he's going to get that kill. Not a Saya player. 𝘼𝐺 is there to help out, but this flank from Munchkin, it comes on as 10 will rotate in and take him down.
Flanker को flank कर दिया रे बाबा.
They take the bonus round as well. Zeta Division really coming out to play here on the defensive side.
Yeah, and the way they played that round, like every single member, it was actually so beautiful, right? I mean, we see 𝘼𝐺 saving that one way initially so that Dep can spot for him, and then he uses the paranoia and just kind of fakes out Saya player, trusting that his paranoia would have hit if anyone had entered. It actually forces Saya player to bounce out as he would have lost vision and audio. And then they back off, trusting in the showstopper to just block the plant. And now they're economically ahead, only 3 rounds apart.
This is going to be, I think, a challenge from Zeta Division out here on Rubble against Aniko. Pretty common, as 𝘼𝐺, though, is not able to make it happen.
No. Oh, it's all falling apart.
It really is. The Seekers as well getting value. Zeta with a stinger kill. And all of a sudden, this round is getting more and more interesting.
they don't have any extra ultimates. Now Rifles over on Carpe and 𝘼𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐒 player as well, Zeta Division. Thankfully, they're all 3 members here, so they can try to defend, but they cannot lose a single duel.
And they're losing duels to Sheriffs here. Ban's going to pick up another.
Oh
bhai 10.
Spray's so good from 10, though.
But they do know exactly where 10 is. Yeah, no way out for him.
Yeah. They pick up a Vandal, too. Ban just going to hold on to this angle. T1 Zeta just there with the Singer. Oh, he's actually going to peek him. Not sure about that. It's going to be Crow!
Crow!
Bhai Crow ne nikal
And he
diya
picks
bhai.
it up. 4th round in a row now for Zeta Division. A massive swing now in favor of them.
Crow just telling T1 Zeta, get that X out of that hashtag. It's Zeta with a Z on Zeta win. Bringing it back 7-9. And oh boy, I mean, this was T1 really just throwing everything in the kitchen sink on that rush, right? All their flashes going out just to be able to push through like a bulldozer and pick up some free weapon upgrades. It works, but Crow, listen, we've actually praised them for really improving across this season of Pacific. Looked a little shaky on Fracture, but gets a really solid round here for Zeta Division.
So T1 had full armor, and actually they all went down to the half armor. So a team call.
Ooh.
In this case, they have a couple of ultimate abilities here. They have Reckoning and Pit at this moment in time, but let's see. Also, no timeouts called just yet, even with 4 rounds in a row for Zeta Division. So I'm expecting if they lose this one, that T1 will pull the brakes.
Could be. I wonder if also, now that they're also going for the half armors for that extra buy round, maybe you just call it on that extra one that you get. Trailblazers crossing paths. Lots of vision here for Zeta Division.
It's the Reckoning. Gonna try to get them space on this side as 10. Uh-oh. Balaz is able to shore it up. Crow's there as well, and they are just cleaning them up. Only Munchkin gets one, but it's basically a flawless as everybody from Zeta Division was there and ready to accept the push.
Yeah, a really preemptive setup here just to defend from Zeta Division, and also being positioned in a way where, you know, other members can dodge these stuns coming up from the Reckoning. Someone will always be free to fight, and that gives 10 enough time to survive even while being stunned. And, I mean, the Zeta Division fans, they want to see this. They want to see it go to a map 3.
It's looking pretty likely at this point. I mean, 6 rounds in a row one way, 5 the other way. Still no timeout from T1.
Laz's guiding lights have been really good this map. Just now as well, he actually forces it to U-turn, pretending like it's a fake, and then pops it. I mean, he's clearly been practicing even more and more with the tech that you can have there.
Ooh, Deb trying to peek that one, but actually it was 2 members of T1 who get that going, but Sugar Zero from Tree is able to at least trade one back.
All right, Trailblazer being used in answer from Zeta Division just to see if anyone's entered into Tree. Now, no one's spotted just yet, but the lockdown will force out everybody from Zeta Division. They have their own lockdown for the retake. Now the question is what position does Crow take on the retake, because he doesn't have full control over that connection, over A link coming from B, so he's just going to regroup with his team.
Yeah, they are all in the back there with the pit coming down. This is not an easy position for Zeta Division to push into.
Yeah, but Laz already having that was so crucial for a potential lockdown, but now they just have to push through if they're going to go for it.
Okay. Couple of swings, it's working out. Ban is alone, 1v2. And now there's a lockdown. 1, not 2.
Crow with another clutch in this 1v1.
And there you go, he's gonna get that defuse off.
ये क्या चालू है भाई?
It's tied.
Yeah, and Ban, right with the lockdown there, your
Timeout
only
लो ना
choice
भाई
was
T1.
to swing out, and he even gets the first, he even wins the first duel. Can't really fault him at that point, but now comes that timeout that you mentioned, Valdez, and is it too late? We'll find out once the entire map is over, but the momentum has entirely gone over to Zeta Division as he wins 6 rounds in a row.
Yep.
The loud, nice cheers have returned.
Crow is, this is just another day at work. No overreactions from him. He's like, yep. Just doing my job.
I did find it interesting when we found out that, you know, he's been working on Really just trying to control his emotions, not get overly excited about anything, not get overly sad about anything, just so he can stay focused. And I'll say the stats prove that it's been working out for him, right? He's been getting better and better numbers on the board, more and more impact in
Bro,
every single
it's
kill
still
he
an
does.
attacking app. Yeah, it is. But
While
I don't know
Deb
what
might be trying to make him
is
laugh,
happening to
Pro's been
T1.
having great control.
Throwing away a lot of
Shooting for T1
advantageous
to
positions.
Get to Tokyo. Well, first of all, they're going to have to obviously 100% secure their spot here in the playoffs and eventually make it through that gauntlet as well.
Very similar signs, actually. The Korean one for T1 just saying, let's go to Tokyo. Not sure what the Japanese on the other sign was, but just a full sign with all the names of all the players. Cheering for everyone as Depp has picked up an operator.
Okay. And now economy, once again, somewhat broken here for T1, even with the half armors. And so they're going to continue with the half armors, it looks like, because Ban has bought, down to 750.
Here.
Just to have that Bulldog.
Let's see how much room Saya player can make.
I'm curious as to whether T1's going to buy on op in the next round, given Saya player's economy, but that we'll figure out in the coming round, as they are, of course, on this losing streak. And just trying to fish for information. They do draw out some utility, right? That Trailblazer, the dog coming out from Laz.
Yeah. As now they're looking to clear out the area around C Mount, but no committal as well. Seems like they've really adopted the Zeta style of just go in A, go C, go back. We're going to B now.
Oh, but at the same time, Zeta Division, now they're taking a page out of T1's book and really using the sky to great efficiency, using guiding lights here and there just to rotate. And now, B's, the spike plant will happen, but it's going to be a tough position for T1 to hold. They have to push out.
Yeah. Depp with some decent spray, hitting some feet. But it's going to be up to Satchels. No, I'm not even sure if he saw the guy on the left. As no, Zion's is going to poke out the kills with the knives, make it 4. T1 will hold on to their lead just barely with a massive super play from them.
Holy moly, Saya! I mean, the rest of the team as well, right? The way they were holding these angles, all baiting for each other with these crazy angles you can have on B's. Oh, that. No. The second and third kill are insane. Let's watch it in real time. That is insane. Wow.
I don't know what to say. Like, that was just crazy.
I mean, that's just Saya. That's just Saya doing Saya things. And now they take the lead once again. I mean, Zeta, it took them so much to catch up, and they still have yet to get the lead itself here on Lotus.
Yeah, I really loved the rotations that time, actually. They didn't wait until 20 seconds, right? They actually, once they got onto the B site, they took like 10 seconds to really clear out all the angles before they really went for the bubble plant. Now they're pushing in through rubble. Zeta actually in a pretty good spot here as Depp gonna take one down through the smoke.
Yeah, I think he shot based on his Seeker's movement. But either way, or maybe he just sprayed through the smoke as he was hit by a paranoia, I believe, from 𝘍𝐿𝐼𝐻 as well, his own teammate. But either way, a nice kill, and now they can refresh those one-ways. A site relatively safe. They're basically leaving B site open, right? We already see Crow focusing more on assisting C, but now that changes things just a bit.
Yeah, and with the Harbor wall, you can really create space for yourself, but Depp is here. He's got a lot of teammates as well as they are running to see his T1.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He can only push out of one side, and everyone's already by Waterfall. They spot T1 Zeta. He is going to get the plant down, but 𝘍𝐿𝐼𝐻 wins the duel. And now Ban so far away from his team.
Yeah, he is in no man's land. I think he's just going to let this one diffuse.
I mean, here's the thing. The original plan, of course, from T1 was to go to B site, which is why Ban was positioned in a way to easily rotate and get the flank there. Oh, man. That never has there been a scarier image in Valorant than someone chasing after they tap with the Vandal, the shorty out.
10-10. Was Sage Tasteless correct?
I mean, we'll find out.
Do we get overtime?
Yeah, do we praise him?
क्या ये
or
9-3 कर्स होगा?
just call him out on the desk for
Well,
10
he
minutes
knows.
after this map?
He knows, he just didn't want to tell us.
Oh, that's true, yeah. And here's the thing, we said in this map as well, but actually overall in the series, Zeta Division yet to get the lead. They've only tied up the score a couple times. See if Zeta can finally get ahead. Now, okay, Side Player was saving up for that operator. In fact, he could buy it a bit safer since they won one of the rounds and got some free rifles.
All right, kind of faking that they're going to go on to B here. It's drawing a lot of members of Zeta Division over to B. Depp right now on the site, but that is not what T1 are doing. They're actually playing it pretty passively.
And Depp's position is hard to predict here, right? He's holding an odd off angle just in the middle of the site with the coverage from Crow as well if anyone swings close.
Uh-oh.
Crow's curious, but here's the thing. You have Depp there. There is no reason to get overly curious here on the site. Oh, and what? Carpe.
Why does he keep doing that? Carpe is just like a master at checking B and getting the kill.
Apparently. Now that's forced out the pit. And now, I mean, Zeta Division, you have the Trailblazers coming to A, but it's going to be too late. They're already way up close to the site. The Reckoning as well.
Yeah, they are spending everything, but they don't
no!
check. Blast is here.
Oh, three!
He springs down 3. And Sugar's going to get another.
Zero. T1.
Zeta is like, well, I guess I'll just plant.
planted.
Oh, no.
Okay.
It's still doable. He is low on health, but it is doable. The Cove will go down.
Staying in a very weird angle here, but it's still going to be 10 who takes him down. And finally, Zeta Division takes the lead for the first time.
Oh,
It will move to 11-10.
Come back.
And an incredible decision by Laz. Here's the thing. T1 doesn't check it because of the Reckoning plus the Nano Swarm. So I think they're expecting, yeah, that no one's going to push out of here. They'll get stunned and killed. And Laz just says, well, I have nowhere else to go anyway. I might as well swing out on a timing. And he gets 3. I mean, yes, could T1 have been more thorough? Absolutely. But the thing is they had every, reason to assume that it's somewhat safe.
Yeah. It was really just Laz's super play to just push through and make that possible. You could see that even after the first kill, the second guy was like, well, I don't know where he got killed from.
Yeah.
It's definitely not from Link, but it was. It was on the stairs there. And
ये क्या चल रहा है बोविन?
It's going to be a nice
भाई कप्पा पता नहीं कमबैक हो रहा है ये तो.
Division.
Oh, and a close Trailblazer. Oh, and Munchkin just knows. Yeah, he knows his fate because he heard the Trailblazer activate close. But again, very new looks from Zeta Division. And here's the thing. The
पर फर्स्ट मैप में जो चीज के लिए मंचिन को पनिश नहीं किया ना अभी कर रहे हैं उसको लर्क पे मार रहे हैं बैठ के. फर्स्ट मैप में वो भाई बी पे फ्रैक्चर में वॉक इन करके टर्रेट तोड़े जा रहा है.
Against T1 on T1's pick of Lotus.
Here.
Yeah, this is getting very interesting now as we do have Saya player lurking alone over on A. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is looking to push into
Stream
B.
कर रहा है कप्पा?
Looks like he wants to enter through tiny door here.
Laz, yeah, he has to pick and choose here because someone could enter at any point through the door behind him.
Line comes through. When is he going to break it down? Saya player gets killed. That
Oh!
tiny door.
Yes, Sugar Zero covers for Laz.
Oh.
Laz doesn't pick up the kill, but Depp already ready. Up above on Heaven.
Man is so low in there as Zeta can't get the kills. Depp
Fans all
three,
alone.
and he is dead. Classic right click from Reigns gets Depp the 4K.
Zeta comeback बोलते.
This is all Zeta Division now.
OT बोलता है?
T1 have gotten 1 round on attack.
Yeah.
1.
I mean, both teams really just piling onto the defensive stats here on Lotus. But here's the thing. I think as Lotus gets played more and more, maybe we will change our thoughts about, does 3-side necessarily mean that the attackers have the advantage because of kind of how those entry points are and the agent picks that certain teams have. People are starting to figure out how they want to play. And the interesting part is, I think a lot of teams are starting to figure out on Lotus that you eventually just kind of have to ditch one of the sites somewhat, right? You have to prepare for that retake and focus on the other two. Meanwhile, in Haven, we still have certain teams that just play a 2-1-2 default all through and through, and they keep getting pushed over on the defensive side, but Lotus is evolving much quicker.
Yeah. And better time than any, I guess, to call your second timeout. Might as well use it. Zeta is in full control of this map.
एक का डबल ये भी ठीक है.
Tons of fans always coming out here for Zeta Division.
Yeah.
हल्का सा like and subscribe भी ठोक दो.
Here for Zeta Division, even
नहीं
on
नहीं
the
odds
second
बता
floor,
रहे
which,
कि पहले
we don't get to catch on
शायद
the
2
camera,
odds
but
जाएगा.
it's been a pretty full house across match 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Now,
Hello?
match point.
कौन आया?
Reckoning available for T1 Zeta.
Hello?
But, you know, Zeta Division surely aware of this.
ये Zeta कम कब कर लिया भाई?
अच्छा गोलू आया है. मैं बोलूँ आवाज
just
किसकी
go for
है?
a fast push.
तेरा
Maybe
माइक
even
अलग है क्या गोलू?
really
तू फोन
commit
से है
to
क्या?
Reckoning.
हाँ.
अच्छा ओके इसलिए.
हाँ.
Yeah, well, you talked
मैं
about
तुम्हें देखना छोड़ दिया था. क्या कमबैक मार दिया भाई?
packed on rubble right now.
And they're going to actually push out of A main. They haven't gone for a full flank on this defensive
मैं
map.
तेरे को पूछना भूल
T1,
गया
are they ready for this?
Oh, he's able to stop.
Okay, well, Saya creates a crossfire. This
नहीं,
does
नहीं.
make things a little bit
10
trickier
मिनट
for
दूर है.
Zeta Division, but
10
now
मिनट
it's
दूर.
up to 10. Can he win this duel? He does!
Well, there you go, Zeta Division. They want to win it now. No overtime for them.
Two members already in the site. They know that Saya's up in heaven. The guiding light's gonna come out. He's full flash.
Hey, he survives, but he's got basically a sliver, and the spray is enough, and that's going to do it. Zeta Division will be forcing Bind for map 3 with a 13-10 victory here on Lotus.
There is something about this roster of Zeta Division that when they
हाँ
are
बोलो.
pushed to
अच्छा था
the
भाई.
edge,
अच्छा
they just
था.
grow and
कुछ अच्छा
evolve.
था.
One more level, the determination
जी के
that
लिए
this team
मुश्किलातें
has is
बढ़ते हुए.
incredible. On paper, we can talk all about how, well, you know,
नहीं,
they don't
नहीं,
really
इतना
win that
costly नहीं था.
confidently. They always look shaky even on their wins. But here's the thing, if that's a continuing pattern and they're still able to win when it matters, I mean, all credit to them.
अरे नहीं मेरे को तो चाहिए कि अपन जेटा ही जीत जाए फिर जेएनजी के सामने फुल कॉन्फिडेंस में टपड़प.
क्यों फर्क नहीं पड़ता? फर्क नहीं पड़ता.
पड़ता है ना. अगर जेएनजी को हराते तो जेएनजी 4-5 हो जाएगा और जीत दोनों जीत गया तो
नहीं,
जेएनजी
नहीं,
के
नहीं,
सामने हेड टू हेड में अपन ऊपर है.
नहीं जेटा ये जेटा जीतता तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता. ये बोल
हाँ
रहा हूँ.
वही
तो मैं आया भाई 2 मिनट में आया.
4-5 हो जाएगा और 4-4 हो जाएगा.
गाइस स्ट्रीम के लिए आज इतना ही. मेरे को भी थोड़ा काम है. थैंक यू गाइस फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन. ढेर सारा प्यार. मिलते हैं कल कोलकाता वॉच पार्टी में. सॉरी लास्ट मैप नहीं कर पाऊंगा अभी के लिए मैं. बाय बाय. टेक केयर. हैव अ गुड डे.